Sunram. Sunram finds an OC left pocket three on the way. Tickles it Twine.
Now it's Matty Bass on the drive. Bass, nice move, and Bass with an easy layup.
To the feet, Ruppel brought back down. O'Connor, though, lost the grab and down to the mat. Ruppel with a chance for a pin with a minute 15. There it is.
Pick and roll, Kaloran. Hooks it underneath, and a bunny for Hannig.
Right side to Charlie Shaw. Shaw looks right, drives in, attacks the double team, and splits him for the layup.
Halstead Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
Well, hello everyone, and a good Saturday morning to you, and welcome to Grafton. As today on yourliveevent.com, it is the 2025 Class B East Region Individual Tournament. As for some, dreams become reality today, as they are 2 wins away from advancing into the state tournament starting next Thursday at the Fargo Dome. So glad you could join us here today for the East Region Individual Tournament. This is our RE Insurance pre-tournament show. Brady Siebel's with you, along with Brent Dick as well. Still ahead, we will preview our tournament, get you a recap of the girls individual regional tournament that took place last night at Central Cass. We'll also preview and recap last weekend's dual results. All that and more. Plus, we'll talk with the coach of Hillsborough Central Valley, Coach Rob Owens. All that when we return on yourliveevent.com.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neelsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
At Dakota Heritage Bank, we know your schedules can get hectic, and you don't always have time to get to the bank during regular banking hours. We make it easy for you with mobile banking, online banking, and bill pay services that we offer for free. This is Michelle with Dakota Heritage Bank, inviting you to do your banking with us anytime, anywhere. Just go to dhb.bank or download the mobile app for convenient on-the-go banking, serving you with locations across North Dakota and northwestern Minnesota. Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
What's going on today?
I've got a planter in the shop, and I had the guys from Agassiz Precision Ag come over and do an inspection.
You upgrading systems or working on maintenance?
Both, actually. We walked some fields last summer and found areas where we can improve. So we are installing Delta Force and some new opening discs.
I bet we're in the same boat. I should give them a call.
Yep, they'll come out and look over the planter with you and put a plan together. They are the guys I go to for answers.
Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Call 701-636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Back with you here, yourliveevent.com. Brady Siebel's with you. Brent Dick will join us here as well as Brent here at the in Grafton here, the 2025 East Region Boys Individual Tournament here. Back to the 2 regions as well, and really the opportunity, right? The name of the game: win 2 before you lose 2, and you're going to be wrestling come Thursday morning inside the Fargo Dome.
Yeah, I guess second year of the East Region, and Lisbon taking the team title last year. South Border looking strong this year with their lineup. They have a couple of the wrestlers that were injured earlier in the year. They're back in their lineup. So look for South Border to make a run at the East Region Championship, pushed by Oaks and Lisbon. So it's about ready to start here, 30 minutes away from start or action inside Grafton High School Gymnasium.
Yeah, as you kind of go that, talk about into the 2 regions. I personally kind of like the 2 regions as well, just because it kind of makes it seem like you earn a little bit more, right? You get some more fuller brackets. I remember I was part of the 4 region system back then. I know you had some wrestlers that were 0-2 as a state qualifier, so it really just it seems like the accomplishment for some is making the state tournament. It really does feel like you have to earn it here with the 2 region system.
Yeah, it's a little bit, like a bigger tournament atmosphere when you put 17, 18 teams in the same gym, and they're all, you all have that same goal, is to make it to the state tournament. So, I'm sure the mental preparation is a little bit more than just kind of the regular season, because there's a lot on the line. And kind of like you said, you string 2 wins together. You pick up the first one, you get another one. You're going to go to the state tournament. And if you don't, maybe you have a bad first round. We talked about this yesterday. You could have a bad first round, and you're able to wrestle back and finish in the top 8.
Yeah, and you mentioned that as well. We're getting started right away, 10 a.m. Talked with Coach Rob Owens. We'll hear that in a little bit later on in our IRA Insurance pre-tournament show. For some of those that are kind of in those 6, 7, 8 kind of seat, right, you have to be ready to go with in that 10 a.m. match, because if you can get that first round win, it does make getting into the state tournament that much easier for yourself.
Yeah, I think the more exciting matches to me is that 8-9 seed, that first round match between the 8-9 seed. I mean, that is a huge match for either of those wrestlers. I'd just say more so than anybody, just because of the, I guess, the closeness of the competition between the 8 and 9 seed. And then when you get in the quarterfinals, that 4 and 5 seed match is another one to watch out for. Same thing, wrestlers for the most part fairly even throughout the season, and they're matched up trying to get into the semifinals. So look for that 8 and 9 seed the first round in these brackets, and then when you get in the quarterfinals, that number 4 and number 5 seed matchup.
And then that is always fun as you get to those quarterfinals, those semifinals, those region championship matches. Usually wrestlers that have seen each other a couple of times, and this is kind of maybe that last chance exclamation point to maybe make your mark in state seeding, maybe get a victory there, bump ahead of them in the state seeding coming up on Thursday.
Yeah, and not only that head-to-head and working on those possible seeding implications in the tournament, but you get on the backside of those bracket into some of those consolation round matches. And there's some great matches. If you're thinking maybe you're just going to want to watch the semifinals or the championship matches, just stay tuned here, because those consolation matches, especially those blood round matches, where if you win in that blood round, you're going to go to the state tournament. You place in the top 8. So a lot of action, a lot of drama yet to play out here at Grafton.
Yeah, those are always fun. I had to go through the blood rounds all 3 years qualifying for the state tournament, and that is probably the most fun is seeing those matches place, and then the emotions on some of those, because for some the goal is get to the state tournament, get in the top 8, and that's really cool to see the outpouring of emotion when they get that victory and know they're going to wrestle at the state tournament.
Yeah, that is a huge accomplishment, and a lot of these wrestlers, that's their goal at the beginning of the season. And we talked to coaches yesterday, I guess Coach Lamar, and he said, beginning of the season it seems like a marathon, but now we're at that 50-meter sprint to the finish. And, those wrestlers, they've had a lot of ups and downs throughout the season, and that just comes out here today as they try to make their way into the state tournament.
Should be a exciting day of wrestling action. We'll have it for you right here on yourliveevent.com. We'll take a break, come back with more on our IRA Insurance pre-tournament show on yourliveevent.com.
Hey. Doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Hey Lisbon, it's time to rally behind our favorite team. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are sending all our best wishes to the Broncos as they hit the court and field this season. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are proud to support our teams and community. Let's show our Broncos that we're with them every step of the way. Go Broncos! Your dedication and spirit makes us all proud. From all of us at the Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters, we're cheering for you.
Let's face it, moving is a pain. And if you decide to do it yourself, take the hassle out with All About Moving in Grand Forks. While national conglomerates tend to overcharge and take longer, All About Moving is locally owned and wants to make your next move an efficient and stress-free experience. Take the stress out of moving with All About Moving in Grand Forks, so you can focus on the things that really matter.
Treat yourself to a great career at American Crystal Sugar Company. Team up with quality people making quality products. Full-time and year-round in a stable business. With great pay and benefits including time off available from day one. American Crystal Sugar Company invests in you to promote your continued growth and career advancement. Grow your career doing your best work within the world's best beet sugar company. Apply online today at AmericanCrystalCareers.com.
The Outlaws are coming back. The World of Outlaws Case Construction Late Model Series is coming back to Ada, the Norman County Raceway. Saturday, June 28th, the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series will have 2 shows at Red River Valley Speedway Saturday, May 31st and August 23rd. For tickets and more information, visit ncraceway.com, redrivervalleyspeedway.com, or follow on Facebook.
Back here, yourliveevent.com. Our IRE Insurance pre-tournament show continues. Get the insurance protection you want with the customer service that you deserve at IRE Insurance. They cover it all from home, auto, crop, commercial, and benefits insurance. Go to ireinsurance.com to get a free quote. Of course, we're here in Grafton for the boys individual tournament, the Class B East Region individual tournament. Last Friday night, we had the girls region individual tournament in Central Cass in Castleton. We had that for you on yourliveevent.com. We'll run down here our results here. The top 5 team standings wise. Central Cass was the champion, 197.5 points. Grand Forks second place at 169. West Fargo United third place at 129.5. Then was the Lisbon Broncos in fourth at 128.5. And Pembina County North rounds out the top 5 with 127.5 points. Taking a look at the Your Live Event school results here. Again, a reminder, we'll have coverage for you, audio only on Thursday and Friday, covering the wrestlers for Your Live Event area schools. We'll also have the dual competition following Lisbon and Central Cass girls and Carrington boys. More on that here in just a moment as we continue on with our IRA Insurance pre-tournament show. For the Carrington Cardinals, they're sending a few girls to state. Grace English at 100 pounds places 8th. Asa Remke, 6th place at 106 pounds. Juliet Davis places 4th at 112. Kendra Garcia, 2nd place runner-up at 124 pounds. Kenzie Jose for the Cardinals will state qualify at 130 pounds, placing 8th. Jasmine Ybarra, runner-up at 136 pounds. Madalena Kibertaranu places 6th at 148 pounds. Nevaeh Sorensen, 8th place at 170 pounds. And Jalen Parker will place 8th at 190 pounds. All those Carrington Cardinals, they advance to the state tournament. Other YLE schools includes the Kindred Vikings. Taryn Raisler, runner-up at 106 pounds. Naomi Miller places 6th at 142 pounds. Those 2 Vikings are headed to the state tournament. The Northern Cass Jaguars, they send 2 girls to state. Isabel Erickson places 5th at 118 pounds. Avery Davidson places 3rd at 124 pounds. Again, all that you can listen to yourliveevent.com for coverage of the 2025 state tournament. Lisbon as well sending a number of girls to the state tournament. That includes 112 pounds. Madeline Krellin places 6th place, as well as 124 pounds. Lila Gillespie, 8th place, headed off to state. Emerson Schwab for the Broncos, 3rd place at 136 pounds. Ava Carl Bloom at 155 pounds is your runner-up at 155. Cora Oster at 170 pounds places 3rd. Lillian Oster places 7th at 190 pounds. Also placing and headed to state 190 pounds is Nevaeh Buffett for the Lisbon Broncos. And Ellis Sad places 4th at 250 pounds to advance to the state tournament. Again, Thursday morning we'll have coverage for you, roaming coverage, audio only, following the boys and girls state tournament. That is Thursday and Friday. The dual tournament is Saturday with coverage of Central Cass Squirrels and Lisbon girls, as well as the Carrington Cardinal boys. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll talk with the coach of Hillsborough Central Valley, Coach Rob Owens, pre-tournament coaches' comments when we return on yourliveevent.com.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Welcome to Ashley Super Value, your neighborhood grocery store where fresh, local, and delicious meat every day. From farm fresh produce to your favorite pantry essentials, they've got everything you need to keep your family happy and healthy. Craving something special? Their homemade sausage is perfect for any meal, and don't forget their irresistible homemade Coogan. Visit them today at Ashley Super Value or shop online at ashleysupervalue.com for your favorite local treats. Ashley Super Value, you're always first at Super Value.
Wallen Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals proudly serving the community for over 40 years. As an experienced independent agency, they partner with top-rated insurance companies to provide affordable and tailored solutions for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. When it comes to crop insurance, Walt and Grant deliver unmatched expertise and personalized service. With the March 15th sales closing deadline approaching, now is the perfect time to trust your crop protection needs to the team who puts you first. To get started with a free quote, head to nd-insure.com for more info.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Back here, yourliveevent.com. Brady Siebel's back here. Our insurance pre-tournament show continues on as it's time now for our pre-tournament coaches interview brought to you by the Dakota Heritage Bank. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future with locations in North Dakota and Minnesota, dhbanknd.com. The head coach for Hillsborough Central Valley is Rob Owens. His pre-tournament coaches comments. Coach, I know it seems like it's been a long season, but also at the same time, blinking you missed it, and we're here at the region individual tournament this morning.
Yeah, it's going to be a good day, hopefully. We had a very loose practice yesterday. Kids seems in good spirits, so hopefully that carries through, and we have a great tournament today.
12 wrestlers for the Burros here today. Talk about kind of the mindset for them. I know a couple of them hoping to get those 2 victories, win 2 before you lose 2 to get to the state tournament starting next Thursday morning. A couple other ones, right? This is their chance to kind of put that final stamp on state seeding coming up.
Yeah, we have 4 seeded wrestlers. We have a couple others that were seeded in like the 9 and 10 position, but we have 4 that were in the top 8. They have a regular day, just a regular day. They should make it. There are kids who've been putting the time in all year long. And really, you know, they're older, they're more seasoned. You know, we're talking about Justin Terrell, we're talking about Sawyer Owens, Carson Gazette, and Braden Chenault. Xander Dovermuller has got a good seed. Hopefully he capitalizes on that and he makes his way back to state tournament like he did last year. We have a couple other guys that could crack that area. They just got to show up and work their hardest, and you never know. I mean, everybody's record today is 0-0, and we just go.
Yeah, just talk about that, especially, right, in a couple of really important first-round matches there, like you mentioned, for those that are trying to get into the state tournament. You got to be ready here early at 10 a.m.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday and said we got to go right away. A lot of kids, I said to them, in fact, that if you're a non-seeded wrestler and you're wrestling a seeded wrestler, that doesn't guarantee a win for that seeded wrestler. They could overlook, they can make mistakes, they can walk out there thinking that you're going to be a pushover. You take it to them, you might change their mind, and all of a sudden you win that match, and now you're in the driver's seat. So keep our attitudes high and keep working hard, and hopefully it'll be a good day.
What do you want to see out of your boys on the mat here today?
I want to see good sportsmanship. I want to see effort. I want to see aggression. I want to see all the things we need to do in order to be the best that we can be today.
Rob, thanks for the time. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. That was the head coach for Hillsborough Central Valley, Coach Rob Owens, joining us here on our Dakota Heritage Bank pre-tournament coaches interview. Again, their locations are in North Dakota and Minnesota. You can visit them online at dhbanknd.com. Take a break. Be back with more when we return on yourliveevent.com.
Don't leave anything to chance with your home's heating system this winter. Trust Bears Home Solutions to keep your home's heating system running at maximum efficiency. From installation and maintenance to 24/7 emergency service, our team of friendly professionals are equipped to handle any heating equipment in your home. Rated the Red River Valley's top home HVAC and plumbing company. Bear's Home Solutions. You need a bear in there.
I'm Molly, and I have lived here a little over 3 years now. I like the open spaces here and being able to go in and out. I like the fact that I don't have stairs or elevators. I just have most everything that I need close at hand.
For the last 25 years, Carlita Dietz at Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Premier Properties has been serving the real estate needs of Fargo-Moorhead and the surrounding communities. Whether you're buying, selling, or investing, Carlita is ready to help you evaluate the market and make the right choice for you. Take the first step into settling into your next home by calling Carlita Dietz at Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Premier Properties at 701-367-5918. Experienced, confident, qualified Carlita Dietz.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Back here, YourLiveEvent.com, our Area Insurance pre-tournament show continues on here. The broadcast of this tournament game has been authorized by special arrangement with the Board of Directors of the North Dakota High School Activities Association. We're here for the Region Individual Tournament. Last Saturday was the Region Dual Tournaments. We had coverage for you right here on YourLiveEvent.com. We had both the Northeast and Southeast sub-region in Kindred and Carrington, as well as coverage of the Girls East Region Dual Tournament as well. Dual Tournament now runs Saturday, all day Saturday at the Fargo. We'll start with the Class B boys Dual Tournament. All these matches beginning at 10 a.m. The 2 seed is Velva. They will go up against Pembina County North, the runner-up from the Northeast Sub-Region Tournament. The 3 seed is Oaks. They will take on Williams County. Bottom side of the bracket, the top seed is the South Border Mustangs. They will take on the Carrington Cardinals, the champion of the Northeast Subregion. And then the 4-5 matchup is Bowman County taking on New Salem Almont. That is your first round of the boys dual tournament. Girls dual tournament, they run 2 regions in the girls duels. So it is the top team in the East faces the number 4 team in the West. 2 faces 3, cross state brackets, and then vice versa on the bottom half. So the Central Cass Squirrels, they are your East region champion. They will take on the West number 4 team in Dickinson. Other first round matchup, Minot, the number 2 seed in the East, will take on Lisbon, the 3 seed in. Minot's the 2 seed in the West. They will take on the East number 3, the Lisbon Broncos. Bottom side of the bracket, the top team out West is Bismarck Legacy. They will take on the number 4 team from the East-South border. East number 2 was Grand Forks, the Night Riders. They will take on the West number 3, Bismarck High. Those dual matches getting underway at 11 a.m. on Saturday morning. As we'll bring Brent in here, I know you were in Kindred calling the Southeast sub-region. I was up in Carrington calling the Northeast sub-region. Let's kind of talk about that. Oaks and South Border end up being your 2 from the sub-region headed to the state dual tournament.
Yeah, that was a hotly contested duel between the South Border Mustangs and the Oaks Tornadoes. And kind of alluded to, I guess, earlier in our pre-tournament show here is that South Border added a couple wrestlers back into their lineup that had been injured during the year. When those two teams met up during the regular season, Oaks ended up defeating South Border, I believe, by 5 points. I think it was 34-29 was the final dual score in that. But the Mustangs getting those wrestlers back in their lineup, and it's a solid lineup now from top to bottom for South Border. And I look for them to, they're the number one team in the state, seeded number one for a reason, and look for them to repeat as state champions here representing the Southeast subregion.
Yeah, absolutely. I was over in Carrington. Carrington, the Cardinals, once again doing what Carrington does, taking the region championship, being the top team in the Northeast subregion. Kind of the tough luck draw there, having to go up against the number one seed South Border there in that first round. Pembina County North, credit to them, right? They defeated Northern Lights by criteria in their semifinal matchup here. We talked with Coach Greenwood for Pembina County North afterwards. He was really impressed just the way that the team responded. They wrestled with each other. Only a couple weeks prior, it was more than a 20-point victory for the Northern Lights, but credit to the team. They kind of adjusted. They talked about it. He said they had a plan. They were hoping, they knew it was going to be tight. They ended up shuffling some wrestlers around. Caden Rose, one of the top wrestlers here at 215 pounds. They bumped him up to heavyweight. Had a tough match, able to pull up, get that valuable 3 points for Pembina County North. It had to go to criteria. They went to criteria number 4, which was the most matches won. Pembina County North had 7 victories in the duel. Northern Lights had 6. That's what did it. Talking with Coach Mitch Greenwood, he was saying, I knew the criteria. I was counting on my fingers. I thought I got it right, but until they announced it, I wasn't fully certain in myself.
Yeah, that's that's one way to win a duel and win a region tournament is by criteria, having to go down to the 4th criteria and having that decided. That's just just great competition and just parity of the region there for that Northeast subregion.
So that's the dual tournament. A reminder, we will have coverage for you all day Saturday, audio only. We will cover the YLE area schools, so we'll follow the Carrington Cardinal boys throughout the state dual tournament, as well as the Central Cass and Lisbon girls right here on yourliveevent.com. That'll just about do us here for our Irie Insurance pre-tournament show. Again, online at IrieInsurance.com. We'll take a break we'll come back with our American Crystal Sugar Company starting lineups and then get you ready for our opening matches when we return on yourliveevent.com.
In a world of chaos, you need superhero level protection.
I keep telling everyone they need to get the right protection for their lifestyle. Some do. We do.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Get the right protection for your lifestyle. Go to IrieInsurance.com to get a free quote and consultation.
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime. Serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond, we are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsborough, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank. Strong bank, strong communities.
Meet Blake, the messiest 4-year-old on the planet. He's no ordinary durability tester. Meet SmartStrand, no ordinary carpet. With all pet protection, it's the softest, most durable, easiest to clean carpet on the planet. When Blake's barn got a comfy makeover, SmartStrand came clean, even went up against a 2-ton rhino. Made to withstand all walks of life. Ask for SmartStrand, rhino tested, rhino approved.
Available at Carpet World, carpetworldfargo.com.
At Carrington Dental Care, they treat you like family. Meet Dr. Chaz Bauer and Dr. Jay Bauer, your friendly neighborhood dentists who care about your smiles. Join their family of happy patients. Whether it's routine checkups or cosmetic dentistry, they're dedicated to making your smile shine. Join the countless families who love coming to Carrington Dental Care, trusted by our community for years. Visit them online at thecarringtondentist.com or call 701-652-2801. Schedule your appointment today.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions for 2025 and beyond with a drain tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free, detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
The City of Hillsborough invites you to make Hillsborough your home. If you're looking for a new home or a job, check out the opportunities in Hillsborough and see what the community can offer you and your family. Enjoy a quality family life with community, education, church, entertainment, and more. For all neighbors and those driving through the region, we welcome you to come and shop with the businesses in Hillsborough. If you have questions related to services available in the City of Hillsborough, contact the Hillsborough City Office at 701-636-4620.
Thank you to all the sponsors that you will see in here throughout this tournament coverage today. We ask that whenever possible, please patronize these businesses. At the very least, stop on in and tell them thank you. Without them, this coverage would not be possible. We'll get you our starting lineup and our first matches when we return on yourliveevent.com.
Learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
Rivers Edge Insurance Agency, Halsted, 218-456-2172.
Keep going. More. No, stop! You finally found the perfect car in racing blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
Rivers Edge Insurance Agency, Halsted, 218-456-2172.
Keep going. More. No, stop!
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Here's a message from Tim Cassette, Golden Harvest Seed Sales in the Hillsborough area. When it comes to your operations needs, they want to hear from you, which is why they're committed to listening first. From farmer-focused R&D teams to their Gold Series soybeans and game-changing corn products to the insights shared through the Illuminate digital platform, everything offered is an answer to what they learned from you. For Golden Harvest corn and soybean seed, visit with Tim Cassette Seed Sales Hillsborough, 701-430-0877.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
See your local Farmers Union Insurance agent, Jennifer Worley, in Cavalier.
Back here, yourliveevent.com. It's time now for our starting lineups from American Crystal Sugar Company. Live the sweet life. Great careers, quality products, grower-owned, crystalsugar.com. As again, we have 4 mats here at Grafton. Mats 1 and 2 here in the main gymnasium. We'll get you coverage of that. Through at mats 3 and 4 are over in the elementary Centennial Gymnasium. We'll keep you updated on that as well throughout here, the tournament on yourliveevent.com. As we'll bring Brent in, and we talked about this, right? Obviously some exciting matches here. Win 2 before you lose 2. Talk about maybe a couple of weight classes that you're really looking forward to watching here today.
Yeah, going through these brackets, I'm going to keep my eye on 139, 145, and 160 pounds, those brackets, just going to be, I think they're going to be wide open after you get through that number one seed, 139, the number one seed Sawyer Owens. I think anything after that really is undecided at 139 pounds. 145, you had Nick Garber move down from 152 for Carrington. He's the number one seed. And the same thing, those number 2 through number 6 wrestlers could go anywhere, finish anywhere in that bracket in the top 6. And then 160 pounds, you have the addition of Brody Hoffman in there. And we're going to see him the first time for most of us at 160 pounds in the individual side.
That was our starting lineup from American Crystal Sugar Company, online at crystalsugar.com. Mat number 1, Sky Kramlich for the Carrington Cardinals, already a 3-1 lead. 3-1 lead there. He's going up against Jacob Mueller for Mayport CG. Mat number 2, Braden Brossart for the Rugby Panthers, and Micah Fromke for the Lisbon Broncos. Over in the South Gymnasium here, Bristol Swanson from Kidron is going up against Owen Steinberger, and Brody Pelton going up against John Logerine of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. As Kramlich for Carrington, the victory there at 107 pounds on mat 1.
Yeah, with this number 8, number 9 matchup already over here on mat number 2 between Fromke and Brossart. They're in a scramble for this takedown. For Braden Brossart, a rugby 26 and 21 record, and an 8th grader. Micah Fromke for the Broncos, the number 8 seed at 16 and 14. He's a freshman.
Next match on mat number 1, Trig Dahlstrom for the Oaks Tornadoes going up against Landon Tatro for the Larimore Polar Bears. Dahlstrom for Oaks, a 7th grader at 34 and 11. Tatro for Larimore, a 7th grader as well at 12 and 20.
Yeah, Fromke's had a couple high crotch shots on Brossart. Now Brossart hits the arm drag, turns the corner, scores the no takedown awarded. As Fromke able to scramble through the position, grabs the leg on Brossart. So still no score here on mat number 2. Now a 3-point takedown for Brossart.
Dahlstrom with the pinfall victory. So Trig Dahlstrom advances at 107 pounds for the Oaks Tornadoes, defeating Landon Tatro of Larimore by first period pin.
Yeah, a couple of quick pins over there on mat number 1. Mat number 2. We're 3-0 lead for Braden Brossart. Brossart's the number 9 seed. Fromke from Lisbon's the number 8.
Back to mat number 1, Joey Hyde of the Lemoore Litchfield Marion going up against Nias Lions of the Lisbon Broncos. That's on mat number 1. Over on mat number 3, Nash Nitschke for Ellendale Edgley Culm. He has a 3-0 lead over Johnny Robinson of Pembina County North. Mat number 4, Logerine of LLM with a 10-1 lead against HCV's Brody Pelton.
Fromke in the top position here on mat number 2. Chopped the arm on the far side, working a chicken wing. He has Brossart rope belly down. Now Brossart tried to get up to his base. Scoots the hips back under him. Fromke still working underneath with the wrist trapped underneath the body.
This on mat number 1, 114-pound matchup. Hyde for the Lobos with a 6-2 lead against Lions of Lisbon. Back in on a shot attempt. 3 points for the takedown, front headlock position. See if he can try to throw something here with 45 seconds to go in the first period. Hyde grabbing an ankle, bring him down, spin behind, remain in top control.
Yeah, Braden Brossart with the 1-point escape has the 4-0 lead. Now 7-0 with the 3-point takedown, so Brossart's up 7-0 on Fromke in the second period.
Hyde locking up a cradle on mat number 1. Seeing if he can arch it back. 15 seconds to go in the period. Loses the grip instead, will shoot a half. Near fall points upcoming. See if he can get the pinfall in the final 10 seconds. Lions able to belly himself out. It is a 4-point near fall, so up that lead now 13-2 as we finish period number 1 on mat number 1.
And we're the end of the second period over on mat number 2. It's 7-0 lead for Braden Brossart over Micah Fromke. They're going to start this third period in the neutral position. 7-0, Braden Brossard up over Fromke. Brossard in on a single leg shot on Fromke.
So Hyde will start in the down position to begin our second period. He has a 13-2 lead. Off the whistle. Sit out, 2-point for the reversal. Up his lead now 15-2. With the turn, looking for the pinfall, has the tech fall secured, but the Lobo Jr. wants the pinfall. Lion's gonna have to try to fight off of his back. Plenty of time for Hyde to try to get the fall, and there it is. Joey Hyde for LLM will advance into the second round at 114 pounds. The pinfall victory in period number 2 over Lisbon's Nias Lions.
If Fromke now 10-0 to Braden Brossart of Rugby. Brossart was able to score another takedown in this period. Now he has Fromke going to his back. Fromke's going to try to bridge through, gets the 2-point reversal. With the minute 5 remaining, it's 10-2. Fromke down by 8 on mat number 2.
Mat number 1 at 114 pounds. Hudson Snyder for the Larimore Polar Bears. Jared Schilling of South Border. Schilling is the 2 seed for the Broncos. Sophomore at 27-10. Snyder, an 8th grader, at 1-13. Schilling with the takedown, right to the back, going to look for the pinfall early on here at 114 pounds. Schneider trying to bridge out, trying to fight off of his back. Able to get himself bellied out. It is a 4-point near fall, so Schilling will take a 7-0 lead as they go out of bounds 25 seconds into the first period.
And we're back to the center for a restart. 11-2 with the 1 point, given the 1 point escape for that neutral restart. They were called it a stalemate. Fromke goes for a headlock on Brossart. Has Brossart going down. Fromke's working for a fall. He'll try to readjust with 26 seconds remaining. Brossart able to get back belly down. That's going to, looks like Brossart's tried to turn the corner. So 4 near fall, and then the reversal for Brossart. Now Brossart has Fromke going to his back. 13-9 is the official score.
As Schilling back in on the turn once again, going to try to get the fall. Plenty of time to settle in. Over a minute to go in that first period. As Snyder trying to fight off of his back. Schilling now working up, trying to scoop the head, see if he can get that second shoulder off the mat. But Snyder able to belly himself out for near fall. Schilling takes an 11-0 lead.
And just a little bit too late there for Micah Fromke. Is that final score 16-11 in favor of Braden Brossart. So good 8-9 matchup. Fromke coming out on the short end of that one. See Micah Fromke in the consolation rounds.
As there's the pinfall, Jared Schilling advances into the second round with the pinfall victory over Larimore's Hudson Snyder.
A matchup out here on mat number 2. That's another 107-pound matchup. Garrett Krebs at Thompson, representing the Thompson Tommies, and Bodie Love of Northwood. Love in the top position, scored the 3-point takedown. He has the 3-0 lead here at 107 pounds.
Mat number 1, it's the 8-9 matchup. Oakley Brown of Pembina County North going up against Gabriel Dumas of the Grafton Spoilers. Brown is the 9 seed at 26-19. Dumas, a 7th grader, the 8th seed at 20-20 on the year. As Dumas looking for the takedown, Brown grabbing at that near leg, trying not to give it up and trying not to go. There's the takedown. So Dumas will take the early lead at 3-0. Early on here in period number 1. Mat number 3, Justin Terrell for Hillsborough Central Valley going up against Eric Malley of the Rugby Panthers. That's just getting underway. Mat number 4, Blake trails Lisbon's Grayson Lions 3-0. Both those matches at 121 pounds.
And here at 107 pounds on mat number 2, Bodie Love maintains the 3-0 lead. There's 30 seconds remaining in the first period. He has the crossface hooked up on Garrett Krebs. Now working back through the legs on the backside, trying to lock the hands together and squeeze those elbows for the cradle. Krebs doing a good job defending. Now reaches over, catches the head of Love as he is hanging it over the side. That thought forces Bodie Love to readjust. He has the 3-0 lead at the end of this period.
Dumas will get warned for stalling. Official saying got to try to get perpendicular. Can't just stay parallel the entire period. So, first warning. Next one would be a point. Dumas puts in a couple legs. Brown with a sit-out. Seeing if he can salvage some points here before the end of period number 1. 10 seconds to go. Dumas puts in the double leg ride. Puts in a crossface. Gets a little high. As Brown able to come out through the back door, and we'll get the reversal. Make it 3-2. Dumas still with the lead as we head to period number 2.
We're in the second period over on mat number 2. And 3-0 is your score. Another takedown. And he cuts him loose. So I think they gave the score to the wrong wrestler there. It should be 6-0 or 6-1 over on mat number 2.
Start neutral begin period number 2 on mat number 1. Brown and Dumas. This is the 8-9 matchup, pivotal matchup here to try to get into that state qualifying position.
Here's Bodie Love running a crossface. Breaks Krebs down. Now runs a screwdriver around the top, trying to pull those shoulders over. And the official score is 6-0 in favor of Bodie Love on mat number 2.
Mat number 3, Bo Grenfelder for Napoleon Gacko Surgery. He's taking on Liam Lepp of South Border. That is in the first period on mat number 3. Mat number 4, Grayson Lyons for Lisbon, an 8-0 lead over Mayport's Blake midway through the second period.
And we do have some near fall coming to Bodie Love. Now 9-0. He's on a double leg shot. Returns Krebs back down to the mat. Now a 3-point takedown. In the official time, I think he's trying to catch the score up there as they missed at least one escape for Garrett Krebs over on mat number 2.
Brown poking his head in between, seeing if he can get the takedown and take his first lead of the matchup. See if he can pop that head out now. Dumas to a knee. Brown pops back up in between. Going out to the side, seeing if he can finish the takedown attempt. We'll get a stalemate and a restart back in the center. Dumas still with a 3-2 lead. 33 seconds to go in the second period.
So the official with the scoreboard fixed now. 12-2 is the official score with 34 seconds remaining over on mat number 2 in the second period.
Brown with a head tap, circling it out in the inner circle. Final 15 seconds of the period. Still filling out here. See if anyone tries to get a shot before the end of period number 2.
And Bodie Love in on another high crotch fireman, scores the 3-point takedown. And 15-3 is the score in the second period. Final 10 seconds. Bodie Love's up by 12 points on mat number 2. And time expires, start of the third period. 15-3 lead for Northwood's Bodie Love, the 7th grader, 20-10 record.
So Dumas will start in the down position. Oakley Brown trying to get the escape and even it up here in the third period. On all fours, trying to walk it back up to a stand-up position. 30 seconds gone in the period. As we'll get stalling warning called here on Dumas, so that will even it up. 3 apiece here with Dumas still in top control. Puts on a leg. Minute and 10 seconds to go. Brown was looking, trying to bear crawl up. Dumas with the breakdown, still has the legs in. Now is going to need a turn as we're tied up at 3.
Your final on mat number 2 is Bodie Love, winner by technical decision, 23-3 over Garrett Krebs. Krebs tried a gator roll, trying to get some of those points back, but Love was able to catch him on his back. So 23-3 is that final score over on mat number 2 at 107 pounds.
Stalemate, a restart with 50 seconds to go in the third period. As Dumas puts in a leg, reaching through, seeing if he can get a turn. Trying for the banana split, has it. Near fall points upcoming. Dumas now going to look for the pinfall victory for the spoiler 7th grader. Has the 4-point near fall locked in, and he can just stay right there and ride out the final 25 seconds of the period.
In mat number 2, Mason Cook wrestling Ben Wagner. Ben Wagner from the Oaks Tornadoes has the 3-0 lead here at 114-pound. Wagner, the number 4 seed, gives Cook the 1-point escape. Mason Cook for Carrington, the 7th grader at 9-5.
Final 10 seconds as Dumas just going to hold it right there. Doesn't need the pinfall. Has the 4 near fall secured. And Gabriel Dumas for the Grafton Spoilers. The 8th seed picks up the victory over 9 seed Oakley Brown 7-3. They're at 121 pounds.
And Ben Wagner secures 3 more points with the takedown. Goes right into that. Had an inside cradle hooked up. Now spikes the back ankle. Goes to the crossface cradle. Steps around to the far side. Cook doing a good job hand fighting underneath. Your 114-pound battle over here on mat number 2.
Update from the elementary gymnasium. Grayson Lions of Lisbon, a 12-0 lead. Final seconds of the third period there. Halfway gone in the third period, Liam Lepp for South Border has a 3-0 lead over Bo Grunfelder of Napoleon Gackle Streeter. 127 pounds. Noah Anderson for the Lisbon Broncos picks up the 12-second pinfall victory over Northern Cass's Remington Burnside. At 127 pounds, Noah Anderson is the top seed there for the Lisbon Broncos.
And Wagner called with a potentially dangerous on that armbar attempt on Mason Cook. So back to the center for a restart. He's up 8-1 with 24 seconds remaining in the first period.
Next matchup, also at 127 pounds. As Owen Iverson for Oaks, an 8th grader at 9-14, drawn in to take on the number 6 seed, Brogan Erickson of Mayport CG. He's an 8th grader at 29-13.
And Wagner works for more near fall at the end of the period. But 8-1 remains the score on mat number 2 going into the second period, wrestling Mason Cook of Carrington.
Over elementary gymnasium, Grunfelder of Napoleon Gackle Streeter ties it up. 38 seconds to go in the third period. He's all tied up with Liam Lepp at 121 pounds. Mat number 4 at 121. Carson Henningsen of Ellendale Edgley Combe and Jared Nelson of Oaks. That match just getting underway on mat number 4.
And mat number 2 now 11-1 with the takedown by Ben Wagner. He's in the top position, goes leg right on the near side. He'll try to work those hips over and then comes underneath the chin and stretches out that far arm, working for near fall. Cook still not giving him up. Goes back down, belly down on the mat on mat number 2. Cook tries to roll through. Wagner is able to follow him. Still with a leg ride in on that far side is Ben Wagner, working over up around the head and the arms on Mason Cook on mat 2.
Iverson able to get the takedown. He's got a 3-0 lead. Hooks in an ankle crossface, seeing if he can get a turn. Erickson, though, able to belly himself out with 40 seconds to go in the first period. Iverson trying to lock up a cradle. Out to the side, see if he can get the arms locked. Now going to try to arch it back, see if he can get some near fall points. Under 30 seconds to go in the period.
And we're 35 seconds to go in the second period. Wagner now, it's like another potentially dangerous or technical violation on Wagner. 1 point goes over to Mason Cook. 11-2 is the score. The Cook not giving up over here on mat number 2. 32 seconds remaining. He's down by 9 points.
Iverson with a turn, going to get some near fall points. End of the period. 4 points for a near fall, and the 6th seed is in trouble there. Brogan Erickson from Mayport CG. He's down 7-0 going into the second period. He's got choice, and he'll say, let's go top.
And the final 15 seconds over on mat number 2 with Wagner and Cook. Ben Wagner still in that top position, has an armbar. Now catches or tries to catch the far wrist on Cook. Cook doing a good job keeping those arms stretched out, not letting Wagner spiral him up and take control. And going into our third period, 11-2 lead for Ben Wagner on mat 2.
Update from mat 3. Grenfelder, a flurry at the end of the match, gets a 10-4 victory. There's now on mat number 3, Jackson Klecker for Hillsborough Central Valley going up against Logan Potts of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. That's 127 pounds. Mat number 4, Jared Nelson for Oaks, a 3-0 lead over Carson Henningsen of EEK in the first period.
And we're starting the third period. Ben Wagner has the cradle locked up in the win by fall for Ben Wagner of Oaks at 114 pounds on mat number 2.
Iverson with an escape. Now we've got a scramble, and Erickson puts on a leg lock. Split. He's got a 3-point takedown. Also some near fall points upcoming for Brogan Erickson. Under a minute to go in the period. So in essence now, Erickson cuts into the deficit as there's a 4-point near fall. So it's now 8-7 with 40 seconds to go in the period. Trying to hold on to it. Iverson trying to crowd, see if he can get some points out of this sequence. Now under 30 seconds to go. Iverson grabbing at both legs, double leg finish. Erickson reaching over and through, grabbing the leg, trying to stay in control and not add on to his deficit. There's the reversal for Iverson. Erickson able to belly himself out. 2 points for Owen Iverson. Make it now 10-7 as the final couple seconds, and we go into period number 3.
And a win by fall over here for Reagan Sandeville and Illegally Combe over Grady Larson of Northwood. Sand picking up the first period fall, moves into the quarterfinals at 127 pounds.
Mat number 3, Cruiser Burns for the Grafton Spoilers. He's got a 3-0 lead over Northern Cass's Jackson Ness on mat number 3. And on mat number 4, Nelson still with a 3-0 lead as they now wrestle in the second period.
Another 133-pound match over here on mat number 2 between Matthias Dahlstrom, the number 1 seed at 133 for the Oaks Tornadoes, takes on Southborder's Carter Glaseman. That's on mat number 2. Dahlstrom turns the corner for the go-behind takedown, up 3-0. Tries to stick in a leg on the right side of Glaseman. Works underneath, now has the arm chopped over on mat number 2.
Iverson, front headlock, trying to spin behind, gets a 3-point takedown, puts in the quarter Nelson, and now going to arch it back, and near fall points upcoming. Erickson ties it up at 10, and now is going to get 4 near fall points to take his first lead of the match. Trying to stay in bounds. High bridge here by Iverson into a reversal. So give him 2 points for the reversal. Iverson trails by 2 now at 14-12 with under a minute to go. As Erickson looking for the defensive pin, there it is. Brogan Erickson was down 7-0 at the end of the first period, comes back, takes the lead, and now gets the defensive pin, defeating Owen Iverson at 127 pounds.
And their score is 3-1 with the 1-point escape going to Carter Glaseman. Dahlstrom in on another double leg shot, switches to a single, doubles it up, rat return, and a 3-point takedown here for Matthias Dahlstrom on mat number 2. Dahlstrom up 6-1. Going to work on top as he has a deep waist and now goes to the claw ride up underneath and back around the neck. Works the arm. 2-on-1 ride here for Dahlstrom on mat 2.
Mat number 1, Isaac Sattler for the Rugby Panthers, a sophomore at 14 and 17, going up against Kindred's Cameron Kittleson, a 7th grader at 16 and 18. This is a 133-pound match as Sattler with the 3-point takedown, 17 seconds in. This is the 8-9 matchup here. Again, one of those pivotal ones of victory in this one sets you up. Just makes the path a lot easier to try to get into the top 8 and qualify for the state tournament.
And 10-1 lead at the end of the first period for Matthias Dahlstrom over Carter Glaseman. Picked up a couple more takedowns in that series and now leads 10-1 going into the second period on mat number 2.
Mat number 3, 133-pound Gavin Robertson for the Lisbon Broncos. A 4-3 lead over the Northern Lights is Pharrell Cahill. That in period number 1. Sattler for the Panthers looking for a chicken wing. Kittleson able to work himself back to his base. See what he can do from there.
Here's Dahlstrom with another takedown. Turns the corner, just using some heavy hips, stuffs the head, and back around for the takedown. Up now 13-1 with a minute 30 remaining. Goes to a tilt, rolls through on it. He'll pick up 4 near fall. And he could end the match here as he resets off that tilt. But he does have 4 near fall coming. It would be a 17-1 score after Glaceman goes belly down. So our score is 17-1. Technical decision win for Matthias Dahlstrom at 133 pounds, the number 1 seed out of Oaks, North Dakota.
Saller still with that 3-0 lead as they wrestle final 25 seconds of period number 1. Deep waist also grabbing at the near wrist as we'll get a whistle and they'll call a stalling on Salary, and officials saying got to work perpendicular, can't just stay parallel, got to try to go to one side and improve your position. So restart with 8 seconds to go in the first period.
Yeah, just looking at this bracket, 121 pounds, had one of our first big upsets of the round of this first round with Bo Grunfelder of Napoleon, the 7th grader, 5-18 record, picks up the win by decision 10-4 over Liam Lepp of Southborder, the number 6 seed at 121 pounds.
Kittleson with choice. He'll select the top position, see if he can get a turn here, trailing 3-0 into the second period.
The matchup on mat number 2, that's Mayport CG's Logan Nielsen, has the 3-0 lead over Ryland Sunby of Hillsborough Central Valley. This is at 133 pounds here on mat number 2.
Saller on a stand-up, looking for the escape point. Kittleson staying close, able to remain in top control. 30 seconds gone in the period. Grabbing at the near arm, head buried in the shoulder. See if he can get wrist control. Shoots a half, runs with it, right to the back. Cameron Kittleson going to look for the pinfall. Sattler trying to roll 3, trying to bridge out. Kittleson able to hold it there, has 4 points for the near fall locked in. There's the pinfall. Cameron Kittleson for the Kindred Vikings, the pinfall victory. The 8th seed, the 7th grader, picks up the win to advance into the second round at 133 pounds.
Yeah, Cameron Kittleson, that 7th grader from Kindred, continues to impress me with his wrestling this year. And Nielsen for Mayport CG in the top position after the restart. He has a 3-0 lead. And Nielsen, the number 7 seed, he's a returning state qualifier for Mayport CG. Looks like he was the only state qualifier last year for Mayport. They're trying to push through a number of them this year. And then by fall for Nielsen. And he advances into the quarterfinals at 133 pounds.
Mat number 1, it's Colton Krebs for the Thompson Tommies, a freshman at 13 and 15. Ethan Tazarak of Ellendale Edgeley Colm, a freshman at 19 and 19. This also at 133 pounds. Tazarak is the 4 seed as Krebs drawn into the bracket. Tazarak with the takedown. He'll take a 3-0 lead.
And mat number 2, 139 pounds. Interesting matchup now with Logan Feistone at 139 for Napoleon Gackle Streeter, wrestling Gabriel Clifton of Carrington. This should be a good battle here, this 8-9 battle between Clifton and Feist at 139 pounds over on mat number 2.
As we get a pinfall victory, so Ethan Tazarak for Ellendale Edgeley Colm, your first round winner, are at 133 pounds.
Moving fast and furious through this first round action here from Grafton. And now Clifton with the 3-point takedown had Feist going down on his hip. Feist was able to recover. Clifton works the crossface up over the top, has the cradle locked up. We'll see if Feist can hand fight out of this and stretch that far leg out. So he does have it posted up, but Clifton squeezes those elbows together, goes suicide cradle, rolls over the body. And working for near fall and a pin. This is a tight cradle by Clifton on mat 2.
139 pounds, mat number 1. Jagger Sand for Ellendale Edgeley Colm. Andy Pulak for the Grafton Spoilers. This 139 pounds. Sand is the 3 seed. Pulak drawn in to face the 3 seed there at 139 pounds.
Yeah, over on mat number 2, we do have our first Bank North blood timeout of the day. So it looks like Logan Feist being tended to for your Bank North timeout. They take community to heart, helping their customers achieve their financial goals while supporting and improving the great rural communities they serve. It's values-based banking. To learn more, visit ibanknorth.com, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
As Sand with the takedown, trying to walk it back. See if he can get the pinfall victory. Arches it back. Pulak gonna have to try to fight off of his back here at 139 pounds. Sand for EEK looking for the victory. The freshman, 31-14 on the season, trying to advance. Here's the number 3 seed. Winner of this match will take on the 6 seed Zane Allwinder, who had a bye in his first round matchup. High bridge here for Pulak, able to get himself back bellied out. There's a 4-point near fall, so Sand will take a 7-0 lead. Final 10 seconds, hooks in an ankle. Pulak trying to get himself, bear crawl himself back up. But Matt return as Sand will ride it out. He'll take a 7-0 lead into the second period. Actually looking for a quick tilt, does get a count of 2. So up his lead now. So Jaeger Sand now 9-0 after 2 minutes.
Yeah, Matt number 2 back into action with Gabe Clifton up 8-0 on Logan Feist. Clifton coming into this match really taking care of business right away in this first period, building up that big 8-0 lead on Feist.
Sand will start in the down position. We get period number 2 in on a stand-up to a switch. Grabbing at the near ankle, hook it. See if he can turn the corner and get the reversal and up his lead. And there it is, 2 points for the reversal. So Sand now ups his lead 11-0.
Yeah, Gabe Clifton trying to go hammerlock. He was trying to dig that wrist out underneath on the far side. Just did that kind of little hip pivot back towards the head. Not able to dig that out. Feist doing a good job of countering that. He gets to the end of the first period down by 8 points. 8-0 lead for Gabriel Clifton on mat 2. And the 1-point escape called it too soon. So Feist with the cartwheel, then the Granby roll for the 1-point escape. 8-1's your score on mat 2.
Updates from the elementary gymnasium. 145, Nick Garber for Carrington going up against Nye Kerr of Northern Cass. That just getting started in period number 1. Period number 2, Weston Baumgartner of Napoleon Gackle Streeter, a 4-0 lead over Carrington's Jackson Wilson over on mat 4.
And off the whistle, Feist and Clifton into a scramble in the second period. At the start of the second period, now near fall coming for Clifton as the official on top of it with that near fall. Good reaction by the official out there counting that for Gabe Clifton. He scores 2 near fall. 10-1's the score over on mat number 2.
Sand in on a turn once again looking for the fall. There it is, Jaeger Sand for EEK. He will advance at 139 pounds.
Yeah, Gabe Clifton looks locked in here for the Carrington Cardinals as he picks up 4 more near fall. 14-1 is our score with a minute 15 remaining as he's taking control of this match against the number 9 seed Logan Feist of Napoleon.
Mat 3, Garber for Carrington, a 9-2 lead over Nye Kerr of Northern Cass as they wrestle in the first period. Mat number 1, Levi Todd for Larimore. Braylon Herman for the Northern Lights, this at 145 pounds. 8-9 matchup once again. Todd's the 9 seed, 21-17 for the Polar Bears. Herman for Northern Lights, a senior at 20-12.
And Clifton locks up another cradle. This would finish the match whether he gets a fall here or a technical decision. He wants the pin for the Cardinals, and Clifton wins by fall on mat number 2.
Todd with a shot attempt, poking the head in between. Edge of the mat they go and out of bounds. And a restart back to the center.
And Gabriel Clifton to move on to the quarterfinals. He'll face the number 1 seed, Sawyer Owens of Hillsborough Central Valley, in the quarterfinal matchup at 139 pounds.
Todd back in on a shot attempt once again. Trying to suck that in. Hooks in an ankle. Whizzer position. High hip by Herman. Edge of the mat. Trying to stay in bounds is Todd. See if he can finish the takedown. Out of bounds they go. No change. They're back to neutral.
And we're at another 139-pound matchup on mat number 2 with South Borders Riker Vetter, a junior returning state place winner for the Mustangs, as he takes on Daniel Lozano of Mayport CG, a senior for Mayport, 17-14 record. Riker Vetter, the number 7 seed, Lozano, number 10 seed at 139 pounds. Right away, Vetter takes Lozano straight to his back with the 3 near fall. He's up 6-0 early over on mat number 2.
Todd gets the takedown, locks in a cradle, seeing if he can arch it back. and get the pinfall at 145 pounds. Still has the hands locked. Now out to the side. High hip here by Herman. Seeing if he can pop the corner. Todd still holding on to that cradle with 10 seconds to go in the period. Herman up to his feet. Out of bounds they go. No change with 9 seconds to go in period number 1.
And Riker Vetter shot out of the rocket ship here as he's up 6-0 with a minute 15 remaining in the first period. Goes to work right away. Daniel Lozano off the restart with another arm bar. Lozano doing a good job, able to stretch that arm out and counter it here on mat number 2.
Mat number 3, Griffin Greenlee for the Lisbon Broncos, a 3-0 lead over Noak Swenson of the Kindred Vikings in period number 1. Period number 2, Baumgartner for Napoleon Gecko Streeter now an 8-0 lead over Jackson Wilson of Carrington.
Vetter with the cradle locked up on Lozano. Looks like he wants the pin out of this one for the South Border Mustangs as he goes bottom knee in the side. And the win by fall for Riker Vetter. The veteran for the South Border Mustangs coming back with the win by fall here in the first period on mat 2.
So we'll start neutral, begin period number 2 on mat number 1. Todd for Larimore with a 3-0 lead over Braylon Herman of the Northern Lights. Again, this a 8-9 matchup. As we get a stalling warning on Herman, that's his first warning. Next one would be a point for Todd.
All right, new matchup over on mat number 2, moving up to 145 pounds on mat number 2 as Carson Kazet of Hillsborough Central Valley wrestling Ethan McBride of Ellendale Edgeley Calm. Kazet, a junior with the 22-6 record, and Ethan McBride in the lineup for Ellendale Edgeley Calm, a sophomore with a 2-15 record. And just try to find Kazet here as far as the seeding in the tournament here at 145.
Kazet the 5 seed
Number
for
5
the Burros.
seed.
Good to see him back here. He's been struggling with injury the month of January. Kind of held him out over the important tournaments, the Letterman's, the Store Hog, the East-West tournament. Came back to wrestling, able to get back healthy starting last week at the region individual or region dual tournament.
Yeah, good time to be back in the lineup here and make that push for the state tournament for Carson Kazet, a junior. Number 5 seed. He has a 3-0 lead on McBride. He's going to go alternate start. Lets McBride up right away off the whistle. And goes to high crotch fireman's, but no escape given. Now he'll cut him loose, go back into it for another takedown attempt.
Flurry of action sees Herman with now a 7-5 lead, a takedown and near fall. Todd responds with a reversal of his own to cut his deficit to 2 with 53 seconds to go in the second period. Update mat number 2, Griffin Greeley for the Broncos, a 7-4 lead over Noak Swenson of Kindred. Mat number 4 in the first period, Brooks Grunfelder for Napoleon Gacko Streeter, a 3-0 lead over Callan Walski of Carrington.
Yeah, Carson Kazet coming out with that fast start for the Hillsborough Central Valley Burros, up 9-2, picking up a couple more takedowns, building that lead, has an armbar locked up, catches the far wrist, putting a lot of pressure on there. He's going to pop that elbow and lock this around the head here of Ethan McBride. And working for near fall in the pinning combination for Carson Kazet on mat number 2.
Herman up to his feet for the Northern Lights. Scramble drill. Herman with a reversal right to the back. See if he can get the pinfall before the end of the period. 5 seconds to try to get it for Braylon Herman. Todd going to have to try to fight off of his back. He survives, and he'll last to the third period. But give Herman 4 near fall points. It's 13-5 going into the third period.
And Kazet's still working for the fall. As time expires, he'll pick up the 4 near fall. 13-2 is our score going into the second period. I'm at number 2, Kazet with the lead for Hillsborough Central Valley.
Greenlee for Lisbon over on mat 3, ups his lead now 15-4 against Swenson from Kindred. Mat number 4, Brock Johnson for the Kindred Vikings. He's got a 3-0 lead over the Northern Lights is Ian McLeod as they wrestle in the first period.
And the 1-point escape, now 14-2 for Carson Kazet. Working a little bit of hand finding, passes the elbow on McBride. McBride back to the edge of the mat. Kazet circles back around towards the center over on mat number 2.
Herman with a turn, looking for the fall. There it is. Braylon Herman, the 8th seed, able to defeat 9 seed Levi Todd. So Braylon Herman off to the second round.
Here you go, Carson Kazed with the takedown in the 17-2 win by technical decision. He advances into the quarterfinals.
So we hit the bottom half of the hour. We'll take a break. This is the East Region Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com.
Let the geeks at GK Technology help you with your agricultural data. Their agronomists know agriculture. When it comes to creating soils and zone maps to maximize yields in your fields, you can trust the people with decades of experience in site-specific agriculture. Everyone at GK Technology has a background in agriculture, so they know what makes a farm run, and they speak your language. The geeks at GK Technology have a map and an app for that.
It's that time of year again. Time to kick off another exciting and fun-filled school year. Everyone at Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead hope we all can join together and make it a successful and safe school year. If you're driving near school buildings, at school bus stops, please watch carefully for children. Welcome back, students, teachers, staff, and administration from Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead, providing living environments for seniors that maximize health, independence, and quality of life.
Looking for a place to wind down and make memories, where the vibe is always chill and the fun never stops? Join us at Headlocks, your neighborhood hangout for good times and good company. From live music to karaoke to weekend events and more, there's always something happening. Make sure to check out their awesome picture wall full of local sports memories. Located at 904 Main Street. Visit Headlocks on Facebook for more info. Headlocks of Carrington. Call 307-0432.
There's more at 104. Hillsboro, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsboro and see why there's more at 104.
The Hillsboro Vets Club thanks you for your support of their activities and events. Stop in and to check out their new menu. Enjoy the Vets Club appetizers every Wednesday from 5 till 7. And as I've said many times, they have the best roasted chicken around. Enjoy roasted chicken every Saturday from 5:30 till 7:30. Get there early because sometimes it's gone early because it is the best roasted chicken. Fries and coleslaw also available with this meal every Saturday. Dine in or take out. The Hillsboro Vets Club.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 201 Main Street, Hunter.
The Kindred Viking Boosters support healthy, active, competitive high school athletes. Viking athletes. Ready, focused, come celebrate their achievements. You're invited to Viking Pride. Save the date, buy your tickets, or reserve a table. Get excited for April 5th. Join friends at a new location, the Avalon Event Center. Viking Pride 2025. A feast, fun games, and a night to celebrate. They are why we booster.
The friendly staff at Lemoore Drugstore reminds you from prescription requests and OTC medication, you can find it all at Lemoore Drugstore. Stay prepared for the bitter cold with our heated gear line from boot and glove liners to body wraps, scarves, and more. Rechargeable Bluetooth and disposable options are available. Located in the center of Lemoore in the Bank North Mall. For more info, go to LemooreDrugstore.com. That's LemooreDrugstore.com, or stop in and check us out. Good luck to all the wrestlers, and go Lobos.
Back here, YourLiveEvent.com. Let's take a look at our Golden Harvest Tim Kazette seed sales scoreboard. As our top team, tied for first as of right now in the team scores, Ellendale, Edgeley, Colm, Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion, both with 20 points. Oaks in third with 18.5 points. Then it's Kindred in fourth at 16 points. And the Lisbon Broncos round out the top 5 at 15 points. Again, that is early. Then a 5-way tie for sixth at 12 points apiece with Carrington, Mayport CG, Northern Lights, and South Border. Then Napoleon Gackel Streeter rounds out the top 10 at 10 points. Again, it is early on here in the East Region tournament. We'll keep you updated throughout the day for the results here of the 2025 East Region team standings. Again, that is from the scoreboard from the Golden Harvest Tim Gazette Seed Sales Scoreboard. Give Tim a call today, 701-430-0877.
Yeah, out here at mat number 2, Max Chibutrano for the Carrington Cardinals. Up 7-0 with 51 seconds remaining in the first period. Has an armbar locked up on Jackson Tozer of Thompson. Chibutrano wrestling up here at 160 pounds. Working for the fall on that center edge of the mat over on mat number 2.
Mat number 1 sees a Maddox Mock of Mayport CG. He's got a 6-2 lead as the scoreboard flashes. 6-2 lead Maddox Mock with the lead over Grafton's Shaden Thomas. This at 145 pounds.
And Chibutrano wins by fall. The number 5 seed will advance, and he takes on the number 4 seed in the quarterfinals, Greg Fear of Ellendale Edgeley Colm at 160 pounds.
Thomas with the escape right into a takedown, so tie it up at 6 apiece as we'll have blood time here on Thomas. Our blood time is from Bank North. You can visit them again online at banknorth.bank.
And mat number 2, 160-pound, Cade Mueller, Hillsborough Central Valley, a sophomore, takes on Henry Lettmeyer of Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion. So this is another 160-pound matchup over here on mat number 2. Mueller and Lettmeyer. Lettmeyer, the number 6 seed. Mueller unseeded or unranked at 160 pounds in the tournament.
On mat 1, Thomas is the 7th seed, a junior at 25 and 15. Mock for the Patriots, a sophomore. The 10 seed at 32 and 19. As we're back to wrestling, cut the Bank North blood time as the escape point for Mock. So give him the lead once again, now at 7-6.
And Lettmeyer secures the takedown on Mueller, goes right away to the bar half, has it barred up on the far side, and on that left side on Mueller, running the half Nelson around the right side. Now reaches out, spirals the far wrist, has the armbar locked up here for Henry Lettmeyer, working for the fall with this pinning combination on Caden Mueller. He has the 3-0 lead. Official counts off the near fall. Lettmeyer will step over, puts a lot of pressure on the shoulder, and the win by fall for Henry Lettmeyer, Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion. I'm at 2. So Lettmeyer into the quarterfinals for Lemoore. And mat number 3 and mat number 4 over in that elementary gymnasium at 145 pounds. Napoleon's Bryce Schneider up 12-0 over Leo Lallam of Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion. And that looks like that match is going final. Schneider up 12-0 at the end of the third period. Mat 4, 152. Hudson Goldaddy at Thompson takes on Xander Dovemuller, Hillsborough Central Valley. Dovemuller up 3-1 at 152 pounds over on mat 4.
Mock now with an 8-6 lead as we'll go neutral position here, get a restart with 1:39. Mock with a shot attempt. Thomas, though, able to get his leg back free. It stays neutral. 90 seconds to go in the match.
And mat number 272-pound action, Trey Leducer of Northern Lights, a senior, 13-8, takes on Pembina County North's Bryce Kerrigan, a sophomore, at 16 and 15, so we're at 172 pounds over here on mat number 2.
As Thomas with a takedown, so give him the lead at 9-8 with a minute to go in the match.
So Kerrigan for Pembina County North, the number 9 seed. Leducer for Northern Lights, the number 8 seed, battling it out here for first round action. It's a 3-0 lead for Trey Leducer. And Ledusser in that top position on the restart. Kerrigan tries to stand up. He'll peel the hands. Has a little separation in the hips. Ledusser chases him down. Now tries to trip him. Stall warning. And then the mat return here for Ledusser. But still 3-0 with that stall warning on mat 2.
Final 20 seconds. We're all tied up at 9. Shot attempt here. Mock single leg. See if he can finish it. Front headlock. Grabbing at the near leg. Final 10 seconds. They'll break apart. We'll get a whistle as they'll let Mock readjust the headgear with 10 seconds to go.
This number 8, number 9 battle at 172 pounds. Now the score 3-2 over on mat number 2 at the end of the first period. So good looking match going on here on mat 2.
Thomas with a shot attempt. Scramble. Final 5 seconds. Mock holding on to the ankle of Thomas, trying to hold on and survive. And we're going to overtime on mat number 1. Mock, Thomas, overtime. First points win off the whistle. Thomas with a double leg attempt. Sprawl attempt by Mock. Sprawled out now. Now he'll put in a cross face. See if he can try to spin by and get the takedown. 15 seconds gone in overtime. Grabbing at the near leg, trying to spin. Thomas grabbing at Mock's leg. Able to face each other. 35 seconds to go in overtime. Mock spin behind. Thomas double leg, get the takedown. So Shaden Thomas, the 7 seed, survives the upset attempt from Maddox Mock, and Shaden Thomas will advance into the second round at 145.
Yeah, over on mat number 2, we're all tied up at 3 apiece at 172 pounds between the number 9 seed Bryce Kerrigan and the number 8 seed Trey Ledusser. With 1:05 remaining in the second period, wrestlers in that center of the mat trading collar ties. Little knee swipe attempt by Ledusser. He pushes off at Kerrigan. Kerrigan holding the center of the mat over here on mat number 2.
Mat number 1, Aiden Werner of Pembina County North, a sophomore at 23 and 14. Kellen Ottson of the Kindred Vikings, an 8th grader at 3 and 5. This at 160 pounds.
Yeah, mat number 4 update over there for Xander Devenmuller. Hillsborough Central Valley is up 14-2 over Hudson Gold Daddy. At the end of the third period, looks like Xander Devenmuller will advance to the quarterfinals.
As a pinfall, as Werner for Pembina County North, the 9 seed, able to get the victory over Ottson of Kindred, the 8 seed, at 160 pounds.
So Devenmuller with the minor upset with that win over Gold Daddy. So he makes it into the quarterfinals. He takes on the number 2 seed, Cole Stock of South Border, at 152 pounds in the quarterfinals. And we're 6-4 over here on mat number 2. And Bryce Kerrigan with the lead up 6-4 over Trey Ledusser of Northern Lights. So Kerrigan mounting a comeback here off the stand-up in this third period. Ledusser with the stand-up, but Kerrigan catches him, crunches over with the cradle, throws it back just a little bit too hard on Ledusser. Ledusser works the hands, able to stretch out. Quad pods up on mat number 2.
Mason Weigel for Napoleon Gacko Streeter in on a chicken wing against Pius Wangler of Rugby. As Weigel looking for the pin. There it is, Mason Weigel. The 3 seed for the Imperials will advance at 160 pounds.
And now with the escape, we're 6-5. Ledusser able to secure that escape. So we're 6-5. This is the battle of the 8 and 9 seed over on mat number 2, 172 pounds. They're in the third period with 1:12 on the clock. Wrestlers back on their feet, locked up in the collar tie position just off the center far edge of the mat.
Mat number 172 pounds. The 7-10 matchup. Riley Lucina of the Lisbon Broncos. Atticus Geetson of Northern Cass. Lucina, an 8th grader for Lisbon at 21 and 13. Geetson, a 7th grader for the Jags at 9 and 11 on the season. As Lucina with the early 3-point takedown as they wrestle edge of the mat.
So Kerrigan has the single leg shot on Ledusser. No takedown awarded yet. Kerrigan tries to secure the back legs. He does. He wraps up around it. and now has the 4-point lead with 20 seconds remaining in the third period. So it's a 9-5 lead for Bryce Kerrigan on mat 2.
Out of bounds they go. They'll get a restart on mat number 1. Update from the elementary gymnasium. Brody Michelson of South Border has a 3-0 lead over Mayport CG's John Luke Peterson. And no score in the first period. Lane Zupon for the Northern Lights and Isaac Malley of the Oaks Tornadoes. Their period number 1. That at 160 pounds on mat 4.
Ladoucer's able to stand up and get the escape, but he'll run out of time as Kerrigan ties up the leg in that forklift position and picks up the victory. The win by 9-6, 3-point victory for Bryce Kerrigan, advancing into the quarterfinals, the number 9 seed. He'll take on the number 1 seed, Cale Hebel, at 172 pounds.
Lucina draping the arm across. Geetson's back, going to try to reach through. Grab it with the other arm. Now out to the side. Scoop the head. See if he can throw it. Has the turn. Lucina going to look for the pinfall. Geetson going to have to try to fight off of his back for 30 more seconds. There is the pinfall. Riley Lucina for the Lisbon Broncos. The pinfall victory at 172 pounds.
So mat number 2, 172 pounds, Easton Castle of Thompson takes on Max Chernland of Ellendale Edgeley-Colm at 172 pounds. The wrestler is now a 3-point lead for Max Chernland. Chernland, the number 5 seed at 172 from Ellendale Edgeley-Colm, the senior, 21-15 record. Chernland in the pinning combination has the head scooped. Leans up over the top, nice T position, and he wins by fall. Max Chernland will advance to the quarterfinals.
Mat number 189 pounds we're up to. It's Luke Walski for Northern Cass, the 6th seed, a sophomore at 16-16. Going up against South Borders, Luke Peitz, a junior, wrestling his first varsity matches of the season today. Shot attempt by Peitz, sprawl by Walski. Peitz trying to suck it in. Out of bounds they go, back to the center, no change.
Another 172-pound matchup out here on mat number 2 between Eduardo Guzman of Rugby, the junior, 12-19 record, takes on the number 4 seed, Carter Potasic, the senior from the Oaks Tornado. Potasic down here at 172, has a pinning combination hooked up on Guzman, working for the quick fall, and he does it in 15 seconds here for Carter Potasic for the Oaks Tornadoes. So Potasic of Oaks will take on Chernland in the quarterfinals at 172.
Takedown here for Peitz of South Border. He's got the early 3-0 lead over Northern Cass's Walski. They're on mat number 1. Mat number 3, Tanner Mengi for the Kindred Vikings, a 6-1 lead over Hillsborough Central Valley's Max Bachnes, that at 172 pounds. As out of bounds will go, and Peitz will get warned for his first stalling call. 43 seconds to go in period number 1 on mat number 1.
And we jump up to 215 pounds on mat number 2. We have Brock Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos, a junior, 19-14 record for Lyons. He'll take on Jens Tweet of Mayport CG. Lyons, the number 5 seed in the tournament.
Shot attempt by Walski. Double leg, seeing if he can finish it. Has it right to the back. Going to see if he gets some near fall points. Counting. Trying to scoop the head, grabbing at the far shoulder. 4 points locked up for Luke Walski to take his lead. He's got a 4-3 lead. Trying to add on to it, see if he can get the fall. Peitz though able to belly himself out. There's the 4-point near fall. So Walski will ride out the final couple ticks of the period, and he'll take an 8-3 lead into period number 2.
And Brock Lyons picks up the takedown. Now goes armbar across the back. He drags over Tweet of Mayport CG. Scoops ahead, working for the fall, north-south position. So Brock Lyons into the quarterfinals. He'll take on the number 4 seed, Andre Dahl of Napoleon.
We'll go neutral to start period number 2. Walski with that 8-3 lead. Here's where we're moving along to 189 pounds. Front headlock here by Peitz. 20 seconds gone in the period. See if Peitz can tack on or cut into the deficit. Instead, we'll get a stalemate and a restart back to the center with 1:39 to go in the period.
Another 215-pound matchup here on mat number 2. That's Tucker Jones of Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion, wrestling Kirby Freeman of Carrington. Tucker Jones for Lemoore is the number 7 seed. He has the 8-12 record and is a junior. Freeman for Carrington, the 17-19 record, is a sophomore.
Good job of defensive wrestling there by Walski. A good sprawl and a spin behind to get the takedown. It's now 11-3 in favor of Luke Walski for Northern Cass.
And Tucker Jones last year for Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion, a state qualifier at 189 pounds.
As the winner of this match, 189 pounds, that's how the bracket goes. Walski Pikes, the winner of this match, automatically into the 8th place match. So, winner of this matchup will be a state qualifier here at 189 pounds.
Well, Jones has the 3-0 lead with 57 seconds remaining in the first period. Goes to work on top. Deep waist. Here's a Peterson roll by Freeman. Just missed it. Had the roll set up. Just missed catching the head and the arm on Tucker Jones. Ooh, and almost a full Nelson there by Jones, but official, I guess the hands did not go back over the neck or the back of the head. So still 3-0 lead over on mat number 1.
End of the second period, Walski will take an 8-point lead at 11-3 into the final 2 minutes there at 189 pounds. As Walski with choice, he'll select or elect to go in the down position, leading by 8. See if he can add on to the lead.
And Jones able to muscle over Kirby Freeman, and that was the end of the period. So Tawa Topper a little bit late to get out there, but to get the match stopped in some near foul. We'll see what goes or what's awarded to Tucker Jones at the end of the period. So it gives him 3 near fall, 6-0 lead for Tucker Jones on mat number 2.
Pikes for South Border still in top position, trails by 8. Trying to lock up the power half though. Now in a wizard position, and Walski able to pop that head, get the reversal, up his lead now 13-3, a 10-point lead, Luke Walski for the Northern Cass Jaguars.
In the start of the second period, 6-0 lead for Tucker Jones in the bottom position. So Freeman in the top doing a good job of keeping Jones broke down on the mat. Now Jones stands up just as I say that. Tripod's up. See if Freeman can hit the mat return. He'll have to let Jones go. 7-0 is your score with a minute 30 remaining in the second period.
Scramble here on mat number 1. As Walski gets a 3-point near fall in that sequence, and then Pites will get the 2-point reversal, so it's now a 16-5 lead for Luke Walski, 30 seconds away from qualifying for the state tournament.
And Jones picked up a nice snap down, goal behind takedown on Kirby Freeman. Takes a big 10-0 lead with a minute remaining in the second period. He's in the top position, works up underneath the left side on Freeman. Now goes back to the ankle, breaks him belly down over here on mat number 2.
Got to restart with 24 seconds to go. Walski. Pites now going to go out in front, trying to lock up something here. Front headlock, see if he can get a throw with 15 seconds to go in the match. Snap down, trying to hit a cow catcher. Walski grabbing at the near leg. Just, he can stay right there. Final 5 seconds. Last attempt for Pites. Give an escape point to Walski, and that will do it. As Luke Walski for Northern Cass, he'll pick up the victory at 189 pounds.
Yeah, the mat number 2, Tucker Jones for Lemoore Litchfield Marion picks up the win by fall, so the number 7 seed will advance into the quarterfinal rounds at 215. And looked at the updates over on mats number 3 and mats number 4. Mat number 3, 189-pound match. That's Bennett Geisler of Ellen Ledgley-Colm has the 4-0 lead over Parker Kuhl of Larimore. And then mat number 4, 189, Oaks' J.J. Haygood, the senior, has the 3-1 lead over Carrington's Jacob Hendricks That score 3-1 on mat number 4.
Mat number 1, it's Shane Nitschke for the South Border Mustangs, a senior at 25-3. His opponent from Larimore is Chase Benson, a 7th grader at 2-7. As Nitschke right away on a cradle looking for the pinfall. Knee in the side, head in the tempo. There it is. Shane Nitschke for the South Border Mustangs at 215 pounds. The top seed advances to the second round.
Yeah, and then mat number 2, kind of may have a clash of titans here at 215 pounds. Not sure if I've been sleeping on this one, but Ivan Kruth up here at 215 is battling. He's the number 2 seed. He's out here at mat number 2. He'll take on Rylan Bercier of Northern Lights. Kruth are up 3-0 with a minute 5 remaining on mat number 2.
Mat number 1 at 215 pounds, Bryce Stewart for the Rugby Panthers, Max Klein for the Oaks Tornadoes. This at 215 pounds. Klein is the 6th seed at 25-16, a senior. And Stewart drawn into this matchup, a sophomore at 15-25.
Yeah, so Kruth with the win by fall over Rylan Bercier. As I say, clash of titans. Just look for that matchup, possible matchup in the finals here between Kruth and Shane Nitschke. A couple returning state champions looking to possibly battle it out for a region title.
Stewart with a 3-point takedown. Klein then an escape point. So 3-1 in favor of Bryce Stewart. 40 seconds into the first period.
And mat number 2, 285-pound matchup now. Hunter Torvelson of Larimore, sophomore, 18-16 record out here at 285. Russell's Mayport CG's Joshua Vernon, a senior with a 14-27 record. So this is the number 8, number 9 matchup between Torvelson of Larimore and Vernon of Mayport CG. Torvelson the number 9 seed, Vernon the number 8 seed.
Neutral position. Klein looking for the bear hug. Able to get it right to the back. Max Klein looking for the pinfall here at 215 pounds. So we're going to have to try to fight off his back for the Panthers. 40 seconds for Klein to try to get the pinfall. There it is. Max Klein for the Oaks Tornadoes, the pinfall victory. He will advance here at he'll advance here at 215 pounds.
And 1-0 is the score on mat number 2. Didn't see what that first point was awarded for, but it is 1-0 lead for Joshua Cavernan of Mayport CG. Wrestlers locked up, collar ties, doing a lot of pushing back and forth. Now in the center of the mat on mat number 2.
We're going to move along to our next round of action. This is a quarterfinal matchup. Quarterfinals, if you get a victory in the quarterfinals, that gets you into the semis. That locks you up with a top 6 seed, and that qualifies you for the state tournament. This is our first quarterfinal matchup at 107 pounds. It's Sky Kramlich for the Carrington Cardinals, Braden Brossart for the Rugby Panthers.
And mat number 2, here's Cavernan in on a double leg shot. Torvelson pushes the head down, not able to get much movement. Now turns the corner and picks up the 3-point takedown. Vernon left that hand on the mat. So 3-1 lead for Hunter Torvelson of Larimore in the top position. He goes to work right away, power half on the right side.
Kramlich with the early takedown. He's got a 3-0 lead. Deep waist, wrist control. Trying to set something up on top here for the Carrington sophomore, now 35-10 on the season. Brossart, an 8th grader for the Panthers at 27-21.
And then Vernon for Mayport CG escapes as Torvelson had that power half locked up. He was running it and ran out of time going into this second period, but he does have the 3-1 lead. He's in the bottom position on mat number 2.
Brossart, the 9 seed, the minor upset, defeating Micah Fromke for the Lisbon Broncos in the 8-9 matchup in the first round. As we get potentially dangerous called, Kramlich will remain in control with 40 seconds to go in the first.
And Joshua Cavernan works up over the top on Hunter Torvelson. Works the crossface, so the big man trying to work this crossface cradle attempt on mat number 2. Now goes to the near ankle, runs the crossface over the top. But that now with an escape for Torkelson extends his lead 4-1 with a minute 15 remaining in the second period.
Final 20 seconds. Kramlich still with the lead for the Carrington Cardinals at 3-0 with 15 seconds to go in our first period. Looking to ride tough there for the Cardinals sophomore. Man number 3, Northern Cass's Brody Gueston has a 3-2 lead against Hillsborough Central Valley's Fernando Rios in the second period. That 215-pound first-round matchup. 189-pound first-round matchup on mat number 4. J.J. Haygood for the Oaks Tornadoes, a 7-6 lead over Jacob Heinrichs for Carrington. That with a minute to go in the third period.
Yeah, Otto Torkelson hits the blast double on Vernon. Took him down. Now working a pinning combination in the win here for Hunter Torkelson, the number 9 seed, over the number 8 seed, Joshua Kavernan of Mayport CG. So Torkelson will have the number 1 seed, Cole Nitschke, in the quarterfinals.
Kramlich in the down position, up to his feet. Now a 6-0 lead for Sky Kramlich of Carrington. High hips, switch attempt, and give him the 2-point for the reversal. Hands lock cradle, bowl him over. See if he can get some near fall points. Going to readjust, try to get the grip just right. See if he can tighten it up and arch it back for some near fall points.
And mat number 2, 285-pound action. That's Kindred's Kason Nudell, an 8th grader, 2-8 record, wrestling the senior from the Lisbon Broncos, Aiden Hinkle, with a 23-4 record. Hinkle, the number 2 seed, turning state place winner for the Broncos, picks up the 3-point takedown on mat number 2.
As a pinfall, so Sky Kramlich, the top seed for the Carrington Cardinals, he's into the semifinals. He's locked up a state tournament appearance as they'll wrestle in the semifinals a little bit later on here today at 107 pounds.
And the win by fall for Aiden Hinkle over Nudell of the Kindred Vikings. So Hinkle into the quarterfinals for Lisbon.
Mat 1 at 107 pounds. This is a consolation round matchup. When you keep your tournament alive, you advance into the blood rounds. A loss, and your season comes to an end. It's Micah Fromke for the Lisbon Broncos, already in on a turn against Jacob Mueller of Mayport CG. Fromke going to look for the fall for the Broncos. He's a freshman now at 18-19 on this season, looking to pick up victory number 19 and keep his season alive. Mueller going to have to try to fight off of his back. As now Fromke up over top. Mueller able to get himself bellied out. It is a 4-point near fall. So Fromke with a 7-0 lead now puts on a cradle, arch it back, tack on some more near fall points. Knee in the side, head in the temple, see if he can get the pinfall victory here in period number 1 for Micah Fromke of the Lisbon Broncos. Loses the grip, Mueller bellies himself out, but 4 more near falls. And quickly, Fromke with an 11-0 lead, a minute into our first period.
Yeah, we have number 4 and number 5 seeds battling it out here in the quarterfinals. On mat number 2 at 107 pounds, we have Kindred's Bristol Swanson, the number 5 seed, takes on the number 4 seed, John Logering of Lemoore Litchfield Marrying. Still scoreless in the first period. They're in a scramble position off that far center edge of the mat. Back to the center for a restart over here on mat number 2.
Fromke with a cradle once again, has the tech fall secured with the 4 near fall points. See if he can get the extra bonus point and get the pinfall with 20 seconds to go here in period number 1. Puts in a leg, see if he can get that second shoulder on the mat, loses the grip. Mueller will belly himself out. It's going to be a tech fall as Micah Fromke for the Lisbon Broncos, the 15-0 victory over Jacob Mueller. As Fromke will keep his season alive, he'll advance to the blood rounds a little bit later on here at 107.
And that's the win by fall for John Logering over Bristol Swanson. So Logering, the number 4 seed, wins by fall. He advances to the semifinals, securing his spot in the state tournament. Logering will take on Sky Kramlich in the semifinals at 107 pounds.
3-6 matchup in a quarterfinal at 107 pounds. It's Trig Dahlstrom for the Oaks Tornadoes, Bodie Love for the Northwood Thunder here at 107 pounds. Pair of 7th graders, Dahlstrom for Oaks at 35-11, Love for the Thunder at 21-10 as Dahlstrom with the takedown.
Out here on mat number 207 pounds, Layden Tetrol of Larimore, a 7th grader, 12 and 21, wrestling Garrett Krebs of Thompson. This is consolation round match on mat number 2, so the winner keeps his season alive. The non-winner is done for the season. Here on mat number 2, that's a 3-0, now 5-0 lead. In that top position is Tetrol of Larimore.
Scramble here in a 2-point reversal for Bodie Love, so cuts into the deficit. 3-2, out of bounds they go, no change. Love in top control, trailing by a point with 57 seconds to go in the first period.
So the winner of this match over here on mat number 2 between Tetrol of Larimore and Krebs of Thompson, they'll take on John Logering of Lemoore Litchfield Marion in the second rounds of the consolations at 107. So still 5-0 lead over on mat number 2 at 107 pounds.
Back to wrestling on mat number 1. Love seeing if he can get a breakdown here. Again, winner of this match, this is a quarterfinal. Winner goes to the semis. Winner clinches a spot at the state tournament. Can do no worse than 6th if you advance to the semifinals. But Dahlstrom staying close, able to get the reversal to the back. Add in some near fall points for Trig Dahlstrom for the Oaks Tornadoes. Now out to the side, scoop the head, see if he can get the fall. 25 seconds to go in the first period. As Love trying to bridge out, can't do it. Trig Dahlstrom for the Oaks Tornadoes, a first period pinfall victory. He will go to the semifinals at 107.
And we're now going into the second period, still 5-0 lead for Landon Tetrol of Larimore. They go into the second period, start to the neutral position, wrestling Garrett Krebs of Thompson. And look at mats 3 and 4, your updates over there. They have a 107-pound consolation round match on mat number 3 with Northern Cass. Owen Steinberger wrestling Brody Pelton of Hillsborough Central Valley. That's scoreless in the first period. And mat number 4, that heavyweight match between Braden Shimanowski and Benicio Salcida of Grafton. Looks like that match goes final. And Salcida had the 3-0 lead over on mat number 4. We'll wait for that to come across the ticker with the update.
Mat 1, 114 quarterfinal. It's Dalton Feist of Napoleon Gacko Streeter, Kipton Alm of Mayport CG, as Feist with a 3-point takedown, able to remain in top control. Feist, the top seed, had a bye his first round matchup. Kipton Alm for the Patriots, a victory over Mason Ouellette of Hillsborough Central Valley in his first round matchup. Feist, a senior for the Imperials, 34-2 on the season. Alm, an 8th grader for Mayport CG at 33-14 on the year.
And Landon Tetrol now up 7-3. Krebs has scored a takedown, but a reversal here for Tetrol, and now near fall, working on near fall on mat number 2 as he has Garrett Krebs on his back with the headlock. He's a little bit high. Krebs is able to roll back through, gets to his feet, and he's able to run a crossface, catches the arm on Tetrol. So we have before near fall for Tetrol of Larimore. He has 11 points, a 2-point reversal for Garrett Krebs. So Garrett Krebs not done in this match, still has a say in it as we're in the second period with 24 seconds remaining. 11-5 is your score over on mat number 2.
Feist locking up a cradle, bullies him over, looking for the fall. I'm going to have to try to fight off of his back. Near fall points coming for Dalton Feist, looking to advance into the semifinals, the top seed for Napoleon Gacko Streeter. Readjust, try to tighten up the grip, see if he can get that second shoulder on the mat. Trying to bridge out, trying to fight and survive to second period. He cannot do so. So Dalton Feist for Napoleon Gacko Streeter into the semis at 114 pounds.
And we're going into the third period, a 6-point lead for Landon Tetrol of Larimore. He goes in right away, catches Garrett Krebs in the cow catcher. 3-point takedown, 14-5. As he stretches out the arm, working for the pin on mat number 2.
114 quarterfinal on mat number 1. It's Walker Miller for Ellendale Edgley Culm, Keenan Gores for the Northern Lights. Miller is the 3 seed, 35-11 on the season. He defeated Thompson's Rowdy Otto in his first round matchup. Gores, a senior for the Northern Lights, 32-10, had a first round bye.
And Garrett Krebs able to back belly down. So still life in this match in the third period. 18-5 lead for Landon Tetrol of Larimore. Tetreault in the top position. A little bit high on Krebs. Krebs is able to grab the leg. He'll try to crack down, land Tetreault on his right hip. Tetreault doing a good job defending. Now Krebs grabs a head and arm. Tetreault in a little bit of trouble as Krebs in good position. He's going to rip this headlock attempt. Not able to secure it over here on mat number 2.
Gores with the takedown, give him a 3-point lead. Miller up to his feet, seeing if he can turn the corner, get the escape point. Gores will get dinged for stalling. And then Miller will get the escape point, so 3-1. Gores will retain the lead. Miller now in on a shot attempt, double leg. And the takedown. So Walker Miller, he'll take his first lead of the match now at 4-3. 45 seconds to go in the first period on mat number 1.
In the final 15 seconds over on mat number 2, 18-5 lead for Landon Tetreault of Larimore, as he will secure this win by major decision over Garrett Krebs of Thompson. So Tetreault advances into the second rounds of consolation, and he will face John Logering of Lemoore.
Miller with a takedown to the back. Gore's able to belly himself out, but a count of 3 and 3 near fall points. So Walker Miller a 10-4 lead. Short time, under 10 seconds to go in the first period on mat number 1 at 114 pounds. Miller will ride it out. He'll take that 6-point lead into the second period at 114-pound quarterfinal. Again, this the 6-3 matchup. Miller the 3 seed, Gore's the 6 seed on mat number 1.
Out here on mat number 2, 114-pound quarterfinal match, we have Lemoore Litchfield Marion's Joey Hyde, a junior, 21-10 record. He takes on Ben Wagner, the number 4 seed. So number 4, number 5 seed in this quarterfinal matchup on mat number 2.
We'll go neutral to start the period here at 114 pounds. Front headlock here by Gores. See if he can lock something up.
And Hyde and Wagner still scoreless, working the near center edge of the mat, both in a collar tie position. High crotch attempt by Wagner as they slide out of bounds back to the center for a restart with 1:08 remaining in the first period. We're scoreless on mat 2.
Out of bounds on mat number 1, 13-4 Walker Miller for Ellendale Edgeley Culm with the lead. Here quarterfinal at 114 pounds.
Yeah, updates over on mats number 3 and 4. And mat number 3, 107-pound consolation round match. Northern Cass's Owen Steinberger. And he's wrestling Brody Pelton of Hillsborough Central Valley. Pelton up 7-2, the 5-point lead for the 8th grader in the third period, under 30 seconds remaining. And then mat number 4, 107, Nash Nitschke wrestling Blake Goebel. Goebel up 10-0 over Nitschke on mat 4.
Miller able to stack Gores up and get the pinfall victory, so Walker Miller's into the semifinals for Ellendale Edgeley Culm at 114 pounds. As we go to 121 pounds in a quarterfinal, it's Bodie Henderson for the Northern Lights. Sophomore at 35-1 on the season. He's going up against Grafton's Gabriel Dumas, a 7th grader, 21-20. This is the 1-8 matchup.
Yeah, mat number 3. Now a 2-point lead for Brody Pelton of Hillsborough Central Valley over on mat number 3. Yeah, Steinberger with the 2-point reversal in the top position on mat 3.
Henderson with the takedown, cross face, hook a leg, trying to get some near fall points, edge of the mat. See if he can try to stay in bounds. They go out of bounds, but Henderson will get a 4-point near fall. Give him a 7-0 lead, 27 seconds into our first period.
Yeah, the number 4 seed over here on mat number 2, Ben Wagner wrestling the number 5 seed, Joey Hyde. They're scoreless going into the second period. Wagner starts in the bottom position for period number 2. And off the whistle, stand up by Wagner. He goes to peel the hands. Trying to clear the hips. Hyde trying to chase him down. Wagner still trying to clear. Hyde likely to warn for stalling. If not able to return Wagner down. And still force him down. Wagner reverses it. 2-point reversal for Ben Wagner. 2-0 lead. Wagner on top.
Henderson with a 7-0 lead, working on top here against Dumas, trying to tack on to his lead. Tilt attempt, see if he can catch it, get some near fall points. Dumas, though, able to roll through, gets back to his base. Henderson will keep the arm, try to set it up again. 30 seconds to go in the period. Henderson now chicken wing, grabbing at the far wrist as well. See if he can lock up something. Going for the half. Now run with it, trying to stack Dumas up, and there's the pinfall. Bodie Henderson for the Northern Lights, the pinfall victory at 121 pounds. He advances to the semifinals.
And over here, mat number 2, we're tied up at 2 apiece between Joey Hyde and Ben Wagner. So Hyde was able to reverse Wagner. Now works for a tilt on Wagner. Wagner with that big high bridge, able to get back around, belly down. Joey Hyde with the crossface. Hyde, a returning state place winner for Lemoore. Wagner returning state qualifier for the Oaks Tornadoes on mat 2.
Mat number 1, Justin Terrell for Hillsborough Central Valley. He's got a 3-0 lead, puts in a crossface, looking for a turn for the Borough Junior. He's the 3 seed at 40-8. Excuse me, now 41-8 on the season. We'll get a 4-point near fall, but then a full Nelson illegal move called by Terrell. So 1 point to Bo Grunfelder of Napoleon Gackel Streeter. He's a 7th grader at 6-18 on the year.
Yeah, mat number 314-pound match update. Nias Lions of Lisbon Broncos has the 3-0 lead over Carrington's Mason Cook. Cook, a 7th grader, 9-6 record. This is a consolation round match. So Lions trying to extend his season for the Broncos. Cook doing the same thing for Carrington over on mat number 3 at 114.
Grunfelder with an escape point. Now a single leg on Terrell, trying to look if he can trip him down. Out of bounds they go, no change. Well, Grunfelder, the 7th grader for the Napoleon Gackel Streeter Imperials. Upset of Liam Lepp of South Border in his first round matchup. Terrell, though, off the whistle gets a takedown, so up his lead to 8 points at 10-2 here in the first period.
And Ben Wagner picks up a takedown. Now 5-2 lead for Ben Wagner. Scramble with Joey Hyde. Hyde comes out with the reversal. We're 5-5 over on mat number 2. Good battle between the number 4 and number 5 seed in the third period with a minute 12 on the clock. We're tied up at 5.
Terrell shot attempt after the Grunfelder escape point, so up his lead to 10 at 13-3 as they wrestle with 30 seconds to go in the first period.
And still tied up at 5 over here on mat number 2, 114 pounds. Now with 50 seconds remaining, Wagner tries to work underneath for the reversal with Hyde. He's going to try to dump him down. Hyde on the edge of the mat and no change of position. So a lot of work by Ben Wagner results in no points on that edge of the mat. We're tied up at 5 apiece on mat 2.
17-4, Terrell with the lead as we head to period number 2. Here at 121 pounds, Terrell with choice. He'll choose the down position.
And mat number 3 update. Nias Lions now has the 6-0 lead over Mason Cook on mat 3, 114-pound action. That's in the second period with under a minute remaining.
Terrell with the escape point, so 18-4 is his lead. So that's a 14-point lead. So a point for Terrell will result in the tech fall for the Borough Junior.
So it's a takedown and two near fall for Joey Hyde. He kind of caught Ben Wagner in a chin whip at the end of this third period. And Joey Hyde will take the win by decision 7-5 over the number 4 seed Ben Wagner. And he will wrestle Dalton Feist, the number 1 seed, in the semifinals.
Terrell with the takedown. That will lock up the tech fall. So Justin Terrell for Hillsborough Central Valley into the semis as well. We'll take a break. This is the East Region Boys Individual Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com.
Lisbon Public Schools is currently seeking a high school English teacher, high school math teacher, and a 5th grade teacher for the 2025-26 school year. Lisbon Public Schools offers a competitive salary and excellent benefits. For more information, please email Superintendent Justin Fryer at justin.fryer@k12.nd.us. Lisbon Public Schools, where you can watch your kids continue to grow from the playing surface to the classroom. Go Broncos!
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime. Serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond, we are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsborough, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank, strong communities.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neillsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
A foundation forged in their grandfather's shop. Matt and Mike Martins know firsthand the value of quality machinery. At Martins Welding and Machine, they rely on generations of knowledge and expertise in creating quality products for farmers, ranchers, residents, and businesses across North Dakota and beyond. To browse their full selection of bin caps, bale feeders, rock lifts, disc attachments, and more, visit martinswelding.com. Also ask about their power lift hydraulic doors. Martins Welding and Machine. Matt and Mike will make it right.
Successful teams need a place to practice when the weather doesn't cooperate or the teams just need an extra swing. The Mayport Youth Center provides that option for the Mayport CG School District, summer baseball and softball teams. The Mayport Youth Center is an indoor facility that includes batting cages and field turf. In the winter, the facility is home to the Mayport Ice Dog hockey team. Good luck to the Mayport CG Patriots from the Mayport Youth Center.
You buy the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsborough. You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsborough.
Back here, yourliveevent.com, as our 2025 Class B East Region Individual Wrestling Tournament continues on here from Grafton here on yourliveevent.com. So glad you could join us here on YLE for our coverage of the East Region Individual Wrestling Tournament. Let's take a look at our Golden Harvest Tim Kazette Seed Sales scoreboard. Our team scores right now, the Oaks Tornadoes, they're your top team. Right now with 41.5 points. Ellendale Edgeley Coleman second place at 39 points. Then it's Lemoore Litchfield Marion third place at 35. Lisbon is fourth with 33.5. And South Border rounds out the top five with 32 points. Take a look at our matches underway right now. Drew Carr for the Carrington Cardinals. He's on mat number 1. He's got an 11-0 lead over Oaks' Jared Nelson. They're in period number 2. Mat number 2, Liam Lepp for South Border, a 5-0 lead over Eric Malley of the Rugby Panthers. Mat number 3 just getting underway. That is Noah Anderson for the Lisbon Broncos and Weston Baumgartner of Napoleon Gacko Streeter. That's in the first period in a 127 quarterfinal. 121-pound consolation match. Oakley Brown for the Pembina County North. He's going up against Joseph Potts of the Lemoore Litchfield Marion Lobos. He's got a 9-4 lead there. Mat number 2, 127-pound quarterfinal taking the mat. Caden Houle for the Northern Lights going up against Logan Potts of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. This 127-pound quarterfinal. So Hool, the 7 seed. Potts, the 2 seed there on mat number 2. As Potts will take the takedown to take a 3-0 lead there for Logan Potts, the sophomore for Lemoore Litchfield Marion, 22-5 on the season. Hool for the Northern Lights, a sophomore as well at 24-16. Carr with an 11-0 lead now. Give him 2 points on a near fall, or a reversal, excuse me. And so, Drew Carr up in his lead now 13-0 as they wrestle in period number 3. Carr from Carrington at 121 pounds. The number 2 seed buying his first round matchup. Jared Nelson for the Oaks Tornadoes, his opponent, the 10 seed, upset the 7 seed Carson Henningsen of EEK in his first round matchup.
And over here, mat number 227-pound quarterfinal matchup. Returning state place winner here for Lemoore Litchfield Marion, Logan Potts. Sophomore, 22-5 record, wrestling Caden Hooley of the Northern Lights, a sophomore at 24-16. That's a 3-0 lead, or a 3-1 lead for Potts in the first period with 55 seconds remaining.
Carr with a victory for Carrington, so he advances into the semifinals. He'll take on the Burrows' Justin Terrell. It'll be a 2-3 matchup a little bit later on in our semifinal round.
And still 3-1 is our score with 35 seconds remaining. Potts on another single leg shot on Hooley. Now takes him down, returns him to the mat for the 3-point takedown. 6-1 is your lead for Logan Potts. Hooley with the little Granby roll, not able to clear the hips. Still now a 6-1 score on mat 2.
127 consolation round matchup on mat number 1. Jackson Wilson of the Carrington Cardinals, a 7th grader at 10-13 with the takedown. His opponent is Remington Burnside, a 7th grader at 8-20 for the Jaguars.
So Logan Potts, the number 2 seed at 127 pounds in this tournament. They said returning state place winner for Lemoore. Hooley for Northern Lights, returning state qualifier. 6-1 lead for Logan Potts at the end of the first period.
Wilson able to spin behind, regaining top control as they go out of bounds. Looking at the bracket, the winner of this one advances into the blood rounds, where they will face the loser of Hooley and Potts, the match going on mat number 2 in the blood rounds to try to get into the state tournament. We'll get a caution here. They'll just say whistle on mat number 2, so no caution issued. Wilson still with that 3-point lead, looking for a breakdown against Burnside. We're halfway gone in the first period.
And Potts now 8-1 lead with the reversal with 1:35 remaining. He's in the top position, has the leg tucked in underneath on the right side, reaches across, trying to isolate that arm and wrist on Caden Hooley over here on the center edge of the mat on mat number 2.
Wilson puts in a chicken wing. 30 seconds to go in the period. Now reaching through, trying to grab the other arm, see if he can run with it before the end of the period. Burnside trying to be tough, trying not to go over. Wilson running with it, spin around the head, see if he can get those near fall points. Has it. Official counting, near fall points upcoming for Jackson Wilson. 5 seconds to try to get the pinfall. Burnside can be able to stay off of his back, and so he'll go to period number 2, but it will be a 4-point near fall for Jackson Wilson of Carrington. He's got the 7-point lead as we go to the second period.
And mat number 2, 8-1 lead for Logan Potts as he continues his pressure in the top position. Works underneath, double spiral on the wrist on Caden Hooley. He still has that leg right tucked in on the right side, working back over the top. On Hooley, now goes crossface on mat 2.
Wilson will tack onto his lead with the escape point. Now sprawling on a Burnside shot attempt. See if he can spin behind, tack onto his lead once again. As there's the 3 takedowns, so Jackson Wilson now with an 11-0 lead as they wrestle 30 seconds into period number 2.
The mat number 421-pound action update in the quarterfinals. It's Gavin Swinson of Kindred up 3-2 over Grayson Lyons in the second period. Lions in the bottom position with 1:35 remaining on mat 4. And mat number 3, Isaac Sattler of Rugby has the 7-0 lead over Carter Glaseman of South Border at 133 pounds at the end of the first period.
Wilson see if he can get a turn on that chicken wing once again, grabbing at the far wrist. As we'll get a whistle and we'll get a potentially dangerous called. And we'll get a restart back in the center.
Okay, and Hooley able to pop his head out up over the top on Logan Potts as they're kind of in a scramble position. Hooley able to collect the back leg. He does have a cradle locked up on Potts. Slowly breaking Potts down, but still no points awarded here for Caden Hooley as he's up over the top of the cradle on Logan Potts.
Wilson still in on that chicken wing now. Seeing if he can get the turn this time. Grabbing at the far wrist as well, trying to set something up. Again, winner of this one in the consolation match survives into the blood rounds. Loser has their season come to a close.
And over on mat number 2, we do have another Bank North blood timeout. It's values-based banking. To learn more, visit ibanknorth.com. Member FDIC and equal housing lender. That's your blood timeout, Bank North timeout over on mat number 2 with an 8-4 score as Hooley able to secure that takedown. Now down by 4 points to Logan Potts in the third period.
Chicken wing with the turn for Wilson. See if he can get a pinfall victory before the end of the period. It is a 4-point near fall, so give him the 4 near fall points, as that should be 15-0. I think the scoreboard didn't give didn't give Wilson the takedown right away in the second period, so it was at 8-0 for most of the period. Now with the 4 near fall points, it should be 15-0. So it should be the tech fall victory for Jackson Wilson. They're going to confirm that with the officials.
And we're back to action over on mat number 2. Still 8-4 is the score. Hooley in the top position. He has a minute to work some near fall. 4 near fall will tie this match up over on mat number 2.
We're going to say it's 12-0 for Jackson Wilson of Carrington, as he'll start in the top position to begin period number 3.
In mat number 4, 121-pound action update over there. Gavin Swenson of Kindred up 6-3 over Grayson Lyons. Lyons had scored an escape in the second period, but Swenson took him right back down for that 6-3 lead in the third period over on mat 4.
Wilson with a tilt, looking for 3 near fall points. If he gets that, he'll lock up the tech fall. Burnside able to get back to his belly, but it's the tech fall victory. And so Jackson Wilson for the Carrington Cardinals, he will advance in the consolation round. He'll go to the blood rounds at 127 pounds.
So mat number 2, the number 2 seed, Logan Potts, gets through into the semifinals as he battled it out with Caden Hooley of Northern Lights. An 8-4 win by decision for Logan Potts. And Swenson now up 8-3 over on mat number 4 in the third period. Under 30 seconds remaining. Mat number 3, 133-pound consolation round match. That's Carrington's Callan Wolski wrestling Colton Krebs at Thompson. Krebs up 5-0 over on mat number 3 at 133 pounds in the second period.
Mat number 1, 127 quarterfinal. It's Rylan Vetter for the South Border Mustangs. He is the 3 seed at a bye in his first round matchup. His opponent is Mayport CG's Brogan Erickson, an 8th grader at 30-13. He picked up a victory over Owen Iverson in his first round matchup. But then Vetter with the first period pinfall victory, so Rylan Vetter for the Mustangs, he will advance into the semis at 127.
A new matchup out here at mat number 2. That's the number 1 seed, Matthias Dahlstrom, takes on Cameron Kittleson. So Kittleson picked up that upset in the first round. Or excuse me, no, not the upset. So he had battled the number 9 seed, Isaac Sadler. So Kittleson, the number 8 seed, he's out here battling Matthias Dahlstrom at 133.
133, a quarterfinal matchup. It's Cruiser Burns of the Grafton Spoilers, Gavin Robertson of the Lisbon Broncos. That is a 133-pound quarterfinal matchup.
And 3-point takedown for Matthias Dahlstrom. Goes right away to the leg ride on that right side. Has the half Nelson sunk in deep on Kittleson. And he's going to forces the hips over and the shoulders. Kittleson giving up near fall here for Dahlstrom. That score 6-2. But 4 near fall coming for Dahlstrom with this pinning combination on mat 2.
Halfway gone in the period. Burns, front headlock, looking to spin behind. Snap down. There's the takedown. So Cruiser Burns the first points of the matchup. Robertson up to his feet. Out of bounds they go.
Well, Dahlstrom working on the chin and able to slide that head over as he's trying to tighten up this pinning combination with 10 seconds remaining. He will have the 4 near fall coming, so it will be a 10-2 lead for Matthias Dahlstrom if he doesn't skewer the pin at the end of this period.
Burns again the 3 seed for the Grafton Spoilers. He defeated Jackson Ness in his first round matchup. Gavin Robertson the 6 seed for Lisbon. He defeated Northern Lights' Pharrell Cahill in his first round matchup. Burns with a breakdown. Final 20 seconds in the period, rolling out the wrist. See if we can get some points before the end of the period. Short time, 10 seconds. We'll get a whistle, and we'll get a blood time here. A blood time for Robertson of Lisbon. A Bank North timeout. Again, you can visit them online at banknorth.bank.
Here's Dahlstrom with the 3-point takedown and rolls right into a tilt. We'll see. No near fall awarded off that tilt by Matthias Dahlstrom. 13-2 is your score on mat number 2. Now goes an armbar. Has the bar half locked up. Armbar on the left side, half round on the right. Rolls this over. Tight pinning combination. Kittleson trying to bridge out of this, but this is a tight pinning combination with Dahlstrom up over the top north-south position. And the win by fall for Matthias Dahlstrom on mat number 2. So Dahlstrom, the number 1 seed, into the semifinals.
End of the Bank North blood time as we'll get a whistle, and Burns will take that 3-0 lead into period number 2.
So that mat number 4 update, that 121-pound quarterfinal matchup, that was Gavin Swenson of Kindred wins by decision over Grayson Lyons by a score of 8-5. Swenson into the semifinals for Kindred at 121 pounds. Lyons drops down into the consolation rounds. And mat number 233-pound quarterfinal action. This is Brooks Grunfelder for Napoleon, the 8th grader, 26-12 record, wrestling Ethan Tazarek of Ellendale Edgley Colm at 133 pounds.
Mat 1, Robertson with a mat return, does get warned for stalling, though, as he's in the top position to begin the period, and they'll go out of bounds. We'll get a restart back in the center.
Grunfelder, the number 5 seed, has the 3-0 lead on Tazarek. Tazarek, the number 4, here in the quarterfinal round at 133 pounds. Grunfelder in the top position, riding up over the top. He's tried to isolate, had the leg right, and has now with the back ankle spike. Tazarek trying to hip over. Had Grunfelder momentarily on his hip. Now Grunfelder throws in the legs, goes double boots, and tries to break Tazarek belly down with 25 seconds remaining in the first period.
Burns with the escape point to give him a 4-0 lead. You're at 133 pounds.
Grunfelder back with the double boots in. Maintains control on top at the end of this first period. 3-0 is your score for Grunfelder. Up 3-0 going into our second period.
Under 30 seconds to go in the period.
And mat number 4 update. 133 pounds. They're going into overtime, and it looks like Colton Krebs of Thompson at 133 pounds, wins by decision over Carrington's Callan Wolski, 13-10 on mat number 3. And on mat number 4, 127 pounds, that's Oscar Martinez, Pembina County North, up 7-3 over Ellendale Edgeley Calm's Riggin Sand in the quarterfinal match at 127 pounds. That's in the third period, under 45 seconds remaining on mat 4.
Final couple ticks of the clock in period number 2, end of the time, and so Cruiser Burns will take a 4-point lead into our third period here at 133 pounds.
And Grunfelder and Tazarek in the second period with the minute 20 remaining. 3-0 lead for Brooks Grunfelder. Wrestlers break apart. Grunfelder holding the center of the mat over here on mat number 2.
Neutral position to start the second period on mat number 1. Shot attempt. Robertson, out of bounds they go. We'll get a restart back in the center.
And wrestlers still on their feet with 45 seconds remaining in the second period. Brooks Grunfelder with the lead. And it spirals the arm. Now Grunfelder with the double leg shot. Tazarek with the sprawl. So Tazarek was coming up with that right arm. And as he was raising it, Grunfelder changed levels, blasted with the double. Tazarek able to react in time with the sprawl here on mat number 2.
Robertson with a shot attempt. Burns with a sprawl. Robertson will get back up to his feet. Now with some double under. See if he can lock something up here. Trailing by 4 with a minute to go in the matchup.
And back to the center for a restart. Still 3-0 lead for Brooks Grunfeld here at 133 pounds with 5 seconds remaining in our second period. Wrestlers just holding the center of the mat.
40 seconds to go. They break apart. They'll circle themselves back towards the center of the mat. We'll get a stalling warning on Burns. That's his first warning with 30 seconds to go. Shot attempt by Burns. Front headlock by Robertson. So if you can try to hit something, has 30 seconds. Try to get 4 points. Burns trying to stay in bounds with a single leg. Out of bounds they go and get a restart with 23 seconds to go. Burns shot attempt off of the whistle. Sprawl by Robertson. Looking for the gator roll. Burns reaching through, holding on, and gets the 3-point takedown. See if he can get some back points, try to tack on to his lead. Robertson will belly himself out, and Burns will just ride it out from there. And so Cruiser Burns for the Grafton Spoilers, he's into the semifinals at 133 pounds.
And Grunfelder going to work on top with the double boots in. Tazarek trying to shake him up over the top as we have a minute 33 remaining in their third period. Here's Tazarek trying to work a reversal, trying to come out the back door, working the legs, trying to push off for Grunfelder. Grunfelder able to keep a boot in on the right side. Still 3-0 lead for Brooks Grunfelder, the number 5 seed over Ethan Tazarek, the number 4 seed. Now Tazarek with the 2-point reversal. 3-2 is your score. Grunfelder up by 1.
Mat number 1, it's Sawyer Owens for Hillsborough Central Valley, the top seed at 45-1. He's a junior for the Burros. His opponent is Gabriel Clifton for the Carrington Cardinals at 10-8 on the season, a sophomore.
Tazarek a little bit high. Grunfeld able to pull down on that left arm. Now catches the head on Tazarek. Tazarek does have the left leg caught in. Now goes double boots on Grunfelder, able to stretch him out, keep him belly down on the mat as he was a little bit high in that top position, but good recovery here for Ethan Tazarek. He's down by 1. 3-2 is the score. He'll have to let Grunfelder up, not having luck with turning him over on mat number 2.
Restart to the center. Owens with a 3-0 lead for the Bros as they'll be in top control. Sawyer Owens for Hillsborough Central Valley, last year state champion at 133 pounds. Going to go back once again here for the Burrow Junior. Puts in a chicken wing.
And Tazarek scored a high crotch fireman's, took Grunfelder down for the win, 5-4 at the end of the third period. So the number 4 seed, Ethan Tazarek, mounts to come from behind win and into the semifinals for Ellendale Edgeley Calm as he'll take on the number 1 seed, Matthias Dahlstrom, in the semifinals.
Near fall coming up here for Owens on the chicken wing. He's got the 4 points secured. Now he's going to try to adjust and see if he can get that second shoulder on the mat in the pinfall here at 139 pounds. 20 seconds to go in the period. Clifton trying to bridge out. Able to get himself back to the belly. Owens will drape the arm across the back. Official still holding 4, saying it's the same move. Owens now reaching through. Final 5 seconds. Short time. He'll just hold him right there. There's a 4-point near fall, and Sawyer Owens a 7-0 lead going into the second period.
And back here for another number 4, number 5 matchup on mat number 2, this time at 139 pounds. Number 4 seed Cruz Ranke takes on Lemoore Litchfield Marion's Jace Duffy, the number 5 seed. Ranke with that high single leg. Duffy using his athleticism. Here Ranke scoops the head on Duffy. Still no scorer on mat number 2.
Neutral position. Owens will take a takedown, so he'll up his lead now 10-0 as we wrestle in the second period. Puts on a cradle, seeing if he can stay in bounds, and edge of the mat, they wrestle. Owens trying to keep him in bounds. And out of bounds they go, and a restart back to the center.
Well, Ranke doing a good job adjusting on that single leg shot, dropped down to a double. As Jace Duffy, known for his elevator off the single leg when you try to return him to the mat, not able to secure Ranke with the 3-0 lead with 35 seconds remaining. One thing when you wrestle Jace Duffy, no lead is too big here on mat number 2 as he's down 3-0 to Cruz Ranke in the first period.
Owens puts on a chicken wing for Hillsborough Central Valley, trying to set something up here in top position.
And Ranke able to have the chicken wing tilt on Duffy. Duffy tried to roll through. Ranke was able to catch him on his back, trying to secure a pin with 4 seconds remaining in this first period. Left shoulder up just a little bit. Duffy down 7-0 going into the second period on mat 2.
Get a whistle as they'll warn Owens for stalling his first warning. Get a restart, 41 seconds to go. Owens for the Burros, a 10-0 lead. Out of the whistle, Clifton sit-out attempt. Owens able to follow. Chop at the elbow, able to get the breakdown. And now we'll try to keep that arm, lock in a chicken wing. Try to run with it with 30 seconds to go. Spin behind the head, see if he can stack him up and get the pinfall victory for Sawyer Owens.
And Duffy has double overs on Ranke, tries to toss him. Ranke catches him. Duffy in a little bit of trouble. Ranke picks up some near fall off of this takedown attempt by Duffy. Now Ranke up 10-0. High risk, high reward move for Jace Duffy. But he does give up the takedown and near fall now 12-0 as he's trying to isolate that right arm and roll through with it. Here Ranke gets back behind Duffy over on mat 2.
Owens with 4 points for the near fall, so he's up 14-0. He'll choose the top position, 1 point away from the tech fall victory for the Burros Sawyer Owens here at 139 pounds in a quarterfinal.
Score 12-1 between Duffy and Ranke. Duffy working the underhook. Once again, hunting for the big move, trying to tighten up this score with Cruz Ranke. Down under 50 seconds remaining in the second period. Duffy's going double unders on Ranke. Ranke has to back up, trying to defend with the body lock on mat 2.
Owens gets a counted 2 on a near fall, so he'll get the tech fall victory. Sawyer Owens 16-0. He'll advance to the semifinals. He will face the winner of this Ranke-Duffy matchup going on right now on mat number 2.
As Ranke gives up the takedown, but back up to his feet. Now 13-4 is our score of the 9-point lead for Cruz Ranke. Wrestlers back up to their feet, working the edge, circling back around to the middle of the mat here on mat number 2.
Another 139-pound quarterfinal matchup. It is Riker Vetter for the South Border Mustangs and Brock Johnson for the Kindred Vikings.
And final second stick off in our second period. Cruz Ranke will take the 13-4 lead into the third period. And it's Ranke's choice, choosing the bottom position to start the third period against Jace Duffy.
Out of bounds they go on mat number 1. Vetter, the 7 seed for the Mustangs. He is now 22-16. He defeated Daniel Lozano in his first round matchup. Brock Johnson, the 2 seed for the Vikings, a sophomore at 22-8. He defeated the Northern Lights' Ian McLeod in his first-round matchup.
A big takedown for Cruz Ranke in control in the top position with 1:40 remaining in the third period, up 17-4. Now a 13-point lead for Cruz Ranke on mat number 2.
Minute gone in the period. Still neutral position between Vetter and Johnson.
The 1-point escape for Duffy, who's back to his feet. Ranke has to think about his lead now, 17-5. Doesn't have to tie up with Jace Duffy, as Duffy's going to go in big with the double unders on Ranke. Tries to throw him, and Ranke catches him on the back and has the match secured with the technical decision. Near fall coming his way and working for the pin on mat 2.
Shot attempt here by Johnson. Vetter able to get his leg back free. It stays neutral.
Ranke still working for the pin. Duffy belly down, and the win by technical decision for Cruz Ranke, 24-5 over Jace Duffy. Into the semifinals he goes.
Shot attempt, that is by Vetter. Out of bounds they go, and a restart back to the center with 4 seconds to go in the first period between Riker Vetter of South Border and Brock Johnson of Kindred.
So an Sawyer Owens Cruz Ranke semifinal match coming your way at 139 pounds. As we do have another 139-pound consolation round match on mat number 2. That's Daniel Lozano from Mayport CG wrestling Ian McLeod of Northern Lights.
No score. As we start period number 2, we'll get a caution called on Vetter for South Border. Now we'll get a whistle, and we'll get another caution called on Vetter, so that'll be his second caution. Another one would be a point for the Mustang Junior. Johnson in top position. Vetter trying to walk himself up for a stand-up. Johnson, though, mat return, able to bring him back down to his base. And now on the far ankle, bringing him back down. Puts in a half, does Brock Johnson. Seeing if he can run with it. Vetter up to his feet. Johnson high, arching mat return. He'll stay in top control. Johnson back up again on a stand-up once again. Edge of the mat, out of bounds they go. Restart back to the center. Minute 25 to go in the second period.
And mat number 2, 3-0 lead for Mayport CG's Daniel Lozano. He's in that top position in the center of the mat. Has the arm chopped on the left side in the first period. 25 seconds remaining, 3-0 lead for Daniel Lozano of Mayport CG.
Escape point for Vetter, so give him the first point of the matchup. He leads 1-0. As we wrestle, a minute to go in the period. Shot attempt, Johnson, double leg. Able to get the finish and the takedown. So Brock Johnson with his first points. He'll take the lead now at 3-1.
And we're at the end of the first period. 3-0 lead for Lozano heading into the second on mat number 2.
.30 seconds to go in the period. Johnson with a 3-1 lead. Vetter stand up, able to get up to his feet, seeing if he can peel the hands, turn the corner, get the escape point, able to face, and there's the escape. So Vetter now trails by 1 at 3-2. 20 seconds to go in the period. Johnson in on a shot attempt once again. Single leg, trying to suck that in. Sprawl by Vetter. Final 10 seconds of the period. Vetter reaching through and around, holding on, trying to keep it right there, not give up any points before the period. Johnson as well pops the head in between the legs, and then we'll get a whistle and the end of the period. So Johnson a 3-2 lead going into the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, mat number 3, number 4 update over on mat number 4. We have another number 4, number 5 matchup in the quarterfinals as we have Carson Kazed of Hillsborough Central Valley, the number 5 seed, takes on South Border's Joseph Keller, the number 4 seed. That's in the first period. Still scoreless, wrestlers in the neutral position. And mat number 3, 145-pound quarterfinal match. That's the number 1 seed, Nick Garber, takes on the number 8 seed, Braylon Herman. And that's Garber wins by technical decision over on mat number 3 in the quarterfinals. So Garber into the semifinals.
Johnson with an escape point, so Brock Johnson now doubles his lead to 4-2. Vetter needs a takedown here, 90 seconds to go in the matchup. Shot attempt by Vetter, sprawl by Johnson. Johnson crossface. Minute 15 to go in the match. We'll get a stalemate and a restart back to the center.
And mat number 2, we're tied up at 3 with 30 seconds remaining in our second period. Ian McLeod throws the cradle on Lozano, and he'll pick up some near fall on that far edge of the mat. Lozano able to bridge out and get the restart, but he gives up 4 near fall to Ian McLeod. Now he's down 7-3 in the second period with 21 seconds remaining.
Johnson with a takedown, so that ups his lead to 7-2. So a 5-point lead as we're now under a minute to go in the matchup. Vetter up to his feet, seeing if he can get the takedown, does so, gets the 1-point escape. He trails by 4, needs to hurry. He's got 40 seconds to try to get 4 points.
And McLeod has the armbar locked up at the end of the second period, trying to turn the corner, but he does have a good second period, now up by 4, 7-3 against Lozano of Mayport CG over here on mat number 2.
Get a restart, stalemate with 20 seconds to go. Johnson with a 4-point lead, has not been warned for stalling. He takes a shot. Vetter with a sprawl into a front headlock. Riker Vetter needs to try to hit something here. 10 seconds to try to get it. Johnson, he's content. Hold on to the wrist. Just try to stay right there. Last attempt, throw attempt here by Vetter. Scramble. Johnson with the 3-point takedown to the back, out of time, and that will do it for the matchup. Brock Johnson, a 3-point takedown, give him a 10-3 decision victory as Brock Johnson into the semis at 139 pounds.
And we're still 7-3 over here on mat number 2 between Lozano and McLeod in this consolation round match. McLeod trying to extend his season as he throws Lozano down to his back and working for a fall in this consolation round match over here on mat number 2. A lot of time on the clock here for McLeod to work for this pin. And the win by fall for McLeod, Ian McLeod of Northern Lights over Daniel Lozano of Mayport CG. He's into the second rounds of the consolations.
As we hit the noon o'clock hour, this is the East Region Wrestling Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com.
It's the most prestigious, challenging, rewarding tour on dirt. The most wanted, baddest outlaws, and the most powerful late models on the planet. The world of outlaws, Case Late Model.
The World of Outlaws Late Model Series is coming back to Ada in 2025. Mark your calendars for Saturday, June 28th.
The North Border Eagle Sports Boosters mission is to cultivate an environment that inspires students, athletes, coaches, parents, and communities to collectively create a positive and spirited atmosphere for all athletic programs. Search for North Border Eagle Sports Boosters on Facebook if you'd like to become a member or for more information today. The North Border Eagle Sports Boosters wishes the Eagles the best of luck in the tournament. The Northern Cast Booster Club is here for all Jaguar students from academics, arts, athletics, and co-curricular activities throughout the school year. You can find more information or become a Northern Cast Booster Club member today by scanning the QR code on screen now, or follow the Northern Cast Booster Club on Facebook for updates throughout the year. The Northern Cast Booster Club wishes the best to all wrestlers competing here throughout the weekend. And go Jags!
All right, welcome back here at liveevent.com as we're back for more action from the 2025 North Dakota Class B East Region Wrestling Tournament from Grafton High School. We have on the mat here at 145 pounds, we have the number 3 seed Griffin Greenlee He takes on the number 6 seed Bryce Schneider of Napoleon over here on mat number 2. That's scoreless in the first period. So Schneider advanced into this quarterfinal match with a 12-0 decision over Leo Lallam of Lemoore. Greenlee won by technical decision over Noak Swenson of Kindred to make it into the quarterfinals. And then on mat number 1, we have 145-pound matchup, consolation round match between Ethan McBride of Ellendale Edgeley Calm and Caden Kurtz of Thompson. That's a 10-1 lead over there for Caden Kurtz. In the end of the period, Schneider had the single leg on Greenlee, but Greenlee was able to whiz her out of that and defend. Going into our second period, Greenlee with choice will defer over to Schneider. Schneider chooses the bottom position. We're scoreless going into the second over on mat number 2. In mat number 3, mat number 4, 145-pound action on mat number 3. That's Noak Swenson of Kindred. He leads 7-2 over Leo Lallam of Lemoore Litchville Marion. That's in the second period, at the end of the second period. So Swenson for Kindred up by 5. In mat number 4, 152-pound quarterfinal, Carrington's Corbin Clifton, the number 1 seed, takes on Maddox Shockman of Lemoore, the number 8 seed. And that's scoreless in the first period between Clifton and Shockman, 152-pound quarterfinal match. In the 1-0 lead for Bryce Schneider over here on mat number 2. He picks up the escape rather quickly into that second period. He and Greenlee battling back and forth this year. Always a tight match between Greenlee and Schneider, meeting up here in the East Region Tournament in the quarterfinals. So Schneider returning state place winner. They're shucked by Greenlee. Not able to turn the corner. Schneider was able to get an arm out. Greenlee trying to attack the back ankle. Schneider defends that, sits down on it. Greenlee over the top, tries the suicide cradle. Not going. Here's Schneider. Greenlee does have a cradle locked up on Schneider. See if a stalemate's called. Neither wrestler really able to advance this position. In the stalemate by the official. So Schneider with the 1-0 lead. Going back to the center of the mat for the restart over on mat number 2. And mat number 1, 13-2 here for Caden Kurtz of Thompson in this consolation round match at 145. He's up over Ethan McBride of Ellendale Edgeley Calm. Greenlee's going into Bryce Schneider. He has an under on the far side. Now a snap down. Greenlee takes a look at the clock with 30 seconds remaining. Still 1-0 lead. Greenlee with the shot. Schneider reshoots on Greenlee. Has the single locked up. Greenlee goes into the whizzer. Schneider will try to shelf it. See what Greenlee can do here. Schneider shelves it on Greenlee. Greenlee trying to elevate her through. Schneider and Greenlee here now a 3-point takedown. Greenlee catches Schneider's head. Has him stacked up on the edge. Greenlee working for some near fall into reversal on Schneider at the end of the period. As 4-1 is our score here for Greenlee and Schneider. Greenlee with choice chooses the bottom position. The official not awarding the reversal any near fall as Greenlee and Schneider kind of pickled up there defensively. So off the whistle, Schneider up by 3 points. Greenlee rolls through. Schneider catches him. And we're 16-2 over on mat number 1 between Kurtz and McBride. Kurtz for Thompson on top has the 14-point lead. That's in the third period with 1:11 remaining. And we're in the third period. Greenlee down by 3 points. Had rolled through it, hit a Granby on Schneider. Tried to catch the ankle rolling through. Greenlee goes again, rolls through on Schneider. Schneider follows him around the edge of the mat. Greenlee's going to go up top, tries to chin whip. Then they're on the edge with 1:18 remaining. So they go back to the center for a restart. And off the whistle, Greenlee sits out. And a big mat return, potentially dangerous, called by the official with that arm hooked around behind the head. here on mat number 2.
Kerrs for Thompson with a 16-2 lead, looking to advance at 145 pounds there for the Tommies. Final couple seconds of the third period, just trying to ride it out for Thompson, their first year of varsity wrestling. Here, see if the Tommies can get a state qualifier or two coming up in the upcoming rounds. As Kerrs into the blood rounds at 145 pounds, the major decision victory over EEK's Ethan McBride.
And Greenlee tries a couple Granbys in succession, not able to get any separation. Down to 45 seconds, he rolls through. Schneider's going to try to catch him. Another scramble position. Greenlee up to his feet on Schneider. The 1-point escape now 4-2 with 35 seconds. Time running out here for Griffin Greenlee. Down by 2 points on mat number 2.
Another 145-pound consolation matchup. It is Maddox Mock for Mayport CG. Michael Robbins for Pembina County North. Mock with the takedown. Here in the first 15 seconds, puts in a chicken wing as well, so he can get the quick turn at 145.
So Greenlee trying to go into Schneider. Schneider can just defend here. Greenlee double leg shot. Schneider backs up. Greenlee with the snap. Another double leg shot. Schneider backs up. Greenlee going in again, and he'll run out of time. The 4-2 win for Bryce Schneider. That's the number 5, number 4 matchup. Or excuse me, the number 3 and the number 6 matchup at 145.
Mock, a sophomore from Mayport CG, 32-20, gets the pinfall victory. So Michael Robbins, his season will come to a close at 9-27. Mock will go into the blood rounds at 145 pounds.
Mat number 252-pound quarterfinal action. Bailey Zachmeyer Rugby wrestles Zaid Heyer of Oaks. You're at 152.
.152 quarterfinal. Miles Thielges for the Kindred Vikings. He is the number 3 seed. He's going up against the 6 seed Zeke Symington for Pembina County North. He defeated Lisbon's Gabe Gruba in his first round matchup. Symington now 35-11. Thielges for the Vikings, 33-9, a sophomore.
So that 152-pound quarterfinal match over on mat number 2. Zaid Heyer has the 3-point takedown on Zachmeyer. Zachmeyer up to his feet now. 3-1 double leg shot. Now it goes into a single here by Heyer. Zachmeyer back up to his feet with a minute remaining on mat 1.
Symington with a front headlock. Thiel just able to get back up to his feet. Snap down attempt here by Symington. Edge of the mat, trying to stay in bounds. Under a minute to go in the first period. Here at 152, the 3-6 matchup. And we'll get a stalemate and a restart back to the center with 47 seconds to go in the first period.
So now 3-1's the score with 30 seconds remaining in the first period. Wrestlers on their feet. Zachmeyer, single leg shot. Heyer with the kind of that hip wizard. Was able to get Zachmeyer down. Zachmeyer able to recover coming out the backside as he has that leg hooked on Zaid Heyer. Heyer the number 4 seed. Zachmeyer the number 5 seed in the tournament at 152.
Shot attempt here by Thielges. Symington with the sprawl, front headlock, final 10 seconds. Sprawl attempt by Symington. See if we can get some points before the end of the period. Final couple ticks of the clock, nothing doing. And so we'll go to period number 2. No score on mat number 1.
So mat number 3, mat number 4 updates on mat number 3, 160-pound quarterfinal action. The number 1 seed, Brody Hoffman, a Saltborder, has the 12-2 lead over Aiden Werner, Pembina County North. That's in the second period. Mat number 4, 152-pound quarterfinal. It is Cole Stock, a Saltborder. He has the 3-0 lead over Xander Dovenmuller on mat number 4. Stock, the number 2 seed at 152 pounds.
So Theologist will start in the top position to begin period number 2 in a scoreless tie. See if Simonton can get his first points of the matchup. That was his choice, was the down position for the Grizzly sophomore.
And mat number 252-pound action higher in Zachmeyer. Zachmeyer now 3-2 is the score. He's down by 1 point with the escape with a minute 30 remaining on mat number 2. Wrestlers in their feet. Little slide-by attempt by Zaid Higher. Zachmeyer follows that up with a shot. Wrestlers out on the edge of the mat. Back to the center for a restart on mat 2.
Get a restart back in the center. No change. Deal just still in top position for the Vikings. Simonton, though, up to his feet, seeing if he can get the escape point. Does so. Zeke Simonton with the first points of the matchup. He'll take a 1-0 lead as we wrestle with a minute and 15 to go in the period. Neutral position, head tap, shot fakes between each wrestler, seeing if something opens up here. Official telling them, let's keep moving. Under a minute to go in the second period. Theologist will have choice to start the third period as he trails 1-0. Simonton double unders into a shot attempt. Front headlock here. Simonton once again. Theologist up to his feet, seeing if he can get his head back free. 35 seconds to go in the second period. Still neutral position. Snap down attempt once again by Simonton. Theologist back up to his feet into a fireman's carry attempt, single leg. Sprawl by Simonton, still neutral position. Edge of the mat they wrestle. Wizard position, and we'll go out of bounds and a restart back to the center with 16 seconds to go.
And we're 3-2 score over on mat number 2 between Zaid Higher and Bailey Zachmeyer in the second period. Zachmeyer had a good series there of snap downs, not able to convert and secure the goal behind. So we're still 3-2. Back to the center for a restart with 8 seconds remaining in the second period.
I'll do it for period number 2. Simonton with a 1-0 lead. Theologist with choice, and he'll say neutral, so he wants to try to get a takedown here in the final 2 minutes. Try to see if something sets up here for the Kindred sophomore. Winner goes to the semis. Loser has to go to the blood rounds.
So still quarterfinal action, 152 pounds at the start of this third period. 3-2 lead for Zaid Higher. Zachmeyer, a little level change on Higher. Higher pushes him away, working center edge of the mat.
Result 152 quarterfinal over on mat number 4. Cole Stock for South Border picks up the 59-second pinfall victory over Xander Dovenmueller of Hillsborough Central Valley. He's into the semis. He'll face the winner of this Simonton Theologist match right now on mat number 1.
And Zaid Higher warned for a stall. Zachmeyer follows that up with another single leg shot. Higher trying to turn the corner. Zachmeyer follows him around. Now Higher and Zachmeyer scramble. No points awarded. It's still 3-2 is your score in the third period with a minute remaining here on mat number 2.
Under a minute, mat 1. Theologist needs a takedown. He trails 1-0. No stalling warnings have been issued for either wrestler yet.
And off a big double leg shot by Zaid Higher. Bailey Zachmeyer rips the headlock and throws Higher down to his back as he scores a takedown and near fall. That was a huge headlock by Bailey Zachmeyer. And he will have the lead with the near fall. He has 4 near fall coming. So 9-3 is the score in the third period with 30 seconds remaining. Be your Agassi Egg precision move of the match so far with that headlock.
Final 30 seconds. Thiel just needs a takedown. Shot attempt, sprawl by Simonton, looking to lock up a cradle here, bring him down. And finishes at the takedown. So Zeke Simonton now with a 4-0 lead. Edge of the mat, final 10 seconds. He'll just hold it right there. And so the 6 seed upends the 3 seed as Zeke Simonton for Pembina County North. He's into the semifinals with the 4-0 decision victory.
And with 7 seconds remaining, Bailey Zachmeyer up 9-4 over Zaid Higher. And that'll do it. So Bailey Zachmeyer with the win the number 5 seed again here on mat number 2 with the win and advances into the semifinals. So Bailey Zachmeyer will take on Corbin Clifton in the semifinals at 152 pounds.
Mat number 1, a wrestleback round at 160. It's Pius Wangler for the Rugby Panthers, Cade Mueller for Hillsborough Central Valley. Wangler is an 8th grader for Rugby at 8 and 23. Mueller, a sophomore for the Burros, at 12 and 19. And this is a wrestleback match at 160 pounds.
And 160-pound matchup on mat number 2, also a wrestleback first-round consolation match between David Botello of Larimore and wrestling Kellen Otson of Kindred. That's in the first period here on mat number 2.
Mueller with the takedown. Wangler will get the escape point. Mueller back in on a shot attempt. Single into a double. Sprawl by Wangler. Grabbing at the ankle. Seeing if he can spin, get his first takedown of the match, and take a lead. Under a minute to go in the period. Mueller trying to suck in that single leg. Has it hands locked. Now back to a double, poking his head in between. And we'll get a stalemate and a restart back to the center with 40 seconds to go.
And a 3-0 lead for Otson of Kindred. Skewers the takedown, goes to an armbar combination as he has the left arm barred up across the back, trying to reach out and spiral the far wrist. Now goes to a bar half. Half Nelson on the right side here on mat number 2.
Mueller with another takedown. Wangler with the escape point. So it's 6-2 with 15 seconds to go. Mueller back in on a shot attempt. Double leg. Trying to reach through. Sprawl by Wangler. See if he can get some momentum going into the second period. Short time. Final 5 seconds. Mueller going to reach onto that near leg. Try to hold it there. Not give up any points before the period. And Cade Mueller for the Burros will take a 6-2 lead into the second period on mat number 1.
And having, in case you missed it, update here, 160-pound quarterfinal match. This was a result over on mat number 3 over in that elementary gymnasium, but it was Henry Letmeyer of Lemoore Litchfield Marion pulls the upset by fall over Mason Waggle. So the number 6 seed Letmeyer into the semifinals as he upsets Mason Waggle of Napoleon. Waggle into the consolation rounds over at 160 pounds.
Mueller to start in the top position to begin the second period as Wangler elected to start down. Cross face, spin around the head. Mueller looking for the pinfall victory. Seeing if he can advance into the blood rounds. And there's the pinfall. So Caden Mueller for the Burros keeps his season alive by one more match, picking up the victory over Rugby's Pius Wangler at 160 pounds.
On mat number 2, now the score is 3-1 between Otson of Kindred and Botello of Larimore in a 2-point reversal. 5-1's the score. Otson extends that lead on mat number 2. That's in the second period with a minute 25 on the clock. Killen Otson in that tom position has a leg ride over the top on the left side. Otson on his hip as Botello caught him high. Now goes to the head on Kalen Otson. He'll have to fight out of this scramble on mat number 2.
172 pounds is the top seed, Cale Hebel for Lemoore Litchfield Marion. He'll go up against the 9 seed, Bryce Kerrigan of Pembina County North.
And update on mat number 4, 172-pound quarterfinal matchup. That's Max Sternland of Illinois-Calm takes on Carter Pertasic of Oaks. That's over on mat number 4 right now. It's a 5-3 lead for Max Chernland. Chernland, the number 5 seed, Pertasic, the number 4 seed. So these 5 seeds having a good run here right now. Chernland has the 2-point lead on mat number 4.
Hebel with the takedown. 2 takedowns, so it's now 6-2 in favor of Cale Hebel for Lemoore Litchfield Marion, the senior for the Lobos. Coming in at 15-2. Kerrigan, a sophomore for Pembina County North, now 17-15. As he will tax on to his lead 3 more points, as that'll make it now 9-2.
Our score is still 5-1 over on mat number 2 with 10 seconds remaining in our second period. Kellen Otson in the top position, 8th grader for the Kindred Vikings.
Hebo with another takedown, beautiful ankle book, textbook, and makes it now 12-3 with 20 seconds to go. He's going to grab the near arm, and we'll get a potentially dangerous here. And a restart back to the center with 16 seconds. Bottom set, top on. Off the whistle, stand-up attempt by Kerrigan. Hebo with a mat return, bellies him out, 10 seconds. He'll go wrist control, roll that out, 2-on-1. And right out the final couple ticks of the clock, Zakael Hebo will take a 12-3 lead into the second period.
And we're at minute 35 remaining in the third period. Still 5-1 lead for Otson. But Botello's down on a single leg shot. Otson takes a head and arm and throws over Botello to his back. So he takes the page off from Bailey Zachmeyer and rips this head and arm and wins by fall for Kellen Otson of Kindred. And he stays alive, goes into that blood round, trying to make his way into the top 8 in a trip to the state tournament.
Hebo will start in the down position, sit out to a switch, and 2 points for the reversal. Up his lead now, that'll make it 14-3. 90 seconds to go in the second period. So an 11-point lead for the Lobo senior, looking to advance to the semis at 172 pounds.
Yeah, mat number 2, 160-pound consolation round match. Another one here on mat 2. This is Lane Zupan of Northern Lights. Takes on Fisher Clapp of Grafton. Zupan upset in the first round by Isaac Maley of Oaks. Maley, the number 10 seed. Zupan coming into the tournament for Northern Lights was the number 7 seed. And he wins by fall. Quick pin for Lane Zupan of the Northern Lights as he advances into the blood round.
So mat 1, Hebo picks up the victory. He's into the semifinals. He'll take on Max Jernlin of Ellendale Edgeley-Colm, who defeated Carter Potasic by a 5-3 decision over there on mat number 4.
That was Lane Zupan, a returning state qualifier for Northern Lights, trying to make his way back into the state tournament.
Another 172-pound quarterfinal. It's Riley Lucina for the Lisbon Broncos. He's the 7th seed at now 22-13. His opponent for the Kindred Vikings, a freshman, Tanner Mangi for the Kindred Vikings, the 2 seed. Mangi defeated Max Bachnes in his first-round matchup. Lucina for Lisbon defeated Atticus Geetson in his first-round matchup. Here, 172-pound quarterfinal.
Now, mat number 2, consolation round match here at 172 pounds is Atticus Geetson of Northern Cass. Takes on Max Bachnes, Hillsborough Central Valley. That is scoreless in the first period. Bachnes snaps down Geetson for the 3-point goal behind takedown. He has the 3-0 lead with a minute 21 remaining in the first period.
So Mangi with the first points of the matchup. He'll take a 3-0 lead. Here, about a minute gone in period number 1. 172-pound quarterfinal matchup. Updates from the elementary gymnasium. Cole Henderson for the Northern Lights. He's got a 7-0 lead over J.J. Hagegood of Oaks. That is in the first period. Also in the first period and the match just getting underway. 189-pound quarterfinal matchup. It's Bennett Giesler of Ellendale Edgeley-Colm, Braden Chenault of Hillsborough Central Valley. That's a 189 quarterfinal on mat number 4 in the elementary gymnasium. Mangi with a cross face, spin behind the head, get some near fall points here. Final 15 seconds. Lucina trying to roll through. Mangi now will adjust, reposition it, get some near fall points, even get the full count of 4 for 4 near fall points. Final couple ticks of the clock here, and Lucina able to survive to the second period, but 4 near fall points. So Tanner Mangi for Kindred will take a 7-0 lead into the second period.
Now mat number 2, Boxness has a screwdriver locked up, trying to secure some near fall. Not sure if I saw any swipes down there in mat number 2. But he does lead 3-0 with this pinning combination hooked up. The official down there with the good look as we run out of time in the first period. And near fall coming over here to Max Boxness, now up 7-0 for Hillsboro Central Valley in this consolation round match on mat number 2.
Lucino will start in the down position, was trying to lock up a cradle. Mengi able to break the grip, turn face, and he'll get the escape point. So Mengi ups his lead now 8-0. 20 seconds gone in the period.
And off the whistle, like a little Granby roll by Max Boxness. He's up 9-0 with that reversal. He goes to work right away on Gietzen with that crossface screwdriver. He had that combination hooked up at the end of the first period, goes back to it, drags down Gietzen to the mat.
As there's the pinfall, Tanner Mengi for the Kindred Vikings. He's into the semifinals, the second period pinfall victory at 172 pounds.
And Boxness works a power half. Gietzen able to back belly down, working center edge of the mat, near side. Down to a minute 5 remaining in the second period. Max Boxness up 9-0. Runs over Gietzen to his back, trying to secure some more near fall with this pinning combination in the win by fall for Max Boxness on mat number 2.
4-5 matchup at 189 pounds. Jake Kramer for Lemoore Litchfield Marion, a senior at 18-5. His opponent, the 4 seed from Pembina County North, is Gavin Symington, a junior at 25-12. Both these wrestlers receiving byes in their first round matchup. As Symington with the takedown, but then a roll through by Kramer, looking for the reversal in a headlock position. As able to pop the head out was Symington, and so we'll see. Official gave a reversal to each wrestler. So Kramer got a reversal and Symington a reversal of his own. So it's 5-2 in favor of Gavin Symington as we wrestle 55 seconds into the period.
Yeah, mat number 2, 215-pound quarterfinal match between Shane Nishke of the South Border Mustangs. The number 1 seed takes on Brody Geston of Northern Cass. Nitschke returning state champion. Geston for Northern Cass, returning state qualifier. Nitschke has him down on the mat, going to his back with this pinning combination. Has the head scooped and the arms stretched out on mat number 2.
Kramer up to his feet. Trying to turn face, does so, gets the escape point. So Jake Kramer, deficit is 2 points as he gets the escape with 40 seconds to go in period number 1. 189 quarterfinal.
So Shane Nitschke with that win by fall over Brody Geston of Northern Cass. He's into the semifinals at 215 pounds. Now the number 2 seed at 215 pounds. Ivan Cruz takes on Lemoore Litchfield Marion's Tucker Jones over here on mat number 2.
Final 15 seconds, still a 5-2 lead for Symington of Pembina County North. They'll break apart, throw themselves back to the center. Shot fake each wrestler, nothing doing. Final couple ticks to the clock, and Symington will take a 2-point lead into period number 2 over on mat number 1.
And Cruz secures the takedown, now up 3-0 over Tucker Jones on mat number 2. That's in the first period with a minute 25 remaining. And the wrestlers on the edge of mat called out back to the center for the restart on mat 2.
Kramer will start in the top position to begin our second period. As it was Symington choosing down position as a cradle locked up here for Kramer. Got some near fall, got a 3-point near fall briefly to take the lead at 6-5, but then a reversal for Symington gives him the lead back again at 7-6.
And the win by fall for Ivan Caruth, the number 2 seed at 215 pounds into the semifinals here on mat number 2.
Symington flirting with disaster here for the Grizzlies, but able to survive and get in top control and retain a lead here at 7-6. As they wrestle with a minute to go in the second period. Has Kramer bellied out. Seeing if he can work from the top and try to set something up.
They're out here, mat number 2, 285-pound quarterfinal match. That's Brett Tosta of the Northern Lights. The senior takes on Benicio Sacida of Grafton. That's your 285-pound quarterfinal match. Sacida, the number 6 seed, Tosta the number 3 seed.
Reversal here for Kramer, so give him the lead once again now at 8-7. Final 25 seconds of the period. As Simonton trying to work himself back up to a base. Trying to work on an all-fours sit-out attempt. Looking for the roll, trying to hit it. Able to get the roll, edge of the mat. And now going to look for the pinfall. Simonton looking for the fall. Final couple ticks of clock. There it is. Gavin Symington hits the roll and gets the pinfall. So Gavin Symington of Pembina County North, he's going to go to the semifinals at 189 pounds.
And we do have a Bank North blood timeout over here on mat number 2. That's at Bank North. They take community to heart. It's values-based banking. To learn more, visit banknorth.com. Member FDIC and equal housing lender. That's your Bank North timeout over here on mat number 2 with the we're scoreless in the first period between Tosted and Benicio Sacida of Grafton.
2:15 quarterfinal. It's Caden Rose of Pembina County North, Max Klein of Oaks, as Rose with a quick takedown. Rose, the 3 seed for Pembina County North, 37-7 for the Grizzly senior. He had a bye his first round matchup. Max Klein for the Oaks Tornadoes now at 26-16. He defeated Rugby's Bryce Stewart in his first round matchup as Rose takedown, escape to Klein, then another takedown to Rose. So he's up 6-1.
And we're back to action over here on mat number 2. Give you a mat number 3, mat number 4 update. Northern Cass's Luke Walski with the big lead on Bad Schwab. That's at the end of the third period. Walski up 12-3 on Schwab. That's the number 6 seed, Luke Walski, has the lead over the number 3 seed, Madden Schwab. And then mat number 4, that's Brock Lyons, the number 5 seed, has the 1-0 lead on the number 4 seed, Andre Dahl of Napoleon at 215 pounds on mat 4.
An escape for Klein, so it's now 6-2 in favor of Rose with 40 seconds to go in the first period.
And at this 285-pound matchup, that's Brett Tosted with the pinning combination on Saucedo on the win by fall for Brett Tosted at 285. So the number 3 seed into the semifinals.
Rose with a takedown to the back. He's going to shoot the half, scoop the head, and get the pinfall victory. Caden Rose for Pembina County North. He's into the semifinals at 215 pounds.
And now this other quarterfinal matchup between Aiden Hinkle of the Lisbon Broncos taking on Anders Hovness of Northern Cass Jaguars. Hinkle the number 2 seed, and Anders Hovness of Northern Cass the number 7 seed. Hinkle returning state qualifier for the Broncos. He defeated Casey Nudell in that first round match of Kindred by a fall. And Hovness defeated Charles Jorgensen of Carrington.
4-5 quarterfinal at 285 pounds. It's Denton Karcher for Pembina County North, the 5 seed at 26-17, a senior. He's going up against Seth Irie from Ellendale Edgeley Calm. He's a sophomore at 21-13, the number 4 seed. Irie had a bye in the first round. Karcher defeated Riley Collins of Rugby in his first round matchup.
And Hinkle has the screwdriver locked up on Hovness, has him over on his back, working for a fall, putting all the weight on that chest in the shoulders of Hovness. Hovness still able to bridge, and that does it. Slap on the mat by the official, and aimed Hinkle into the semifinals. He'll take on the number 3 seed, Brett Tosted of Northern Lights. And now we're back around to 107 pounds on mat number 2. Nash Nitschke comes out there for Ellendale Edgley Calm, and he'll face Micah Fromke of the Lisbon Broncos. So this is your blood round match. The winners of these matches coming up will advance into the top 8 and earn that trip to the state tournament. So big matches coming up here, these consolation rounds, as we're back up to 107 pounds on mat number 2.
Karcher, Irie still neutral position. 20 seconds to go in the first period. Collar elbow tie, seeing if something sets up here at the heavyweight position. Front headlock here, Irie. See if he can snap it down, get a takedown into a single leg attempt, into a double, trying to turn the corner, see if he can stay in bounds. Karcher grabbing at the near leg, but Irie able to get the takedown before the end of the period. And so, Seth Irie for the Thunder, he will take the lead 3-0 going into period number 2. He wins the flip, he'll defer, and Karcher will choose the neutral position.
And Nitschke with this single leg shot on Fromke, trying to turn the corner, secures the back leg. He goes up 3-0 over on mat number 2. That's in the first period with a minute remaining. So Nash Nitschke with the early 3-0 lead on Micah Fromke.
So neutral to start period number 2. It's Karcher grabbing in that near leg, trying to suck it in, trying to elevate. Irie able to kick it out, and they go out of bounds. And we'll get a restart in the center with a minute and 37 seconds to go in the period.
And Nitschke with the hard crossface on the top, has the wrist spiraled. Goes hammerlock across the back on Fromke with 30 seconds remaining. Fromke belly down near center edge of this mat. Nitschke up 3-0.
Karcher single leg. Irie trying to hit a throw here. Scramble. Now Irie in a front headlock position. Keeps the crossface. Going to try to spin behind the head. See if he can get a turn here. Still neutral position. Has Karcher bellied out. Keeping that crossface. I'm going to try to bully him over. No points yet. Still neutral. Karcher single leg, lifting it up, see if he can finish it, and gets the takedown here. So Denton Karcher will take the lead now at 3-3. 45 seconds to go in the second period.
It was Nash Nitschke with the forward near fall. Had the pinning combination locked up at the end of the period, just ran out of time. He's up 7-0 on Micah Fromke. They start this second period neutral position. Fromke, cow catcher position on Nitschke. Has the head caught. Nitschke's going to dump him down to the mat, turns the corner. 3-point takedown for Nash Nitschke. Now 10-0 lead on Micah Fromke.
5 seed upsetting the 4 seed as Denton Karcher for Pembina County North gets the pinfall victory in period number 2. He's on to the semifinals at 285 pounds.
And Nitschke has this cradle locked up tight on Fromke. Shoulders down to the mat, and you have Nash Nitschke into the top 8 for Ellendale Edgley Calm, making his way to the state tournament for the Thunder.
Bodie Love of Northwood, Brody Pelton of Hillsborough Central Valley. This is a blood round match at 107. Love with the takedown. Gonna run, get the turn, try to stack Pelton up, see if he can get the pinfall. There it is, and Bodie Love for Northwood. He's going to the state tournament at 107 pounds.
All right, matchup here. Mat number 207-pound consolation round match. Johnny Robinson, Pembina County North, takes on Braden Brossart of Rugby. Brossart in on the double leg shot, turns the corner for the takedown. So Brossart in the first round defeated Micah Fromke of the Lisbon Broncos. Then he made his way to the quarterfinals where he was defeated by Sky Kramlich. He's wrestling in this consolation round match for a chance at the state tournament here on mat number 2.
Gavin Rood for the Kindred Vikings looking to pick up the pinfall and go to the state tournament. He'll shoot the half on Mason Ouellette, look for the fall. Plenty time to settle in, and there it is. So Gavin Rood for the Kindred Vikings, he's a state qualifier at 114 pounds. First period pinfall victory over the Burros, Mason Ouellette.
Hey, Brossart not wasting time out here on mat number 2, as well as he's down to a minute remaining. He has the 3-0 lead, has a pinning combination hooked up on Robinson in Pembina County North. Official down there, Trevor Kittleson, has a good look at it. Left shoulder up just by a little bit. Brossert's trying to make the adjustment and scoot the elbow here on mat number 1 with 51 seconds remaining in the first period.
121 blood round matchup. It's Liam Lepp for South Border, Grayson Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos. 121-pound state qualifying matchup.
Brossert still with that pinning combination, trying to work for this fall in the first period. Robinson bridging, and that does it. Braden Brossert found the right combination with that pin here at 107 pounds. Places in the top 8, punches his ticket to the state tournament on mat 2.
Lepp, a junior for the Mustangs of South Border. He's 20-20 on the season. Grayson Lyons, a junior as well for Lisbon, 27-14. 30 seconds gone, no score, neutral position at 121 pounds.
And we're at 114 pounds. Another consolation round matchup on mat number 2. That's Rowdy Auto of Thompson. Takes on Ben Wagner of the Oaks Tornadoes. Wagner upset by Joey Hyde of Lemoore. Wagner was the number 4 seed, so Hyde upset Wagner in the quarterfinals by decision 7-5. Down here wrestling Otto for a top 8 finish.
This in the wrestle background, this is the 4 and 6 seed going up against each other. A couple of upsets, and so tough luck here as one of the top 6 seeds are not going to go to the state tournament. Liam Lepp, Grayson Lyons there at 121 pounds on mat number 1.
And Wagner with the 3-0 lead over here on mat number 2 with a minute remaining. He has the armbar locked up on Otto. Otto doing a good job defending, moving those hips around, trying to counter out of this. Not able to stretch that left arm out, though, as Wagner keeps the armbar locked up now. Circles back around, gets to the restart with 4 near fall for Ben Wagner. Has the 7-0 lead in the first period with 46 seconds remaining.
Final couple ticks of the clock. They're still neutral. Collar and elbow tie-ups. And Lepp and Lyons, they're going to go to the second period in a scoreless tie. As the flip goes to Lyons, he's got choice, and he'll choose the down position.
And Wagner throws Otto over to his back with the pinning combination locked up here in the first period with 30 seconds remaining. He has the 7-0 lead. He's trying to stretch out the arm, and he does that with the win by fall for Ben Wagner. As he moves on, he will place in the top 8 and secures another trip to the state tournament at 114 pounds.
Lyons with the escape point, so he's got a 1-0 lead. As now shot, fake attempt, drops down to a knee, able to get back up to his feet. Reshot attempt by Lepp. They stay neutral in a collar and elbow tie-up. Lepp with a shot attempt once again, reshot by Lyons. It stays neutral. Battle for head position, snap down by Lyons. Lepp able to get back up to his feet, as does Lyons. It stays neutral, 35 seconds gone in the second period. Head tap, and back to the collar and elbow tie. Circling around the center circle of the mat. Battle for wrist control. See if a shot opportunity presents itself here at 121 pounds. Shot fake by Lyons, down to a knee, reshot by Lepp. They're both able to pop back up to their feet, and it stays neutral, halfway gone in the second period.
We're a 121-pound consolation round match between Carson Henningsen of Ellendale Calm and Gabriel Dumas of Grafton. Dumas scores first here, up 3-0. They're on the edge of the mat with Henningsen tried to counter out, tripoded up, but out is the call by the official. Back to the center for the restart. Dumas up 3-0.
Underhook for Lepp as they wrestle edge of the mat. 30 seconds to go in the period. Lyons going to try to circle back inbounds. He'll get his arm back free. Snap down attempt by Lepp. Lyons back up to his feet. They'll break apart. Circle themselves back towards the center of the mat. 15 seconds. Shot attempt by Lepp. Or by Lyons. Lepp with a reshot. Both wrestlers able to clear themselves. Break apart. Shot attempt by Lyons. Final couple ticks of the clock. And that'll do it for period number 2. Grayson Lyons with a 1-0 lead. Lepp will have choice, trailing by a point, as he'll go in the down position.
And Dumas has the 1-point lead here with Carson Henningsen, scores the reversal. So 3-2 is the lead for Gabriel Dumas in the bottom position in the first period, 27 seconds remaining.
So Lions going to need to try to ride it out here. Lepp needs at least an escape point. He trails by 1. Able to stay in top control. 15 seconds gone in the period. As Grayson Lyons, the junior for the Lisbon Broncos, trying to stay on top. Sit out attempt by Lepp. Lyons trying to stay close. Lepp up to his feet. Lions single leg now into a double leg, looking for the mat return. Over under. Goes to his hip. Seeing if he can stay in control. Pop the head. Still no change. Lions in top control. Clock ticking, 1 minute and 5 seconds to go in the period. Lions with a cross face. See if he can get something here. Looking for a tilt. Tried to shoot the half. Lepp, though, able to get himself back to his belly. No points awarded. Lions now with a half Nelson. He's got a 1-point lead. 50 seconds remaining in the matchup. Lions seeing if he can lock up a cradle, trying to get the hands locked. Lepp on all fours. Lions cradle, arching it back, see if he can get some near fall points. Official counting. Near fall points upcoming. Grayson Lyons trying to tack on to his lead. Under 30 seconds, can just stay right here. Try to pick up the victory.
And we're 5-4s to score now on mat number 2. Gabe Dumas has the lead or grabs the lead back. He's up by 1 point in the second period. It's 1:18 on the clock. Wrestlers in the center of the mat. Little feint by Carson Henningsen. Dumas holds the center of the mat.
Escape point for Lepp. He's got to go. He trails by 4. Final couple ticks of the clock. And that'll do it. Grayson Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos. He's a state qualifier at 121 pounds, defeating South Border's Liam Lepp by a 5-1 score.
And a little snap down, then a shot over here by Gabriel Dumas. Henningsen's able to stand back up after the down block. Another snap down by Gabriel Dumas in good position here up over the top with the front headlock. Reaches back, secures the ankle. Henningsen's going to go for a high crotch, trying to hit a fireman's and counter it. He spins back around, goes cow catcher on Dumas. Dumas stands back up, still 5-4 with 25 seconds remaining in the second period.
127-pound blood round matchup on mat number 1. Caden Hooley for the Northern Lights, a sophomore, 24-17. Jackson Wilson, a 7th grader for the Carrington Cardinals at 11-13 is your matchup on mat number 1.
And Dumas with the takedown. So now with an 8-4 lead going into the third period. Gabriel Dumas in control of this match as he extends his lead going into the third. We're going neutral to start the third period on mat 2.
Wilson with a takedown. 55 seconds into period number 1. He's got a 3-0 lead. Hooley up to his feet, turn, face, get the escape point. 3-1 in favor of Carrington's Jackson Wilson. They're on mat number 1. Edge of the mat, they'll circle themselves back to the center.
So Dumas and Henningsen is 8-4. Carson Henningsen was the number 7 seed, and he was minor upset by Jared Nelson of Oaks in the first round. And then Gabriel Dumas, the number 8 seed, he made it into the quarterfinals where he was defeated by the number 1 seed, Bodie Henderson. So the 7 and 8 battling it out here, tried to get into that top 8 in the trip to the state tournament. The winner of this match will face Grayson Lyons of the Lisbon Broncos.
Hooley with the takedown. He'll take the lead at 4-3, trying to stack it up, see if he can get some near fall points before the end of the period. Now going to shoot a half. See if he can tack onto the lead. He's now got a 4-3 lead, but near fall points upcoming. A full count of 4. And so Caden Hooley for the Northern Lights, the burst at the end of the period gives him an 8-3 lead going into the second.
And still 8-4 with 40 seconds remaining. Neither wrestler committing to any type of offensive attack, just keeping their distance. Henningsen's right around go time now with 30 seconds remaining. He's down by 4 points. A takedown for Henningsen would only give him, or still put him down by 1 point. So he has to work on more A little more offensive action here on mat number 2.
So Wilson will start in the down position. He trails by 5. See what he can do in the top. 2-on-1 wrist control, trying to roll it out.
So
35 seconds gone in the period.
Not sure what happened out there for Carson Henningsen. Maybe an injury, but he just rolled out that last period, not really committing to any type of attack. He went down 8-4 to Gabriel Dumas. Dumas into the top 8, punches his ticket to the state tournament for Grafton.
Get a restart. Still an 8-3 lead for the Northern Lights is Caden Hooley on mat number 1. 127-pound blood round matchup. Head in the shoulder, looking to grab wrist control. 2-on-1. See if he can roll it out. Halfway gone in the period. Cardinal 7th grader, see if he can try to advance to the state tournament.
Yeah, mat number 2, that's Logan Nielsen, Mayport CG, taking on Isaac Sadler. Sadler for rugby. Had the head and arm. Now a reversal by Nielsen. Throws Sadler over to his back, and a big reversal of fortunes here on mat number 2. Trading takedowns, near fall, reversal, and near fall over on mat 2 here for Logan Nielsen. As it's a 7-6 score, Nielsen's down by 1 point, trying to make his way back to the state tournament for Mayport CG.
Hooley looking for a stand-up. Out of bounds they go. As Hooley with a 9-3 lead.
And that's the win by fall for Logan Nielsen as he handled Isaac Sadler, who had the escape. And it was 9-7. And then Logan Nielsen throws Sadler down on the edge of the mat, wins by fall into the state tournament for Mayport CG on mat 2.
End of the period as Hooley with a 9-3 lead going into the final 2 minutes.
So now 133-pound action. Another match out here at 133 between Gavin Robertson of the Lisbon Broncos wrestling Colton Krebs of Thompson. Robertson, the number 6 seed, made it to the quarterfinals. He was defeated by Cruiser Burns of Grafton.
Neutral position, Hooley in on a single leg, seeing if he can finish it. It stays neutral. 25 seconds gone in the period. Hooley gonna pop the head in between, over, under. Drop down to his side, see if he can finish the takedown. Leg pass attempt by Wilson, grabbing at the near ankle. Hooley grabbing at the ankle of Wilson as well. It stays neutral. As Wilson now get the leg back free, turn and get the takedown. Trails by 3 at 9-6.
And there's a win by fall for Gavin Robertson. Punched his ticket to the state tournament, number 6 seed, trying to get a little more for the Broncos as he wins by fall over Krebs of Thompson.
Wilson trying to get a turn here. He trails by 3 with under a minute to go in the third period. Has a leg hooked. Seeing if he can lock something up and get a turn. Little high, loses it, and Hooley will get the reversal. Make it now 11-6 with 45 seconds to go in the match.
Yeah, mat number 2 up to 139 pounds. Consolation round match between Gabriel Clifton and Eden McLeod. Here's Gabriel Clifton up 3-0 over McLeod. That's in the first period, minute 40 on the clock. Clifton in that top position, working underneath, trying to dig out a wrist on the left side on mat 2.
11-6, Hooley with the lead. Will get a restart back to the center with 30 seconds to go. Hooley just looking to try to ride it out and pick up the state tournament appearance there for the Northern Lights sophomore. Grabbing at the far ankle, looking for a breakdown. Wilson seeing if he can get an escape point and try to work it back from there. Cradle attempt. Wilson up to all fours, arching it back, gets some near fall points.
And that's the cradle over here on mat number 2 by Gabriel Clifton. And he advances into the top 8, going to the state tournament for the Carrington Cardinals at 139 pounds, wins by fall over Ian McLeod of Northern Lights.
Hooley will add on 4 to the near fall, so Caden Hooley for the Northern Lights. He's a state qualifier at 127 pounds, defeating Carrington's Jackson Wilson. .127 consolation round. It's Owen Iverson for the Oaks Tornadoes, an 8th grader at 9 and 15. His opponent for Allendale Edgeley Coleman, 8th grader at 15 and 13. It's Riggin Sand.
And mat number 2, little break in the action with Griffin Greenlee out here at 145 pounds. Caden Kurtz for Thompson. So just a little break in the action over here on mat number 2 at 145. Mat number 3, mat number 4 update. Jager Sand of Ellendale Calm has the 4-2 lead over Mason Bartles of Thompson. That's in the second period. And then mat number 4, Jager Jorheim of Kindred wrestling Weston Baumgartner of Napoleon. That's an 8-3 lead for Baumgartner at 127 pounds on mat 4.
Iverson with the takedown, so he'll take a 3-0 lead, 38 seconds into period number 1 on mat number 1. Owen Iverson for the Oaks Tornadoes looking to advance to the state tournament in a battle of 8th graders. As Sand up to his feet, see if he can break the grips, get the escape point. Get a stalling warning. That is on Iverson for failure to mat return. There's the mat return for Iverson. He'll remain in top control. Under a minute now in the first period.
Yeah, Greenlee with the headlock on Kurtz. Sends him to the mat, working for a fall over on mat number 2. So Griffin Greenlee, your winner by fall, into the top 8 with that pin of Kurtz from Thompson.
Sand looking for a stand-up. Has Iverson sprawled out. Now he'll go into the front headlock position. 30 seconds to go. Grab the leg, try to hook it, see if he can get some points here. Pops the head out, takes control. There's the 2-point for the reversal. So Sand cuts into the deficit. He trails 3-2 with 15 seconds to go in the first period.
And 145-pound action, another consolation round match between Mattis Mock of Mayport CG wrestling Northern Lights' Braylon Herman. Herman with that front headlock position. Mock drops back down, tries to arm drag around the side, and not able to get it here on mat number 2 in the first period, still scoreless.
Sand will ride out the period, so he trails by 1 going into period number 2 at 172 pounds. Excuse me, 127 pounds. There on mat number 1.
So Braylon Herman, the number 8 seed, right now is in a battle with Maddox Mock and Mayport CG. Minute 20, Mock was down on a single leg as they drive out of bounds. Back to the center for a restart on mat number 2.
And grabbing the arm as Iverson, see if he can walk it back, get some near fall out of this. Has the leg hooked, trying to clear the arm. In that, back was exposed of Sander in that time, so Fisher Trevor Kittleson holding. Now will give it 3-point near fall for Owen Iverson, so up his lead 6-2 here in the second period.
Maddox Mock had a nice single leg locked up on Herman, but Herman did a good job scrambling, was able to turn the corner in the page on that takedown attempt by Maddox Mock. So Herman up 3-0 in the first period with 34 seconds. They're called out on that far center edge of the mat. Back to the center for a restart with Maddox Mock in the bottom position on mat number 2.
Sand sprawled out, able to get up to his feet, get the escape point. They'll circle themselves back to the center. 6-3, Sand with the deficit. In on a shot attempt, single leg. Iverson draped over, grabbing at the far ankle. See if he can get a takedown. Sand, if he can get the takedown, would tie it up 30 seconds ago. Pops the head out. And there's the takedown. Reagan Sand will even it up 6-6 with 20 seconds to go in the period.
And Braylon Herman has a double armbar locked up on Maddox Mock. Mock belly down to the mat. We have about 10 seconds remaining here for Mock to fight off. Herman has this combination locked up pretty tight, has Mock stacked up, and that's win by fall for Braylon Herman. Into the state tournament he goes on mat number 2.
Sand will ride out the period, and he'll take a 6-6 tie into the final 2 minutes. Riggin Sand, Owen Iverson all tied up at 127 in our state qualifying matchup. We'll start neutral position, see if any wrestler can get a takedown here in the final 2 minutes.
And Matt's number 3 and number 4 update over in that elementary gymnasium. We have Jace Duffy Lamore up 9-2 over Andy Pulak of Grafton at 139 pounds. And then Matt number 4, that's Weston Baumgartner up 8-3 over Jager Jordheim of Kindred. That's in the 3rd period on mat 4.
Iverson on a shot attempt was unable to stay in bounds, and so we'll stay neutral with 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Off the whistle, Sand in on a shot attempt, double leg, trying to pop the head through. Now into a single leg sprawl by Iverson. Neutral position with 90 seconds to go in the match.
And mat number 2, we have Xander Duvermuller. Hillsborough Central Valley picks up the takedown, has the 3-0 lead wrestling Dane Dakota of Northern Lights. So Duvermuller, the number 10 seed, picked up the minor upset against Hudson Gold Daddy in that first round. Then was defeated by Cole Stock by fall in the quarterfinals. Finds himself wrestling Dane Dakota. Dakota was defeated in the first round by Maddox Shockman and then received a bye in that first round consolation here to wrestle Duvermuller.
Under a minute, Sand with a shot attempt, single leg, now into a double, lifted up to the side. Iverson grabbing at the far ankle, trying to hold on, not give up any points. Still neutral position here. 50 seconds to go in the matchup, all tied up at 6. Each wrestler grabbing the opponent's legs, draped around scramble, see if anything becomes of this. Fisher Trevor Kittleson right on there. Still neutral position, no change. Iverson holding on to that ankle. There's the takedown for Riggin Sand, so Sand will take the lead. He's got a 9-6 lead. Under 30 seconds to go. Riggin Sand, the 8th grader for EEK, looking to advance to the state tournament.
And the win by fall for Xander Duvermuller as he punches his ticket to the state tournament over on mat number 2 for Hillsborough Central Valley.
Final couple of ticks of the clock. Sand grabbing at the ankle. Iverson trying something, hoping to try to get something, but to no avail. And so Riggin Sand for Allendale Edgeley Calm. He's a state qualifier at 127 pounds.
So here's Gabe Gruber for the Lisbon Broncos over on mat number 2, trying to find his way into the state tournament. Gruber filling in, finding his way into the lineup. Kind of a last-minute replacement for the Broncos. As he's wrestling Zaid Heyer of the Oaks Tornadoes.
139 blood round matchup. Riker Vetter for the South Border Mustangs. So he's going up against Logan Feist of Napoleon Gackel Streeter. This at 139 pounds.
And they're scrambling here between Heyer and Gruba. Gruba trying to hit this tilt on Heyer, just not able to hit it. Heyer comes out on top of that scramble with some near fall in the takedown. Also with this pinning combination, has that leg caught here by Gabe Gruba and stacked him up just off the center edge of the mat on mat number 2.
Vetter with the takedown. Feist with an escape point. Vetter back in on a shot attempt, single leg. Feist trying to defend, kick out, able to remain neutral, no change. Vetter with a 3-1 lead, 1 minute and 10 seconds to go in the first period.
Zaid Heyer up 7-0, picked up the 4 near fall off of that scramble, and then hooked up the pinning combination on Gruba as they're in the first period with 35 seconds remaining.
Vetter shot attempt once again, poking the head in between to the side. Leg pass by Feist, trying to hold on, defend. 40 seconds to go in the first period. Still neutral position. Scramble and a takedown here for Vetter, so up his lead now 6-1 with 20 seconds to go in the period. $15 seconds now. Wrist control by Vetter, seeing if he can get a tilt before the end of the period. as back points upcoming. Riker Vetter, the tilt attempt, not necessarily going to get a pinfall out of this, but does get the count of the count of 3, and so it's a 3-point near fall. So Riker Vetter, a 9-1 lead going into the second period.
And Zaid Heyer up 7-0 at the end of this first period against Gabe Gruba. Heyer, the number 4 seed, he was defeated by the number 5 seed Bailey Zachmeyer in the quarterfinals by decision 9-4. That was Heyer in on a double leg shot on Zachmeyer, and he picked up that egg precision move of the match on that one with that headlock. He was down in that match and ended up winning it 9-4 in the final 30 seconds of that match.
Neutral position, shot attempt here by Feist. Viker with the sprawl into a front headlock, edge of the mat. Snap down attempt. And out of bounds they go, no change.
And 3-point takedown now for Zaid Heyer. Up 10-0 on Gabe Gruba with 1:30 remaining on mat number 2.
Shot attempt, Feist. Vetter with the sprawl, front headlock. Seeing if he can tack on his lead here for the South Border junior. Still neutral position with a minute to go. Feist able to get back up to his feet, get his head back free. He trails by 8 with 50 seconds to go in the second period.
And Zaid Heyer working that arm lever. Now bars it up off of that. Gruba's going to try to counter, sits through, and no near fall off of that. No, it does get 2 near fall for Zaid Heyer, up 12-0 on mat number 2.
Still neutral here as Vetter pops the head, gets the takedown. So Riker Vetter ups his lead 12-1, final 20 seconds of the second period. Feist back up to his feet, escape point 12-2, a 10-point lead for Riker Vetter. Final 10 seconds of the second period.
And wrestlers called out off the mat. Back to the center for restart. 19 seconds remaining. This is Zaid Heyer for the Oaks Tornadoes. Up 12-0 over Gabe Gruba on mat number 2.
Vetter runs out of time, unable to get the takedown before the end of the period, so it stays 12-2 as we'll go neutral to start period number 3. Shot attempt by Vetter, double leg. Sprawl by Feist, edge of the mat, trying to stay in bounds is Vetter. Double leg, gets the 3-point takedown, so 15-2. So 13-point lead. Any near fall points, and Vetter will lock up the tech fall and a trip to the state tournament.
And we're 12-0 going into this third period. Gruba with choice chooses the top position to start the third period. He's down by 12 points on mat number 2.
Reversal here by Feist. 15-4 is the deficit with 1 minute and 5 seconds to go in the period.
So Zaid Heyer scores the escape. Now 13-0 lead. Coach over there, Corey Shaw, issues him some instructions. He says stay low, and he does that off the whistle. Shoots a double leg on Gabe Gruba. Doubles it up, secures the takedown. Avoids any danger of any type of throw by Gruba and secures the win with that takedown by technical decision, 16-0. So Zaid Heyer into the top 8 and into the state tournament for the Oaks Tornadoes.
Stalling warning called on Vetter. That's his first. It's 15-4 in favor of Riker Vetter. He's in the down position as Feist has to try to hit something here in the final 20 seconds. As a little bit high, Vetter trying to stand up, under 10 seconds now. Vetter with a body lock. See if he can get a half Nelson, see if he gets some near fall points. Final 5 seconds. Last gas to no avail for Logan Feist, and Riker Vetter for South Border is a state qualifier at 139 pounds.
And back out here in action on mat number 2, we have Isaac Maley from the Oaks Tornadoes wrestling Kellen Otson of the Kindred Vikings. So the senior here from Isaac Maley wrestling the 8th grader from Kindred, Kellen Ottenson, on mat number 260-pound consolation round match. And Maley, with the upset of Lane Zupon in that first round, and then lost to Lyons in the quarterfinals, finds himself wrestling Kellen Ottenson.
152 on mat number 1. It's Miles Thielges for the Kindred Vikings, a sophomore at 33-10. His opponent for the Grafton Spoilers is senior Robert Rodriguez at 12-13.
And Ottenson catches Maley on his hip, trying to turn the corner. No points awarded over on mat number 2 with 50 seconds remaining in the first period. And the stalemate called by the official. Back to the center for the restart. Both wrestlers up on their feet on mat 2.
Thielges, the 3 seed, was upset by the 6 seed Zeke Simonton in his semifinal matchup. As Rodriguez lost to 4 seed Zayd Heyer in his first round matchup, received a bye in the first round wrestleback, now in the blood rounds here for the Grafton senior. Out of bounds they go, no change, as Miles Thielges with a 3-0 lead with 1 minute and 15 seconds to go in the period.
And we're still scoreless. Final 10 seconds of our first period over on mat number 2. And Maley trying to turn the corner and hooks the ankle on the backside. 3-point takedown for Isaac Maley. He takes the lead at the end of the first period, 3-0 on mat 2.
Thielges with the turn and the pinfall. So Miles Thielges for the Kindred Vikings at 152. He's a state qualifier with a pinfall victory over Grafton's Robert Rodriguez.
And wrestlers on their feet for the start of the second period. With 1 minute 50 remaining, Isaac Maley for the Oaks Tornadoes has the 3-0 lead at 160 pounds. He snaps down Kellen Ottenson, goes to the front headlock in a cow catcher position. Now Ottenson able to counter out of that, tries to back up. Maley goes back to the cow catcher, trying to throw that underhook, not able to do it on mat 2.
Riley Lucina for the Lisbon Broncos, an 8th grader at 25-23. He's going up against the Northern Lights' Trey Leducer, a senior at 13-9. This is a blood round matchup, the battle between the 7 and 8 seed here at 172.
And here Kellen Ottenson had a nice single leg shot and almost had Maley kind of cracked down on the mat, had the hip down. Maley was able to pop back up just in time before Ottenson got the arm around the waist. And they get a restart back to the center of the mat with 1 minute remaining in the second period. Still 3-0 lead for Isaac Maley.
Messina Leducer, no score, 1 minute gone. Here in the first period, neutral position. Head tap, and then they'll go back to the collar and elbow tie-up. Battle for position, see if a shot attempt opens up.
So Maley back in that front headlock position over here on mat 2. Still 3-0 lead for Maley. He's trying to turn the corner once again on Ottenson. Down to 30 seconds remaining in the second period.
Circle themselves back to the center with 30 seconds to go in the period. No score. Messina shot attempt. Leducer, though, able to get his leg back free. It stays neutral. They'll break apart. Circle around the center of the mat. 15 seconds to go in the first period. Head tap. Back to the collar and elbow tie. Now with 10 seconds. Shot fake by Leducer. Nothing doing. Final couple ticks of the clock. And Riley Lucina, Trey Leducer, they'll go to the second period in a scoreless tie.
And Isaac Maley secures that takedown in the second period. Builds his lead now 6-0. Going into our third, he starts in the bottom position over here on mat number 2, trying to punch his ticket into the state tournament for Isaac Maley, up 6-0 on Kellen Ottenson.
As Leducer locks up a cradle, going to get some near fall points. Leducer started in the top position, gets a count of 4, and so Trey Leducer with a 4-0 lead. 25 seconds gone. Messina had choice. He chose the bottom position. Leducer making him pay, gets the 4-point near fall. And now he'll stay in top control, see if he can get another turn. Crossface. Now a elbow chop by Leducer. Lucina up to his feet. See if he can turn the corner, stay in bounds, get his first point of the match. Get a stall lane warning on Leducer. He'll give up the escape point. Lucina on the scoreboard. He trails 4-1. And Leducer dinged for stalling. We'll see if that comes into play later on this match. Under a minute now to go in the second period.
And Melee locks up that crossface screwdriver. Has Ottenson going over his back, working for some more near fall. He has the 8-0 lead. Down to 45 seconds remaining. Good pinning combination set up, and that's the win by fall for Isaac Melee. Melee going to the state tournament for the Oaks Tornadoes.
35 seconds to go in the period. Trey Leducer with a 4-1 lead in the second. Leducer a 4-point near fall in the second period. Lucina got an escape point. That's how we get to the 4-1 score. And that's 15 seconds to go in period number 2. Collar and elbow ties. Shot fake by Leducer. Reshot attempt by Lucina. Nothing doing. Over-unders. Seeing if something can go. Double underhooks. Lucina looking for the throw at the end of the period. Out of bounds they go. No change. As that'll do it for period number 2. As Leducer with choice, he'll choose the neutral position. So Lucina will need a takedown. 2 minutes to try to get it for the Bronco 8th grader.
And mat number 2, 160-pound matchup here between Lane Zupan of the Northern Lights and Aiden Werner, Pembina County North. That's your consolation round match here at 160 pounds on mat number 2. That's scoreless in the first period with 1:10 remaining.
So Lucina needs a takedown. Also, Leducer has been warned for stalling already, in case that comes into play here in the third period. 30 seconds gone, still neutral. Over-unders. They'll break apart, circle themselves back to the center. 80 seconds to go in the match. Circle back to the center. Head taps. Cena got to try to get something here. Trails by 3. Clock ticking at 1:05 seconds to go in the period.
Yeah, over on mat number 2, Werner with the snap down and the go behind takedown has the 3-0 lead over Lane Zupan. Zupan, the number 7 seed, upset by Melee in the first round. Werner went to the quarterfinals where he was defeated by the number 1 seed Brody Hoffman.
As Leducer gets warned for stalling, that's his second warning. Lucina on a shot attempt, a sprawl by Leducer. It's still neutral. Lucina trying to suck that in, trailing by 2 now at 4-2. 30 seconds to go in the matchup. Leducer grabbing through at the far ankle. Now puts in a crossface. Lucina grabbing at that near leg once again. 15 seconds to go in the matchup. Leducer grabbing at the far ankle. 10 seconds to go. Leducer content to stay right there. We'll get a stalemate with 7 seconds. So Lucina needs a takedown here. 7 seconds to try to get it. Stalling on Leducer. That's his second. Out of bounds they go with 2 seconds. See, 2 seconds. Can Leducer get some? Can Lucina get something? Can Leducer be warned for stalling? They'll call a caution on Leducer. Edge of the mat, final couple ticks. Snap down attempt, nothing doing. And Trey Leducer for the Northern Lights. He'll go to the state tournament at 172 pounds. A 4-3 decision victory over Lisbon's Riley Lucina.
So we're 3-0 over here on mat number 2. Aiden Werner up 3-0 in the second period. For Pembina County North, he hit that go behind takedown in that first period. And now a single leg shot by Lane Zupan of Northern Lights. Werner down block, sprawls in the front headlock position, chasing Zupan and secures the back leg. Inside cradle hooked up, now steps behind for the go behind. Werner up 6-0 on mat 2.
172-pound blood round matchup. It's Max Bachnes for Hillsborough Central Valley, a sophomore for the Bros at 14-20. His opponent from Pembina County North, a sophomore as well, Bryce Kerrigan at 17 and 16. Winner of this to the state tournament, 172 pounds. Bachnes drawn into the tournament, lost to the number 2 seed, Tanner Mengi, in his first round matchup, then defeated Atticus Skeetson of Northern Cass in his first round wrestleback.
Yeah, looking at a mat 4 update, 189 pounds consolation round match. That's tied up at 5 apiece between Bennett Geisler, Ellendale Colm, and Carrington's Jacob Hendricks. As it looks like they may be going into overtime over there on mat number 4, tied up at 5.
Throw attempt here by Bachnes. Kerrigan, though, able to bully him over and gets the takedown. 3 points. Take the first points of the matchup, a minute 10 in. Bryce Kerrigan, the number 9 seed for Pembina County North, upset the 8 seed Trey LeDucer in his first round matchup, then defeated by the top seed Cale Hebel in his quarterfinal matchup.
Here, mat number 2 now, 6-1 score. Zupan with the escape. We're in the third period. Wrestlers on their feet with a minute 45 remaining. Werner with the collar tie, little headlock on the edge of the mat, just runs out of room here for Lane Zupan. Off the throw, back to the center for the restart on mat 2.
Kerrigan with the cradle, trying to get the pinfall victory. Bachnes going to have to try to fight off of his back, trying to hold on for 10 more seconds, breaks the grip, gets himself to his belly. But Kerrigan with a 4-point near fall. He leads 7-0 as we go to the end of the first period and into period number 2.
And we're still a 6-1 score over on mat number 2. Stall warning issued to Aiden Werner as he can take it. He has the 6-1 lead, and now after that stall warning, he just drops down and returns Lane Zupan to the mat for the 9-1 lead on mat number 2.
So Bachnes will start in the down position, trailing by 7, able to get a escape point. 7-1 he trails. 10 seconds into the second period. Max Bachnes for the Bros. See if he can try to hit something here. Try to build back, cut into this deficit.
Mat number 2 still 9-1 score with 40 seconds remaining. Aiden Werner up by 8 points over Lane Zupan. Zupan belly down in the mat. Werner works over on the far side. Stalemate called back to the center for the restart on mat 2.
.45 seconds into the second period. Bachnes with a 7-1 deficit. Battle of sophomores. Collar and elbow ties. Shot attempt here. Kerrigan sprawled by Bachnes. Both wrestlers able to get back up to their feet. Over under. Bachnes seeing if he can get a throw. Snap down whip attempt by Kerrigan to no avail. They stay neutral with 45 seconds to go in the period.
And 12-2 is your lead here for Aiden Werner with another takedown. As time runs out on the clock for Lane Zupan, Aiden Werner into the state tournament for Pembina County North. He wins by major decision, 12-2.
30 seconds to go in the second period. Collar and elbow ties between Kerrigan and Bachnes. They break apart. They'll circle themselves back to the center. 20-second shot attempt by Bachnes. Sprawl, spin behind by Kerrigan. Gets the takedown. Bachnes with a switch attempt. He'll get 2 points for the reversal. Make it now 10-3, the scoreboard after that flurry of action. Final couple ticks of the clock of period number 2. As Bachnes will ride it out, but he trails by 7. Going into the final 2 minutes here at 172 pounds.
Yeah, mat number 272 pounds. Here's Jacob Meidinger wrestling Carter Potasic of Oaks. Potasic takes Meidinger down to his back, working for a quick fall, and that does it. 22 seconds later, here for Carter Potasic, winner by fall on mat number 2.
So Bachnes will start in the down position. He trails by 7. Got to try to hit something here. Final minute and 50 seconds. Kerrigan 2-on-1, rolling out the wrist. Shoots a half. Trying to get out to the side and run with it. 30 seconds gone in the period. Now we'll go back behind and regain top control. Bogdan is trying to work himself back from a base. Bogdan bellied out. Kerrigan doing a good job. Riding tough on top. Doesn't necessarily need to do something. Now he's going to shoot a half. Try to run with it. Able to bring Bogdan down to his belly, and he's going to try to work himself back up to a base. Under a minute now, 50 seconds for Bryce Kerrigan to try to pick up the victory in the berth to the state tournament. Bogdan will get warned for stall, and that's his first warning. He's got to move. 45 seconds, and he trails by 7.
So mat number 2, 215 pounds here with Kirby Freeman and Brody Geston. That's scoreless in the first period with the minute 5 on the clock. Wrestlers locked up. That's a shot, little knee pick by Geston with the level change. Freeman backs up back to the center of the mat. Both wrestlers on mat number 2.
Get a restart. 33 seconds to go. Kerrigan a 10-3 lead. Sit out attempt for Bogdan off of the whistle into a switch. He gets the reversal 10-5. He's got to hit something big here. He trails by 5 with 25 seconds to go.
And a snap down by Geston. Spins around behind Jorgensen. Goes right away to the power half here for Brody Geston as he has this thing locked in on Freeman. Freeman trying to counter out on mat number 2.
Bogdan gives up the escape point, trying for the takedown in on a shot, but Kerrigan able to sprawl. He'll just hold him right there. Tick out the final couple seconds, and Bryce Kerrigan for Pembina County North. He's a state qualifier at 172 pounds.
So mat number 3, mat number 4 update. Looks like we're back around here in consolation round matches. Back to 107 pounds on mat number 3. So the winners of this next consolation round, they will advance to the consolation semifinals. The non-winners will wrestle for 7th and 8th place. Those wrestlers all will qualify or all qualified for the state tournament in the top 8. And right now, Nashnitzky up 3-0 over Bodie Love on mat number 3. And mat number 4, they're still at 285 pound in this blood round match. Charles Jorgensen wrestling Hunter Torvelson of Larimore. That is scoreless in the first period.
Fernando Rios for Hillsborough Central Valley. He's a senior at 22 and 20. He's going up against Tucker Jones for Lemoore Litchfield Marion, a junior at 9 and 13. This is a 215-pound blood round matchup.
In a huge scramble here between Geston and Freeman. Freeman had Geston going over to his back to 4 near fall. Or 3 near fall for Kirby Freeman as he tightens up this match over on mat number 2. Freeman looking for his chance to wrestle in the state tournament or for his trip to the state tournament. He's not giving up yet. So 4-3 is your lead for Brody Geston. Now 5-3 with the 1-point escape on mat 2.
Scramble between Jones and Rios. Nothing doing there. Both wrestlers remain neutral. We're still scoreless as we're a minute gone in the period. Over-unders here for each wrestler. Battle for head position. Rios looking for the headlock. Loses the head. It slips, and Tucker Jones will get the first points of the matchup. He'll get a 3-point takedown to take the lead. Rios sit out up to his feet. Looking for the mat return is Jones, able to bring him back down. Rios going to have to try to work himself back to a base with 40 seconds to go in the period.
Yeah, we're still 5-3 over on mat number 2 with 45 seconds remaining in our second period. Collar tie by Geston on Freeman. Freeman trying to pummel inside, back to the edge of the mat. Now circles back around here on mat number 2.
Rios trying to get the sit out into the switch. So far, Jones been able to defend and follow. Rios up to his feet, but then mat return by Jones. Final 10 seconds of the first period. Tucker Jones grab wrist control, ride out the couple ticks of the clock, and Tucker Jones will take a 3-0 lead into the second period.
And wrestlers locked back up in the center of the mat, pushing each other back and forth. Still 5-3 is that lead now for Brody Geston. Looks to take that into the third period. Still 5 seconds remaining in this second period. 5-3 lead on mat number 2 for Brody Geston of Northern Cass.
Rios looking for the bear hug, trying to get a trip, see if he can get the turn. Puts in the half Nelson. Jones will get back up to his feet. Rios looking for the mat return to try to get the takedown. Jones able to defend in on a front headlock, locks up the cradle, and right to the back. Rio's going to have to try to fight off of his back. Can't do it. And Tucker Jones of Lemoore Litchfield Marion, he is going to the state tournament at 215 pounds.
And now 5-4. Freeman with the escape in the third period with 1:48 remaining. Geston's on a double leg on Freeman, bowls him over for the 3-point takedown. 8-4, more breathing room now for Brody Geston of Northern Cass. He's up 8-4 in this match over here on mat number 2. That's in the third period.
Your final blood round match is at 285 pounds. Anasio Sasita for the Grafton Spoilers. Riley Collins of Rugby. That is at 285 pounds. There's a scramble to begin here, as Sasita able to spin mine and get the takedown.
And Freeman throws Geston over to his back, so we have reversal and near fall for Freeman. The 1-point escape for Brody Geston. 10-9 is the score. Freeman has the 1-point lead with under a minute remaining, 55 seconds. They're in the third period. Battling it out for a trip to the state tournament here. Up by 1 point is Kirby Freeman of the Carrington Cardinals as they're locked in a battle on mat 2. And the big snap down by Brody Geston. Spins behind for the 3-point takedown. 12-10 roll through by Freeman. Geston catches him on the hip here, mat 2. He's in control now, 12-10. And the roll by Freeman. He catches Geston again. And we're tied up at 12 on mat number 2. Geston head down in the mat. Freeman power half on top.
Out of bounds they go. Sauceda still with a 3-0 lead. 1 minute and 5 seconds to go in period number 1.
In the final 10 seconds, Brody Geston able to stand up. Freeman didn't have much for him. He's gassed here at the end of the third period. He's put everything he's had into this match, trying to get into the state tournament. And it looks like Brody Geston will hang on to win this one in a shootout with Kirby Freeman. That's a 1-point victory. 13-12 for Brody Geston into the state tournament for Northern Cass as he'll make a return trip for the Jaguars.
So Sauceda still with a 3-0 lead. Here as we wrestle at 285 pounds. Our final blood round matchup. As it looks like the semifinals will be right here on mats 1 and 2. The third round consolation matches, those will be over in the elementary gym, mats 3 and 4. So we'll keep you updated on those as those progress along here from Grafton.
As we're moving on here, mat number 2, semifinal matchup. Here's Sky Kramlich at Carrington. Kramlich, the number 1 seed in the tournament, wrestling John Logering of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Logering, the number 4 seed. Kramlich made his way into this semifinal matchup. In the quarterfinals, he defeated Braden Brossert of Rugby by fall. And then John Logering made his way into the semifinals as he defeated the number 5 seed Bristol Swanson by pin. So this is your semifinal matchup here on mat number 2.
Start of the second period, Sauceda in the top position. As they would get a breakdown on Collins, a pair of juniors wrestling each other. Sauceda is 8-6 on the season. Collins 9-27 for the Panthers. Half Nelson, Sauceda run with it. Get it to the back, see if he can get the pinfall victory. Collins gonna have to try to fight off of his back. Plenty of time for Sauceda to settle in. 90 seconds to go in the period, but Collins will get himself back to his belly. It is a 4-point near fall. So Benicio Sauceda will up his lead 7-0 with 75 seconds. Shoots the half once again, runs with it, scoops the head, see if he can get the fall this time. Collins gonna have to try to fight off his back one more time. Sauceda trying to roll, arch it back into the near side, now into a headlock finish. See if he can get the fall. Minute to go in the period. Lift up the head, see if he can get that second shoulder on the mat. Collins trying to bridge out. There's the pinfall. Benicio Sauceda for the Grafton Spoilers. He is a state qualifier at 285 pounds.
And mat number 2, Sky Kramlich scores first, but John Logering with the 2-point reversal tightens the matchup at the end of the first period. 3-2 is your score. Here's semifinal matchup at 107 pounds on mat number 2. In Matt's number 3 and 4 update, both at 114-pound consolation round matches. Winners of those matches will advance to the consolation semifinals. Non-winners wrestling for 7th and 8th. We're tied up at 4 between Root and Gores on mat number 3. And then mat number 4, Ben Wagner has the 3-0 lead over Kipton Am on mat 4.
114-pound semifinal, our first one. That is the top seed, Dalton Feist for Napoleon Gackle-Streeter, a senior at 35 and 2. He's going up against a junior from Lemoore Litchfield Marion, the 5 seed, Joey Hyde.
And we're still 3-2 here. John Logering in the top position, working underneath the arms. Looks like on the left side of Sky Kramlich. Trying to work over on the backside now. Kramlich able to pull the hips up underneath him. Hand fighting underneath here on mat number 2.
Hyde over under, see if he can set up a throw here. Feist trying to get his arm back free. Now double unders for Hyde, the 5 seed for the Lobos. See if he can pull off the upset here at 114 pounds. Hip down, whizzer position. Feist trying to crowd, will get a scramble, and out of bounds they go. No change. Still neutral position, 54 seconds to go in the first period.
So Kramlich up 5-2. Looks like he picked up a couple near fall, or at least a reversal. So 5-2 lead here for Sky Kramlich over John Logering in the semifinal matchup on mat number 2 with 15 seconds remaining in the second period. Kramlich in the top position.
40 seconds and ticking to go in the first period. Neutral position, collar and elbow tie-ups between Feist and Hyde. Here our first semifinal at 114 pounds.
And we're going into our third period. 5-2 lead for Sky Kramlich in the neutral position here with John Logering to start the third period. They'll off the whistle. Kramlich goes collar tie on Logering. Logering under on the far side with an inside tie here on mat 2.
Shot attempt, Feist. Final couple ticks of the clock. Hyde trying to defend, not give up before the end of the period, and out of time, no change. We'll go scoreless into period number 2 at 114 pounds.
And Kramlich in on a double leg shot as he goes into that forklift position. Waterfall over the back by Logering with the arms around the waist. Kramlich will take Logering down onto his hips, still fighting through this position on mat number 2. 5-2 lead for Sky Kramlich. This is in the third period with 1:14 on the clock. Kramlich now with the 3-point takedown extends that lead 8-2, working some near fall over on mat number 2.
So Feist with the reversal to open up the scoring here in period number 2. He started in the down position. He was able to get 2 points for the reversal. As now Hyde trying to get a reversal of his own, also scooping the head, see if he can get some points here for the end. Try to even it up. High up here. Feist able to get back, and then we'll break apart. Hyde will get the escape point, make it 2-1. As Hyde cuts the deficit to a point. Under a minute now to go in the second period.
And now we're 12-2, 10-point lead for Sky Kramlich. 23 seconds remain in our third period. He has the 10-point lead over John Logering. With the restart back to the center of the mat, Kramlich in the top position on mat 2.
Feist single leg, scoop it up, lift it up, bring him back down, and the takedown. So Dalton Feist will up his lead 5-1 with 30 seconds to go.
And the final 15 seconds in that sit-up position for Logering. Logering just trying to lean back and catch the head. Kramlich stays in good position, rolls back around through, and he will secure this major decision victory by a 12-2 decision. Advances into the championship match at 107 pounds on mat number 2.
Short time, 10 seconds to go. Feist with a 4-point lead, puts in a chicken wing. And that will do it for the period. So Dalton Feist for Napoleon Gackle-Streeter. He'll go into the final 2 minutes with a 5-1 lead over on mat number 1.
Your other semifinal match at 107 pounds is Trig Dahlstrom of Oaks wrestling Blake Goebel of Southport. Goebel, the number 2 seed, picked up a win in that quarterfinal round over the number 7 seed Nash Nitschke. And then Trig Dahlstrom with a pin in the first round over Tetro of Larimore, and then defeated Bodie Love by fall in the quarterfinals. That's your semifinal matchup here on mat 2 at 107 pounds. Goebel going to work right away. Picks up the 3-point takedown on Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom scrambles through with the reversal. 3-2 score. Dahlstrom right away into the cradle. There's a couple buzzsaws going at it out here. Goebel tries to counter here with Dahlstrom. They're scrambling mat 2.
Final 70 seconds. Feist with a 5-1 lead is there in the neutral position here. 114-pound semifinal. Shot attempt Feist. Hyde with the sprawl. Front headlock. Final minute of the match. Feist suck it in up to his feet, trying to get the takedown. Hyde staying in on that front headlock. Feist lift him up, single leg. Scoop ahead, get the 3 points for the takedown. See if we can get some near fall points as well. Try to readjust. It's 8-1. Official holding a count of 4 for Dalton Feist, as we'll get a whistle and we'll get blood time. So Feist on blood time. And our blood time brought to you by Bank North. Visit them online at banknorth.bank.
So we're tied up at 5, or at least we were. Now Goebel with some more near fall. That's been a back and forth battle in this first period. Wide open so far in the semifinal matchup at 107 pounds on mat number 2. 9-5 lead now for Blake Goebel, the number 2 seed, as that's the 16 seconds remaining in the first period. 9-5 lead for Goebel. So off the whistle, stand up by Dahlstrom, mat return by Goebel. Final 5 seconds in the first period. 4-point lead going into the second for Blake Goebel, up 9-5 on mat 2. And looking at mats number 3 and 4 with your updates over there on mat number 3. That's Gabriel Dumas, a Grafton, the 7th grader, has the 6-1 lead over Grayson Lyons. On mat 3, that's in the second period. Mat number 4, 127 pounds, Weston Baumgartner, the 7th grader, has a 3-1 lead over Riggin Sand on mat number 4 at 127 pounds. That's also the second period. And for near fall for Dahlstrom, that ties it up. Chin whip by Goebel as these two are back and forth, and win by fall for Blake Goebel as he shrugs off that near fall. Comes back with the chin whip on Dahlstrom and pins him. So Blake Goebel into the championship match. He'll face Guy Kramlich of Carrington.
Feist now with a 12-1 lead, just going to ride out the final couple ticks of the clock. And Dalton Feist of Napoleon Gecko Streeter, he is a finalist at 114 pounds.
So now out here at 121 pounds, number 1 seed, Bodie Henderson, returning state champion for the Northern Lights, takes on Gavin Swenson in the semifinal matchup for Kindred. So 3-0 lead for Henderson out the gate with the takedown, up 3-0 in the top position.
2-3 matchup on mat number 1. It's Walker Miller, the 3 seed for Ellendale Edgerly-Combe. He'll go up against the 2 seed, Jared Schilling, for the South Border Mustangs. Pair of sophomores going at each other. Miller for the Thunder, 36-11 on the season. Schilling for South Border, 29-10, as Schilling with the first points of the matchup. He'll take a 3-2 lead. Sit out attempt here into a switch by Miller, looking to cut into the deficit. And on a front headlock position, back up to his feet, looking for a chin whip. Schilling up to his feet, and the mat return to remain in top control. Sit out, switch by Miller. Out of bounds they go, and they will give 1 point to Miller for the loss of control, so Miller will get on the scoreboard. He trails 3-1, 37 seconds into the matchup.
And mat number 2, that's a win by fall for Bodie Henderson. Dominant fashion over here on mat number 2 into the championship match at 121 pounds. And your update over on mat number 3, 121 pounds. That's an 8-6 lead now for Grayson Lyons in the third period. Looks like Lyons in the top position over on mat number 3 at the end of the third period. And then mat number 4, 127-pound consolation round match. That's the 7th grader Weston Baumgartner still up 5-3 over the 8th grader from Ellen Dudley Calm, Regan Sand. That's also in the third period on mat 4.
Out of bounds they go. No change. Still 3-1 in favor of Jared Schilling of South Border as they wrestle here at 114 pounds.
And number 1 seed Noah Anderson, 127 pounds, comes out with the takedown, has the 3-0 lead. Works over the top with the crossface. Tried to hook up a tilt, didn't get any near fall out of that with a minute 20 remaining in the first period. Now goes to a cradle on the edge of the mat. Still 3-0 on mat number 1.
30 seconds to go in the first period. Schilling, Miller, neutral position, shot fakes. Schilling went down to a knee, able to pop right back up. Stays neutral, shot attempt. Schilling, double leg, turn the corner, pop the head out, get the takedown. So Schilling extends his lead 6-2, but then a sit out, and Miller will get a reversal of his own. 3-point deficit, 6-3. Miller going to try to shoot the half, see if he can get some points before the end of the period. Lock up a cradle, but out of time. And so Schilling will take a 6-3 lead into period number 2.
And we're over here on mat number 2 between Anderson and Martinez. The number 1 seed Noah Anderson with the 4 near fall off the cradle. Still has 30 seconds in the period to score some more points. As now he's out in the front. Martinez will lock up on a leg on Anderson on the edge of the mat. Now with 15 seconds remaining, Noah Anderson up 7-0 on Oscar Martinez on mat 2.
So Schilling will start in the top position to begin period number 2. Miller up to his feet, gets the escape point, 6-4, a 2-point matchup here at 114.
We're back to the center of the mat for this second period. Anderson in the bottom position, up 7-0 off the whistle, stands up trying to clear the hands and the hips over on mat number 2.
Shot attempt by Miller, Schilling with a sprawl. Underhooks for Schilling. Minute and 5 seconds to go in the period. Shot attempt Miller, able to get it. And the takedown, so Walker Miller, the 3 seed, he'll take the lead for the first time in this match. He's got a 7-6 advantage here at 114 pounds.
And Anderson muscling over Oscar Martinez. Scoops the head, stretches this arm out. And now will readjust, goes chest on chest, make the T on top here on mat number 2 at 127 pounds with the pinning combination. Minute 20 remaining, and Anderson up 9-0 on mat 2. Now Anderson Saturday Night Ride position. Has the arm caught stretching out Martinez. Wants a little more out of this. Now goes back to scoop the head, still up 9-0 with a minute remaining in the second period.
Schilling with the escape, so it's 7-7. We're all tied up. 15 seconds to go in the second period. We'll get a stalemate with 13 seconds remaining.
And Martinez still able to bridge out of this. Anderson up over the top position. So the freshman for Pembina County not giving up with this pinning combination put on by Noah Anderson, up 9-0 on mat 2.
End of the period as Schilling will have choice. He'll say let's go down in a 7-7 tie at 114 pounds.
And looks like we do have a timeout. So a Bank North timeout, just briefly, and we'll scratch that. So it looked like it was just a potentially dangerous. No timeout over here on mat number 2 as they go a break in action. And for the restart, Anderson up 13-0.
Schilling with the escape point, so he'll take a 1-point lead at 8-7. 100 seconds to go in this matchup. Jared Schilling, the 2 seed from South Border, with a 1-point lead. As Miller needs a takedown here for Ellendale Edgley Calm. Shot attempt, Schilling. Defended there by Miller. They stay neutral, and those circle themselves back to the center. Miller with a shot attempt, sprawl by Schilling. Miller back up to his feet, trying to suck it in. Minute 20 seconds to go in the matchup. Still neutral position and able to break apart. They'll circle themselves back to the center of the mat.
And we're at the start of the third period. Anderson up 13-0. Wrestlers on their feet, locked in a collar tie by Anderson. Martinez with his back to the edge of the mat. Anderson trying to go double overs on Martinez. Martinez still working an underhook on the far side.
Restart, 50 seconds to go here in the matchup. Schilling with a 1-point lead. No stalling warnings have been issued to either wrestler so far. Final 45 seconds. As Miller needs a takedown in on a shot attempt. Can he finish it? Grabbing at the ankle. There's the takedown. So Walker Miller for Ellendale Edgley Calm. He'll take a 10-8 lead. 30 seconds to go in the matchup.
And that's a win by technical decision for Noah Anderson. With the takedown and the gentle mat return off the takedown, wins 16-0 on mat number 2 at 127 pounds.
Schilling able to get up to his feet and escape a point. He trails by 1. He's got 15 seconds to try to get the takedown. Shot attempt by Miller, double leg able to finish. He's got the takedown. And so Walker Miller will just salt away the final 5 seconds. And the Thunder sophomore, Walker Miller, the 13-9 decision victory over South Border's Jared Schilling. Walker Miller into the title at 114 pounds.
And Matt's number 3 and 4 updates over there. That's Brogan Erickson, Mayport CG. The 8th grader has the 13-2 lead over Caden Hooley of the Northern Lights at 127 pounds, trying to make it into that consolation semifinal match. And Matt number 4, 133 pounds at the end of the second period. Gavin Robertson for the Broncos is up 10-2 over Logan Nielsen of Mayport CG on mat number 4. That's the start of the third period.
2-3 matchup here as it is Drew Carr for the Carrington Cardinals. He'll go up against Hillsborough Central Valley's Justin Terrell. Carr, a senior for the Cardinals, 39-10. Victories, a bye in the first round, and then a victory over the 10th seed Jared Nelson in his quarterfinal matchup. Terrell now 42-8 on the season, a victory over Rugby's Eric Malley, and then Napoleon's Bo Grunfelder in his 2 matches today.
So Ryland Vetter, Logan Potts is now 5-2 the score. Logan Potts has the lead. He's in the top position, has the leg in, tucked in on the left side on Ryland Vetter, trying to work a guillotine as he's attacking the right arm. Vetter trying to counter. Has the hip down in the mat, really putting a lot of pressure on the shoulder. They're going back and forth with this match here. Mat number 2 at 127 pounds, still 5-2 lead for Logan Potts.
Winner of this match on mat number 1, they will take on the top seed Bodie Henderson in the championship match. As 35 seconds to go in the first period. No score between Carr and Terrell. Battle for position, hand fighting, wrist control. See if a shot attempt opens up here. They'll break apart, circle themselves back to the center. Shot faked by Terrell. Able to get back up to his feet. Still neutral position. 15 seconds to go in the period.
And Vetter is able to get a little bit of room there off that leg right by Potts. Just not enough, as Potts was able to stretch him out just enough to prevent any type of escape or reversal at the end of the period. So we go into our second period, 5-2 lead for Logan Potts of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Potts, the number 2 seed, Vetter, the number 3 seed in the tournament.
Terrell locking up the front headlock, trying to get the cradle, just ran out of time. And so we'll go to the second period in a scoreless tie. Carr wins the flip. He'll choose the down position.
Potts last year at the state tournament placed 5th at 121 pounds. And Ryland Vetter for South Border Mustangs placed 4th at 107 pounds.
So Terrell in the top position, going to try to ride here in the second period. See if he can get a breakdown. Terrell head in the shoulder, seeing if he can get something here. Carr, sit-out position, turn face, front headlock for Terrell. He'll stay in top control, grabbing at the far ankle. Carr up to his feet and able to get separation. There's the escape point, so Drew Carr will get the first points of the matchup. He'll take a 1-0 lead, a minute 15 to go in the period.
And a big series and scrambles through over here on mat number 2. And now our score is 10-5. The reversal by Ryland Vetter puts him in the top position. He has Potts broke down on the mat. Potts tries to scoop the hips up here on mat number 2 with under 50 seconds remaining in the second period. Logan Potts up 10-5. Vetter in the top position on mat 2.
Carr with a shot attempt, but Terrell able to sprawl, reverse duck under, and he'll get the takedown. 3-1 lead. Carr with the escape, now make it 3-2, as then a shot attempt by Terrell, sprawl by Carr. Terrell will get back up to his feet. Neutral position, over-unders. 35 seconds to go in the second period.
And updates over on mat number 3. Mat number 4, Southborders Riker Vetter at 139 pounds, takes on Illinois Combs Jager Sand. That's at the end of the first period and scoreless. Mat number 4 in some blood time between Robertson and Nielsen. That's 14-4 lead for Gavin Robertson in blood time in the third period on mat number 4 at 133 pounds.
Final 15 seconds of the second period. Shot attempt by Carr, a sprawl by Terrell in on a front headlock. Snap down, see if he can spin behind, trying for a throw by. Final couple ticks of the clock. Out of time, and Justin Terrell for Hillsborough Central Valley, he'll take a 3-2 lead into the second period.
And Potts and Vetter scramble it out at the end of the period. Vetter's trying to work a couple pinning combinations, and time runs out. Looks like the 2-point reversal, as the South Border coach over there saying that time had run out, but the 2-point reversal goes, so 12-5 is your score on mat number 2.
Carr shot attempt. Terrell trying to defend, trying to keep a high hip. Carr looking to turn the corner, pop the head out. No change yet. There's the takedown. So Drew Carr will take a 5-3 lead with 90 seconds to go in the third period.
So looking over here on mat number 2, we do have a Bank North timeout on mat number 2 between Vetter and Potts. Potts still with the lead, 12-5, so that is your Bank North timeout with banknorth.bank here. Remember, FDIC, an equal housing lender.
Terrell sit-out position for the Burros. See if he can get the escape point. Turn face up to his feet. Terrell with the escape point. It's now 5-4 as Justin Terrell 1 minute to try to get a takedown.
We're back into action over on mat number 2. 12-5's the score at the start of the third period.
Front headlock. Terrell seeing if he can get a snap down. Out of bounds they go, and a restart back to the center. 44 seconds to go. No warnings have been issued to either wrestler as we wrestle at the 121-pound semifinal. Terrell shot attempt in on the ankle. Carr trying to defend. Able to kick it free. It stays neutral. 30 seconds to go in the match. And out of bounds they go. Restart back into the center. 26 seconds. Carr for Carrington with a 5-4 lead. Shot attempt, Terrell. Carr able to defend. 15 seconds to go in the matchup. Carr with a 1-point lead. Terrell needs to try to hit something here. 10 seconds to try to get the takedown. Mixer attempt here. Roll. Terrell trying to get the takedown. Can he pop his head out? Final couple ticks of the clock. Carr will get the takedown, and that will do it as Drew Carr, the 8-4 decision victory. He will wrestle for the title at 121 pounds.
And it's still scrambling. Back and forth battle between Logan Potts and Ryland Vetter. Vetter with the reversal closes the gap by 5. Now 12-7 is the lead for Logan Potts. We have a stall warning on Potts. Vetter trying to isolate the arm on Potts. Potts keeps that head buried down on the mat. He has the 5-point lead. Does pick up the stall warning, but Vetter running out of time on mat number 2. And the other stall warning. Potts not doing much. The 1 point goes to Vetter. Vetter could tie this up with 4 near fall. He's cranking on the arm on Logan Potts at the end of this third period. And the 2-point reversal out of position is Ryland Vetter. Potts with the reversal, 14-8 on mat 2.
133-pound semifinals, the top seed. Matthias Dahlstrom for the Oaks Tornadoes, a sophomore at 33-3 on the season. He's going up against Ellendale Edgley Columns, Ethan Tazarak, the 4 seed. As Dahlstrom with the takedown, he'll lead 3-0. 87 seconds to go in the first period.
So over on mats number 3, mat number 4, those consolation round matches where the winners advance to the consolation semifinals. We have mat number 339 pounds, Riker Vetter has the 14-point lead over Jagger Sand of Ellendale Edgley Column. That's a 16-2 score in the third period. And then mat number 4, Levi Todd of Larimore takes on Griffin Greenlee. Greenlee up 3-0. That's in the first period over on mat number 4.
So Dahlstrom with a 6-2 lead, now make it 9-2 after the takedown. 45 seconds to go in the first period. Right center of the mat on mat number 1. Here at 133-pound semifinal.
In mat number 2, 133-pound semifinal, Cruiser Burns takes the early 3-0 lead over Logan Werner of Pembina County North. Werner with the 1-point escape after that takedown. Burns and Werner back towards the center of the mat in the neutral position. Little head tap by Cruiser Burns on mat 2.
Dahlstrom now going to look for a turn, chicken wing, run around the head, get some near fall points. Final 5 seconds of the period. Tazarak going to try to survive to the second period. Found a couple ticks of the clock, and Dahlstrom will get a 4-point near fall. So after the first period, it's a 13-2 Matthias Dahlstrom lead. There on mat number 1. He has choice. He'll choose the neutral position.
As we're still 3-1 over on mat number 2 between Cruiser Burns of Grafton and Logan Werner here at 133 pounds. Werner, the number 2 seed, he's down by 2 points. Right now to Burns. Burns, the number 3 seed. There, Werner in on a single leg shot. Burns able to get that leg away. Still 3-1 the score with 10 seconds remaining in the first period.
Dahlstrom with the takedown, so make it 16-2. And the escape point for Tazarak. 16-3 is the score, 13-point lead. A takedown for Dahlstrom would result in the victory, and there it is. As Matthias Dahlstrom for the Oaks Tornadoes, he is a finalist at 133 pounds.
As now we're going into our second period, 1:50 on the clock. Still 3-1 the score. Logan Werner in the top position. Off the whistle on this restart. Burns stands up, pushes Werner away, and now up by 3 points. 4-1 lead for Cruiser Burns over here on mat number 2. Hometown crowd approves with that escape at 133-pound semifinal.
139-pound semifinal. Zane Allender for the Oaks Tornadoes. Brock Johnson for the Kindred Vikings. Allender, the 6th seed for the Oaks Tornadoes, now at 31-14. A bye in the first round, then a victory over the 3 seed, Jagger Sand of Ellendale Edgley Column in his quarterfinal matchup. Brock Johnson for Kindred. He's the 2 seed, a victory over Northern Lights' Ian McLeod, and then a victory over Riker Vetter in his first 2 matches. As Allender, though, the takedown. As the 6th seed looking for another upset, he's got the early 3-0 lead on mat number 1.
And we're now tied up at 4 with 47 seconds remaining. The takedown by Werner ties it up with Cruiser Burns. Here at 133 pounds. They go off the edge of that far center edge of the mat, back to the center for a restart with 45 seconds remaining. We're tied up at 4 on mat 2.
Allender in top control, head lever, see if he can get some near fall points. 50 seconds and ticking to go in period number 1. There on mat number 1.
In the Granby roll here by Burns, little cartwheel over the top, up 5-4 with that escape. Wrestlers on their feet, still working far center edge. Burns drops down, level change, high crotch shot. He has the 5-4 lead. Werner over the top, front headlock position. Dump attempt by Burns. Now with 10 seconds remaining in the second period, Cruiser Burns up by 1.5 to 4.
Hollander with a pinfall victory, so the 6th seed with another upset once again. Zane Hollander is into the championship match at 139 pounds. Will then move up to 145 pounds. As the 1-5 matchup, Nick Garber for the Carrington Cardinals. He'll go up against Hillsborough Central Valley's Carson Kazette. Garber, a sophomore for the Cardinals at 40-9. Kazette, a junior for the Burros at 24-6.
And we're in the third period, minute 40 on the clock, 5-4 lead here. Cruiser Burns, Werner in the bottom position. An escape would tie it. Werner is hunting for a reversal. He wants to take the lead in this match. He's in that bottom position. Burns spirals wrist on the far side, half Nelson on the near side. Over here on mat number 2.
Still neutral after a stalemate. Shot attempts, but they're both able to get back up to their feet. Now over and unders. Battle for position with 1 minute and 15 seconds. Shot attempt by Garber. Able to finish it, get the takedown. So Nick Garber with the first points of the matchup. He'll take a 3-0 lead here at 145 pounds.
And mat number 2 still 5-4. Under a minute remaining. Werner with the roll out. Runs out of room on the mat. Shows a little bit of life off the bottom. With 56 seconds remaining, the escape will tie it. The reversal will put him ahead by 1 point here on mat number 2.
Garber still in top control, has a leg locked. As Kazette up to his feet, potentially dangerous call. Will get a restart. 33 seconds to go in the first.
And Werner up to his feet. Kind of the 3-point stance. He's back at it with the quad pod. Burns doing what he can to keep those hands on the mat. As if he does that, he won't receive that stall call. And now Werner up. Burns pushing. Werner trying to stay in, and he's pushed out. And a 1 point now. He's tied up here by Cruiser Burns as Burns was pushing on Werner. So we're tied up at 5 with 24 seconds remaining over here on mat number 2.
End of the first period, Garber with a 3-1 lead after Kazette escape on mat number 1.
And that's the 1 point escape. Burns tosses Werner. Comes up clutch here with the takedown and some near fall for Cruiser Burns as he shrugs off the penalty. And he comes away with the victory over here on mat number 2 and into the championship match out of the number 3 seed here for Cruiser Burns.
Kazette in the top position on mat number 1. As Garber able to get up to his feet and get the escape point, so Garber will up his lead now 4-1 at 145 pounds.
And check on those mats. Back mats number 3 and 4, 160-pound consolation round match. Max Chibutrano of Carrington takes on Aiden Werner. Chibutrano up 3-0 on mat number 3. That's in the second period. Mat number 4, 152 pounds. Oaks is 8 higher. Wrestling Maddox Shockman and Lamar Litchfield Marion. That's a 3-0 lead for Shockman at the end of the first period on mat 4.
7-point move for Garber, so he'll up his lead 11-1 as we wrestle 1 minute and 15 seconds to go in the second period. As Kazette trying to get a stand-up, but then Matt returned by Garber. He'll put in a leg. Minute 5 and ticking to go in the second period. Roll attempt here by Kazette. 2 points for the reversal. Garber, though, able to get himself back to his belly. It's 11-3. Garber will retain the lead. And we'll get a potentially dangerous and a restart back to the center.
In our semifinal matchup, Sawyer Owens, Cruz Ranke. This one's played out probably 4 times this year. Owens coming out on top in each of those meetings. Down to 1 minute 15 remaining in the first period. Still scoreless over here on mat number 2. Wrestlers holding the center of the mat.
Garber up to his feet, so an escape point, so make it 11-3. Excuse me, now 12-3 in favor of Nick Garber for Carrington, trying to tack on to his lead. And a takedown, 15-3, 30 seconds to go in period number 2.
And Owens double leg shot on Ranky. Ranky able to spiral the leg, push away as they go back out to the edge of the mat for a restart. Back to the center with 51 seconds remaining. We're still scoreless between Ranky and Owens here on mat number 2.
Final 10 seconds. Gazette see if he can poke through the back door, try to get some points before the end of the period. Garber, though, able to remain in top control. Final couple ticks of the clock, and a 15-3 lead for Nick Garber as we go into period number 2 on mat number 1.
Yeah, the number 1 seed, Sawyer Owens, timed the shot perfectly on the high crotch Fireman's, dumps Ranky down for the 3-point takedown. He's up 3-0 with 15 seconds remaining in the first period.
So we'll go neutral to start our third period. Garber with a 12-point lead. A takedown will result in a tech fall for the Carrington sophomore. Shot attempt, Garber. Kazette trying to sprawl. Garber, single leg, seeing if he can finish it. Scramble, still neutral position. There's the takedown for Garber, and that will do it. 18-3 is your final as Nick Garber, the tech fall victory over Carson Kazette. He'll wrestle for the title at 145.
And start of the second period, 3-0 lead out here for Sawyer Owens. Ranky, single leg shot. Owens works up, Ranky to the head. Scrambling, back and forth down blocks. Still 3-0 in the second period. At 1:45 as Owens turns the corner. Ranky on the edge, tries to hip bias away. And back to the center for the restart.
$152 semifinal. It's Carrington's Corbin Clifton against Rugby's Bailey Zachmeyer here at 152 pounds. A pair of seniors. Clifton 10-1 on the season. Zachmeyer for Rugby, the 5 seed, 37-8 on the year. Clifton shot attempt and the 3-point takedown. He'll take the first points of the matchup. 30 seconds in at 152.
And another takedown. 6-0 is your lead for Sawyer Owens up over Cruz Ranky. That's in the second period. With a minute remaining, he's in the top position, working up over the arms on the left side on Ranky. Ranky belly down, tries to pull those hips up, able to scoot them up underneath him. Owens back with the breakdown, working that arm on the left side here on mat 2.
Zachmeyer with the escape point, so make it 3-1 as we wrestle neutral position. A minute and 5 seconds to go in our first period. Shot attempt, Clifton. Trying to get the arm free, still neutral position, edge of the mat. And out of bounds they go, no change. Go back to the center, still a 3-1 score.
Owens has a crossface on Ranky. Ranky not able to do much, belly down in the mat. Owens with the crossface, still pulling on it on the top. Ranky not able to do much now. Runs out of time in the second period. He's down 6-0. Owens with choice chooses bottom position to start our third period on mat number 2.
Out of bounds they go. Once again, 20 seconds to go in period number 1. Corbin Clifton the 3-1 lead. 152 semifinal. Shot fakes by each wrestler. Collar elbow tie. Final couple ticks of the clock. Clifton trying to beat the buzzer. Unable to do so. Out of bounds. And time runs out. 3-1. Corbin Clifton with the lead going into period number 2.
Well, off that start of the third period, 7-0 is your score. Ranky gives the escape to Sawyer Owens. Now Ranky in on a double leg shot. His first opportunity is getting inside the guard of Sawyer Owens. Goes double leg, try that forklift position. Owens doing a good job tying up the back ankles. Ranky will try to pass the legs over the head. And looks like we're going to go into a stalemate if Frankie can't advance this. Still 7-0 lead for Sawyer Owens on mat 2.
90 seconds to go in the second period. Clifton with a 3-1 lead and able to explode through, get the takedown. So Corbin Clifton ups his lead. It's now 6-1 with 80 seconds to go in the second period. They're on mat number 1. Clifton puts in a leg, also reaching through, see if he can get a turn. Zachmeyer for Rugby, got to try to hit something here. He trails by 5, halfway gone in period number 2. Single leg for Clifton, also now going to drape the arm. Out to the side, see if he can run the chicken wing. Grabbing the far wrist, roll that out. Now try to spin around the head, see if he can get some near fall points. 40 seconds to go in period number 2.
So mat number 2 update over here. Sawyer Owens now up 10-0, scores the takedown. Continues to pitch the shutout here in this match with Ranke at 139-pound semifinal matchup. The winner of this match will face Zane Allender in the championship match at 139. And as time runs out, Sawyer Owens into the championship match, and he'll face Zane Allender of the Oaks Tornadoes.
After the restart, Clifton puts in the double leg, right? Final 10 seconds of the period. Clifton will just look to ride it out here. Final couple ticks of the clock. 152-pound semifinal. Corbin Clifton a 5-point lead as we head into period number 3.
Looking at mat number 3, mat number 4 updates. Mason Weigel, Napoleon Gackle Streeter, 160 pounds, has the 3-0 lead over Isaac Maley of Oaks. That's in the first period. And then mat number 3, 172 pounds, Carter Protasek of Oaks. And Bryce Kerrigan of Pembina County North, that's scoreless in the first period.
6-2, we're neutral position here in period number 3. Clifton with the 4-point lead. Here for the Carrington Cardinals. Shot attempt, reshot by Clifton, throw by. Wizard position, no change, still neutral as they wrestle edge of the mat, and Clifton able to keep the feet in bounds. He'll get the takedown, and out of bounds they go, and a restart back to the center.
And mat number 2, 145-pound semifinal match. Yeah, Bryce Schneider of Napoleon Gackle Streeter wrestling the number 2 seed Case Allender. Schneider made his way into the semifinal match as he picked up a first-round win, 12-0 over Leo Lallam of Lemoore, and then defeated the number 3 seed Griffin Greenlee by decision 5-3. And Allender picked up a first-round win against Michael Robbins of Pembina County North, and then defeated Shaden Thomas of Grafton to make his way into the semifinal. Allender, the number 2 seed, Schneider, the number 6 seed.
Clifton now a 9-2 lead. Ed Lever going to look for some near fall points. We get a potentially dangerous call. The restart in the center with 43 seconds to go.
So Schneider last year at the state tournament placed 6th at 133 pounds for Napoleon Gackle Streeter. And Case Allender placed 7th at 139 pounds at the state tournament.
And we'll get a stalemate, restart back to the center. Final 30 seconds of the match. Corbin Clifton a 9-2 lead at 152.
And we are scoreless going into our second period. Over here on mat number 2, 145-pound semifinal matchup between Schneider and Allender. And choice with Allender. He chooses the bottom position here on mat number 2.
Get a reversal here for Zachmeyer. Cuts his deficit 9-4. A little bit too little, too late, however, as Corbin Clifton. He will pick up the victory. He will wrestle for the title at 152 pounds. 9 for the decision for the Cardinal senior.
And Allender with the 1-point escape. Leads 1-0. Nice little arm drag down to the mat here with Schneider in the 3-point takedown. And the 1-point escape for Schneider is 4-1, but a beautiful setup there by Allender to score that takedown as he takes the 3-point lead here with Bryce Schneider.
So Corbin Clifton into the championship at 152 pounds. Who will he face? As on the mat right now, it is Zeke Simonton, the 6th seed for Pembina County North. He'll go up against Cole Stock, the 2 seed from South Border, here at 152 pounds, and will get potentially dangerous called as Stock with the 3-point takedown for the Mustangs. Stock a bye in his first round matchup, then a victory over Hillsborough Central Valley Xander Dovenmuller in match number 2. Zeke Simonton, the 6th seed, a victory over Lisbon's Gabe Gruba in his first round matchup, then upsets the 3 seed Miles Thielgis in round number 2. That's how we got to this semifinal matchup.
Schneider and Allender still 4-1 the score in the second period. 20 seconds remaining. Wrestlers locked up collar tie position. Allender tries to pass the elbow, going to the Russian tie, tries the arm drag again. Schneider felt it coming on, was able to get those hips squared back around. Little shuck by Allender. He's in the front headlock position. Here on mat number 2 with 5 seconds remaining. Schneider with a high crotch fireman's on Allender, and time runs out. And they do give him the 3-point takedown at the end of the period. So Allender kind of lucked out there with that position. Picks up the takedown, now up 7-1.
Get a restart with 39 seconds to go in the first period. Cole Stock for the South Border Mustangs, a 3-0 lead. He's a senior at 33-7 on the year. Simonton for Pembina County North, he's a sophomore at 36-11.
And a roll through by Schneider. Schneider trying to catch the head on Allender. Allender in a little bit of trouble. Gets belly down. 7-3 for Bryce Schneider. He has the back leg caught with his inside leg, so he has kind of a leg ride on Allender. Allender gets back up to his base. Schneider goes cross face across the top, trying to get some points on the board. He's down by 4 here on mat number 2.
Final 5 seconds of the period. Stock with a 3-0 lead. He'll ride it out. And Cole Stock for South Border, he's got a 3-0 lead as we head into period number 2 at 152 pounds on mat number 1. Update here as the consolation round over in the elementary gymnasium is that one is winding down a little bit further, so they are going to move a couple of semifinals there to mats 3 and 4. We'll keep you updated on the results of those semifinals as they are wrestled and concluded here on yourliveevent.com.
And we're still 7-3 our score here between Schneider and Allender. Schneider in the top position. He's running out of time. He's down by 4 points. There are 30 seconds remaining. Stalemate called by the official. Back to the center for a restart on mat number 2.
Stock will up his lead. He'll get the escape points. He'll take a 4-0 lead. Minute and 35 seconds to go in the period. Shot attempt, out of bounds they go. No change, back to the center, neutral, with 1:36 to go in period number 2.
In the final 20 seconds over here on mat number 2 in the third period. 7-3 lead for Case Allender. Schneider locks up a cradle over the top, hit the crossface off the stand-up. Not able to secure it. Yeah, and that'll do it. Schneider runs out of time. Case Allender into the championship match for the Oaks Tornadoes. 7-3 decision for Allender.
Stock able to up his lead for South Border. He's got another takedown, so he'll take a 7-0 lead as we're halfway through the matchup. Final 50 seconds to go here in period number 2.
And 160-pound, here's number 1 seed Brody Hoffman. Hoffman wrestling Greg Fuhrer. And they scramble out. Fuhrer in that little scramble, they ended up out. Fuhrer ended up in the top position. Ran out of room on the mat.
Simonton on the scoreboard on mat number 1. He gets an escape point, but then off the restart whistle, Stock with a shot attempt and a takedown. So Cole Stock now ups his lead, major decision territory, 10-1. 20 seconds to go in the second period. And Stock going to try to ride it out. Puts in a chicken wing. Final 10 seconds of period number 2. Stock will just try to ride it out here. Last chance for Simonton. Going to try to get a reversal, no avail, and out of bound or end of the period as a 10-1 lead for Cole Stock of South Border here at 152 pounds. As Simonton will try to, or Stock will try to salt that away. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll be joined by the head coach of the Lisbon Broncos, Riley Lucina, when we return on YourLiveEvent.com.
Are you dreading tax season? Don't stress. Let Olson Accounting make the tax season a breeze, just like knowing your ABCs. From individuals to businesses, the expert staff at Olson Accounting ensures every deduction is maximized, every form is filed correctly. Let Olson Accounting set up your tax plan and eliminate any problems by visiting colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
Whether you're local or driving through Carrington, make sure to stop into the Prairie Inn restaurant. They have the best breakfast and coffee, but they also have some of the best dinner and supper entrees too. The Prairie Inn is your breakfast, dinner, and supper headquarters. Stop in and you can sink your teeth into some tasty sandwiches and soups. Take a trip through the Express Line salad bar with hot entree and, of course, the delicious pies and desserts. Located right by the roundabout in Carrington. Call 701-652-3976.
All right, welcome back here at YourLiveEvent.com. Continuing coverage of our North Dakota Class B East Region Wrestling Tournament from Grafton, North Dakota. We're here with our, we'll call this our post-match interview with head coach of Lisbon Broncos, Coach Rich Lucina, here for your Dakota Heritage Bank post-match interview, dhb.bank. That's Dakota Heritage Bank, dhb.bank here for the interview with head coach Rich Lucina. And Coach Lucina, you guys coming into this East Region tournament, you came off a great New Salem East-West tournament, taking the championship out there. I think extending that streak to like right around 7 or 8 in a row out there. Came back into the dual tournament. And if you find yourself, I guess maybe for the first time in several years, not going back to the state dual tournament. So, how does that coming off the high of the New Salem East-West tournament and then coming off of that region tournament, how's your team holding up here into this East Region individual tournament?
The boys mentally, they're fighting hard. They're completely bought in. It just, we just had a little bad luck there. We, Lions got banged up the week of regions. We tried to kind of cover it with some smoke and mirrors, but I think the team saw through it eventually, and they didn't make the moves we thought they would have made if they thought Eli was healthy. And then Ing got hurt there, and so that ended 9 years in a row. We'd been in the state duels, we'd been region champs 9 years in a row, and that stings. It sucks. There's not a nice way to say it. I wish I could, but they're coming in here. We just said we got to punch your ticket to the dance. If you guys get into state, anything can happen. I say even the good-looking girl might say yes if you show up at the dance. So as long as we show up, we can maybe find a way in and find a way on that podium. So today we lost 4 there. We lost our at 7 Micah and Nias at 14. And with Ing out, Gabe Gruba really stepped up and wrestled well. But he's 142 pounds and trying to wrestle 152. But he scrapped hard, just came up wrong. And then my boy Riley there at 72 just came up 1 point short in the blood round. So that's. I think back to about 20 years ago, Barry McClary telling me, God, I hate this round. And I thought, man, they were so good at that time. And I thought, well, if he hates it, no wonder I'm sick to my stomach. And unfortunately, 22 years later, I'm still sick to my stomach during that round. But really happy for the 9 that got in. You feel bad. Those 4 that didn't, they worked real hard. That's, I'm sure, all the kids across the state. But those kids, you just watch them pour it out there nonstop every day in practice, the blood, the sweat. And so it hurts for them, to see it end where they everybody comes in here thinking they got a chance, but it just wasn't in the cards this time. So.
Yeah, as you entered the season this year, and you look across, I guess, as how your year kind of went along from the beginning towards the end now here, did I guess everything that you thought that was true at the beginning of the season, do you still see that as far as how your lineup shaped up, or is just, maybe some surprises or some things that you didn't expect?
We had lots of surprises. I mean, these kids work their butts off, and at the start of this year, everybody in the state was already kicking dirt on our graves. You guys lost those seniors. You guys don't, we weren't in any votes at the start of the year for a top team, and they just went into every weekend, every duel, everything, and just battled it. We were 2 points short of South Border in the first duel this year, and beat Oaks by 1. They're both in the state duels, the 1 and the 3 seed. I mean, I think our kids showed what they're made of. Cards fall a different way. A coin toss goes the other way. Things that might happen. So there's nothing more that I could have asked from the kids. I probably should have had some better strategies in those duels, or you look at it. I just where it could have come up, but there's nothing more I could have. They gave everything they got in every match. One big surprise this year, Gavin Robertson started the year as a JV guy, and he qualified for state today. You kind of forget. When you drown your miseries, the losses always hurt more than the wins feel good. But yeah, we got a first-time state qualifier there. We got 9 guys in there that I think can all find a way on the podium at state, and you never know. We might surprise some people yet. They might they'll kick some more dirt on us this week. I'm sure they'll think it's all over and there's no way we can come through, and we'll see what we can do at state yet. We're not done yet. So.
Yeah, sometimes it is better to maybe be forgotten a little bit and come in the underdog, and I'm sure your Broncos feel like they might have something to prove, kind of with that attitude or with that approach.
That's the way they've went into it. We're just trying to make a loud statement, remind everybody we're still here. I know. It's pretty evident. You went to that dual tournament last year. It was 90% of the crowd was cheering against Lisbon. People were probably sick of us, but we'll take that with a badge of honor that we've been around long enough that people are sick of us, and we'll come back next year and try to disappoint everybody. So
yeah, good copy there, Coach. And just kind of going back, I guess you had talked a little bit maybe about some of the state tournament predictions as you had discussions, with coaches or among coaches at the beginning of the season, then towards the middle of the season, kind of how things would shape up. And just looking at this East Region tournament and how these scores, as far as the team race, have kind of gone back and forth for the the team region title. Do you see anything? Do you kind of change your predictions? Do you see anybody a little more dominant than what you expect, or do you still think it's going to be a tight race?
I still think it's going to be a tight race. I think everybody's got a few horses that they're kind of leaning on, and then those wrestlebacks are going to decide it. Who can come through the wrestlebacks and do find a way to maybe upset somebody, find a way on the podium, score some bonus points, and get a couple of pins along the way. I think that's where you're going to see the separation, because it's a wide open race. I mean, South Border's probably the favorite, but I said we ain't going to concede anything yet. We're going to come out fighting next week. So.
Yep, and I guess you just have to kind of reassess as you get out of this tournament, see where everybody stands, and then get that plan together. I guess we kind of have the saying in the Army, no good plan really survives the first contact.
It's the old Mike Tyson. Everyone's got a plan until you get punched in the face.
Right. Yeah, exactly right. And you do see it. You see it here in the individual side, and in the dual tournament. So.
Oh, this is such a fun tournament. There's so many upsets, and what every kid, like I said, every kid for 100 days has poured their heart into it. And they started out back in November with the idea, maybe I can make it state, maybe I can play, maybe, that was every kid. I don't care who you are. That 95-pound kid thought, well, maybe I got a chance. And then, as the year goes along, now we're down to 8 kids at each weight class here on this side of the state. So,
yeah, Coach. And I guess I'd just like to thank you for stopping by here. I know you got a lot of wrestlers to chase around on the mat yet, and we just like to wish you good luck today for the rest of the day and also at the state tournament.
Thank you, Brent. I sure appreciate you guys. You guys do an awesome job, so we really appreciate you. Thank you.
All right. Yep. Thank you, Coach.
All right. Thanks.
Yep. Thanks, Rich. All right, everybody, that's the head coach for the Lisbon Broncos, Coach Rich Lucina. So he gave us a time hack. We had to be done by the time Aiden Hinkle got out on the mat out here. So we did meet the time hack, and we are still into our semifinal matches here out on mats number 1, mats number 2, and then our consolation round matches. Those mats, the winners of those advance to the consolation semifinals. The non-winners will wrestle for 7th and 8th place And an update here on mat number 3, 215 pounds, is Brody Geston, and Northern Cass has the 3-2 lead on Brock Lyons on mat number 3. In that match, maybe that went final, so it might be a little bit behind on that one. That was a matchup. Looks like that one did go final from mat number 3.
Right now on the mat, on mat number 1, it is Luke Walski for the Northern Cass Jaguars. He's a sophomore at 18 and 16. He's going up against Hillsborough Central Valley's Braden Chenault, a junior at 30 and 7. This 189-pound semifinal. Chenault, the 2 seed here at the tournament. And Walski, the 6 seed for the Northern Cass Jaguars. Chenault with a 5-0 lead halfway through period number 2.
285-pound semifinal matchup. Cole Nitschke wrestling Denton Karcher. And that match did go final here on mat number 2. So Nitschke making his way up to heavyweight. Had been down at 189, 215, kind of bouncing around. Now wrestling for the state tournament at 285. He is the number 1 seed.
So this is our final matchup here, our final semifinal at 285 pounds. Tastet for Northern Lights, Hinkle for the Lisbon Broncos. We'll take a break after this, then get you the full recap of our semifinals and get you the names of all of our championship participants coming up here a little bit later on YourLiveEvent.com. Also going on right now is the consolation semifinal round. So in these matches, the winners of these, they will wrestle for 3rd and 4th. The losers will wrestle for 5th and 6th coming up here in the placing rounds.
Tell you what, the region tournament train not slowing down any as we continue to roll along. Already in the consolation semifinal matches.
All right, we'll take it. A long day of wrestling. We'll take this. A great tournament, well organized here. A lot of running, running through. Love to see it. As 30 seconds gone, Tastet and Hinkle scoreless. Tastet is senior for the Northern Lights. He's 32 and 12 on the season. Hinkle is a senior for the Broncos at 32 and 8 on the year. Filling out process here in the heavyweight division. Couple head taps here for Tastet. It stays neutral.
Here, mat number 214-pound consolation semifinal match. That's Joey Hyde, Lemoore Litchfield Marion, taking on Gavin Rude. So this is back to 114 pounds.
50 seconds to go here in the 285-pound semifinal. We'll get a whistle, and it looks like we'll have blood time here. Again, our blood time is brought to you by Bank North. You can visit them online at banknorth.bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. And thanks for joining us here on YourLiveEvent.com, our East Region individual tournament. So all state participants have been decided here. Now we're running through the semifinals, consolation semifinals as well. So all 8 wrestlers in all 13 weight classes already decided. Get you the full rundown of that and placings going on here as well in our post-match shows. We're back to wrestling and conclude our Bank North blood time. As Tastet and Hinkle, neutral position. 30 seconds to go in period number 1.
And we're 3-0 score. Gavin Rude for the Kindred Vikings up 3-0 over Joey Hyde, Lemoore Litchfield Marion going into our second period. Hyde in the bottom position. Hyde trying to hit that roll, grab the arm and the elbow. Tried to hit the hip and roll through. Rude caught him with the half Nelson and blocked that attempt. Hyde going on the kind of the half Nelson drill. Rude's going to hold him over for a couple counts. And he has near fall coming, the big high bridge for Joey Hyde, but Gavin Rude picks up some near fall and will try to settle in with this pinning combination on mat 2.
End of the first period, no score between Tastet and Hinkle. Tastet is the 3 seed for the Northern Lights. Got a bye in the first round match, then defeated Grafton's Benicio Sacida in his quarterfinal matchup. Hinkle coming in as the 2 seed for the Broncos. He defeated Kindred's Casey Newdell in his first round, then defeated Northern Cass's Anders Hovdenis in his quarterfinal matchup. As Hinkle with the escape point to begin period number 2. He's got the first points of the matchup. He leads 1-0 as collar and elbow tie up here in the center of the mat.
And Gavin Rude throws on another half Nelson, catches Joey Hyde, had those shoulders flat just for a second. Fisher out of position, not able to get over there in time. Now Rude readjusts, tries to put those hips up over the shoulders as he will pick up more near fall. He has a 7-0 lead, working for the pin on mat number 2.
So back to the collar and elbow, tie up between Hinkle and Tasted. In heavyweight, feeling out process. Battle for position, see if something opens up.
And that's the win by fall here for Gavin Rude, leaving no doubt he's into the third place match at 114 pounds.
As out of bounds they go. They'll stay neutral, no change. Back to the center of the mat. There's 1 minute and 3 seconds remaining here in the second period at 285. Back to the center. As they'll stay neutral.
Matchup 114-pound, 7th place match. Keenan Gores, Northern Lights, Kipton Am of Mayport CG. Here Gores with the underhook, Am underneath. They're trying to hit the dump on Gores. Gores able to keep circling back around, kept those feet moving here on mat 2.
Out of bounds they go. Each wrestler's trying to get some type of throw. They eventually go out of bounds, and they'll go back to the center. 26 seconds to go in the second period.
And that's a 3-point takedown for Keenan Gores, up 3-0 here at 114 pounds, 7th place match.
Final 10 seconds, snap down attempt. Shuck throw by attempt by Hinkle, nothing doing. Final 5 seconds as that will do it for period number 2. So Aiden Hinkle will take a 1-point lead into the third period. Final 2 minutes. Tasted with choice. Coach says, let's go to the down position. Tasted needs the escape point. Autumn set, top on, off the whistle. Tasted up to his feet. He gets the escape point, so we're tied up at 1. So it's a battle of who can get a takedown in the final minute and 50 seconds here at 285. Double unders here by Tasted. Throw by attempt by Hinkle. Scramble, and Tasted with the takedown. Hinkle able to belly himself out, but Brett Tasted for the Northern Lights. He'll take the lead now at 4-1. Tasted able to keep a foot in bounds, as now we'll get a whistle, and we'll get a restart back in the center. So 90 seconds to go. Brett Tasted now with a 4-1 lead. 3 seed leading the 2 seed. Here with 90 seconds to go in the matchup.
Here, a 7th place match that's between Gores and Am. Still 3-1 the score on mat number 2. Kipton Am with a couple leg attacks. Just ran out of time in that first period. He defers choice over to Keenan Gores, who chooses neutral.
As we'll get a whistle. Stalling was called, and we'll get a technical violation on Tasted, I think, grabbing of the singlet. So that's a penalty point. As Coach Lucina said, I think wants the escape point. So let's recheck the score. Right now the scoreboard on the clock says it's 4-3. Track Wrestling said 3-2, as now it looks like it is in fact 4-3. So an escape point and a technical violation. So Tasted with a 1-point lead, 1 minute and 10 seconds to go here in the third period. Hinkle gonna look for a throw, looking for the headlock. Tasted though able to defend. Final minute of period number 3 between Brett Tasted and Aiden Hinkle at heavyweight. Here our final semifinal matchup. Bear hug attempt by Tasted, now gonna look for the throw by Hinkle. Hinkle able to peel, turn, face. So no points in that sequence. It's still 4-3. Final 40 seconds. Double unders here for Tasted. Hinkle looking for a trip. Tasted trying to spin behind, able to get the takedown. So Tasted will up his lead now 7-3. Final 30 seconds of the matchup. As Tastad just going to try to stay right there. Out of bounds they go, and they'll get a restart back in the center. So 7-3, Brett Tastad for the Northern Lights with the lead. Final 21 seconds. So they'll get a restart back in the center. Hinkle in the down position. Tastad with top control. Hinkle got to try to hit something here in the final 21 seconds.
Hey, we're tied up now, 7-4 at the end of the second period here between Keenan Gores and Kipton Am.
Hinkle with the roll, trying to roll through right to the back, see if he can get a reversal and some near fall points. We'll see what the scoring is. Hinkle looking for the fall, 5 seconds to try to get it. Final couple ticks of the clock as Hinkle will get the 4-point for the near fall, 3-point near fall for Tastad, and we'll see what the final scoring is. As right now on the scoreboard, it shows 10-9 in favor of Brett Tastad. They'll go back and check the official scorers table. So on the roll attempt, Tastad got 3 points for the near fall. Then Hinkle hits the roll. And so it will go 10-9. And so Brett Tastad for the Northern Lights will pick up the victory. Tastad able to hold on and pick up the 1-point victory. Brett Tastad for the Northern Lights, he will wrestle for the title at 285 pounds. Take a break on YourLiveEvent.com. Get you a recap of our semifinals when we return. This is the 2025 East Region Individual Tournament right here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Looking to sell your equipment or needing an upgrade? Purple Wave Auction has you covered. From construction to agriculture and fleet, we make it easy for you to sell, bid, or buy. Always online and always no reserve. Take the next step and register for free today at purplewave.com. It's time to experience the easiest and most straightforward way to buy and sell equipment with Purple Wave Auction.
You finally found the perfect car in Racing Blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
River Insurance Agency Halstead, 218-456-2172.
Keep going, more. No, stop!
If those winter blues have you feeling a little more blue than usual, Credible Mind from Trail District Health Unit can help. Here's Trail District Health Unit Director Brenda Stallman with more information.
You can pick any topic known to the behavioral health world and find good evidence-based resources to help you identify if there is a problem with yourself or with someone that you care about and get some good advice on where to go with it from that.
Visit Trail District Health Unit's website to access Credible Mind and improve your mental health today.
Here's a message from Tim Cassette, Golden Harvest Seed Sales in the Hillsboro area. When it comes to your operations needs, they want to hear from you, which is why they're committed to listening first. From farmer-focused R&D teams to their Gold Series soybeans and game-changing corn products to the insights shared through the Illuminate digital platform, everything offered is an answer to what they learned from you. For Golden Harvest corn and soybean seed, visit with Tim Cassette Seed Sales Hillsboro, 701-430-0877.
Meet Blake, the messiest 4-year-old on the planet. He's no ordinary durability tester. Meet SmartStrand, no ordinary carpet. With all pet protection, it's the softest, most durable, easiest to clean carpet on the planet. When Blake's barn got a comfy makeover, SmartStrand came clean, even went up against a 2-ton rhino. Made to withstand all walks of life. Ask for SmartStrand, rhino tested, rhino approved.
Available at Carpet World, carpetworldfargo.com.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers. They are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Back here on YourLiveEvent.com, Brady Siebel's with you as we'll run down our semifinals have concluded. We're going to run down here our championship participants here on YourLiveEvent.com as, again, the consolation semifinal round going as we speak, as well as the 7th place matches. Winners of the consolation semis, they will go for 3rd. The losers of the consolation semifinal round, they will go for 5th. We'll run down here our finalist participants here at each weight class. 107 pounds it will be Blake Goebel of Southport. He will take on Sky Kramlich of the Carrington Cardinals. 114-pound championship will be Walker Mill of Ellendale Edgeley Culm. He'll go up against Dalton Feist of Napoleon Gackle Streeter. At 121 pounds, Bodie Henderson of the Northern Lights. He'll take on Drew Carr from Carrington. At 127, Noah Anderson for the Lisbon Broncos. He'll take on Logan Potts of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. 133-pound championship will be Matthias Dahlstrom for the Oaks Tornadoes. He'll take on Grafton's Cruiser Burns. 139-pound Zane Allender of the Oaks Tornadoes. He'll take on the Hillsborough Central Valley's Sawyer Owens, that at 139. 145 pounds Case Allender for the Oaks Tornadoes. He'll take on Nick Garber of the Carrington Cardinals. 152, your championship match will be Cole Stock from South Border taking on Corbin Clifton of Carrington. 160-pound championship match, Henry Lentenmeyer of Lemoore Litchfield Marion will take on South Border's Brody Hoffman. 172, Tanner Mengi for the Kindred Vikings. He'll take on Cale Hebel of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. 189 pounds, Cole Henderson for the Northern Lights will take on Hillsborough Central Valley's Braden Chenault. 215 pounds, Caden Rose from Pembina County North. He'll take on Shane Nitschke of South Border. And at 285 pounds, Brett Tastad from the Northern Lights. He'll take on Cole Nitschke from South Border. That is a look at your championship pairings here at each of the 13 weight classes. As let's take another look at our scoreboard from the Golden Harvest Tim Cassette Seed Sales scoreboard, to look at our team scores here through the semifinals into some of the consolation semifinal round. South Border is your leader right now. They have 183 points. They're your top team. Oaks in second place at 152. Then Carrington rounds out the podium, third place at 142.5 points. Then Lemoore Litchfield Marion, fourth at 126.5. Then Ellendale Edgeley Culm round out the top 5 at 109. Half point behind them, the Lisbon Broncos in sixth at 108.5. Then seventh place goes to the Northern Lights at 98 points. The Kindred Vikings eighth place at 96 points. Pembina County North, 9th place at 89.5 points, and Hillsborough Central Valley, they round out the top 10 at 81.5 points. 11th place goes to Napoleon Gackle Streeter with 80 points. Grafton is sitting in 12th at 42 points. Then it's Mayport CG, 13th place at 36. Northern Cass, 14th at 27 points. 15th place is the Rugby Panthers at 17 points. Larimore 16th at 11. Northwood 17th at 8.5 points. And the Thompson Tommies round out the scoreboard. 18th place with 6 points for the Thompson Tommies. That is a look at your team scores on the Golden Harvest Tim Cassette Seed Sales scoreboard. Give Tim a call today, 701-430-0877. Take a break, come back with more of our consolation semifinal round when we return on YourLiveEvent.com.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customer satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all, from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
In a world of chaos, you need superhero-level protection.
I keep telling everyone they need to get the right protection for their lifestyle. Some do. We do.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Get the right protection for your lifestyle. Go to IRIinsurance.com to get a free quote and consultation.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Let's face it, moving is a pain. And if you decide to do it yourself, take the hassle out with All About Moving in Grand Forks. While national conglomerates tend to overcharge and take longer, All About Moving is locally owned and wants to make your next move an efficient and stress-free experience. Take the stress out of moving with All About Moving in Grand Forks, so you can focus on the things that really matter.
Benedictine Mission Coordinator has a great move-in special. For a limited time, you can save $5,000 when you move in. That's $1,000 off your first 4 months of rent, and the $1,000 move-in fee is waived. Your rent at Benedictine Mission Coordinator covers 3 meals a day, home and yard maintenance, indoor access to Essentia Health Clinic and Benedictine Therapy Services, and much more. To schedule an appointment, call Benedictine Mission Court at 218-784-5250. Save $5,000 with this move-in special.
Back here, YourLiveEvent.com as our consolation round continues on. They're running consolation semis as well as 7th and 8th place matches right here on all 4 mats. As mat number 1, Caden Hooley for the Northern Lights, he's got a 3-0 lead over Ellendale Collins Riggin Sand. Mat number 2, Cruz Ranke for the Lisbon Broncos, just picking up the victory there. So now it'll be Joseph Keller for Southport taking on Bryce Schneider of Napoleon Gackel Streeter. Over in the elementary gym, it's Gabriel Clifton for the Carrington Cardinals. He's got a 7-0 lead over Brock Johnson. And on mat number 4, Justin Terrell for Hillsborough Central Valley, a 13-2 lead against Grayson Lions as they wrestle in period number 3.
So 145-pound consolation semifinal matchup. Bryce Schneider wrestling Joseph Keller. We're scoreless in the first period here at 145. Schneider, the number 6 seed, upset the number 3 seed Griffin Greenlee in the quarterfinals and was defeated by Case Hollander in the semifinals by decision 7-3.
So mat number 1, Hooley still with a 3-0 lead as they wrestle. Minute and 10 seconds to go in period number 1. This year, a 7th place match at 127 pounds. Again, all matches, wrestlers guaranteed to be in the state tournament. Just trying to figure out standings-wise, maybe trying to put that last punctuation mark on a potential seeding through for the state tournament beginning next Thursday inside the Fargo Dome. Again, we'll have audio coverage for you right here on YourLiveEvent.com. Hooley extends his lead now. He'll take a 6-0 lead against Riggin Sand at 127 for 7th place. They're on mat number 1. As he'll put in a chicken wing, see if he can run out to the side and try to extend the lead with 20 seconds to go in the period.
And we're a 3-0 lead, now a 3-0 lead for Joseph Keller over Bryce Schneider. Schneider warned for stalling, kept that head down, buried in the mat. That's in the first period. Keller trying to work a tilt, rolls over, and still 3-0 lead for Joseph Keller on mat number 2.
End of the period, Hooley will take a 6-0 lead into the final 2 minutes. He leads 6-0. Sand will have choice, and he'll choose the neutral position, see if he can try to hit something here.
And at the end of the period, 1-point escape here for Bryce Schneider.
Sand in on a shot attempt, double leg, lift him up. Got to try to bring him back down safely. And there's the takedown. trying to lock it up, see if he can get and tack on some near fall points in there. Hooley trying to belly himself out, not quite at near fall points, and now looking to belly himself. 90 seconds to go in the period.
Well, mat number 3, mat number 4 updates to mat number 3, 145. Carson Kazed of Hillsborough Central Valley wrestling Griffin Greenlee in the consolation semifinals. That match just underway. And mat number 4, 133-pound 7th place match. That's Logan Nielsen, Mayport CG, up 5-2 over Cameron Kittleson of Kindred.
So Sand now within 3 points, has a leg hooked crossface, seeing if he can get some points here, looking for a tilt as official counting. Count of 3. Hooley trying to belly himself back out, did get a count of 3, so for sure 3 near fall points. So our worst Sand is going to tie it up at 6 apiece. As Hooley bellies himself out, there's a 3-point near fall. And so now Riggin Sand able to tie it up, was down 6-0. It's now tied up 6 apiece with 30 seconds to go here in the third period.
So mat number 2, 3-2 score. 1-point escape by Schneider. Puts the wrestlers on their feet. Schneider working underneath. He tried to hit a dump on Keller. Keller catches him, cow catcher position. And working for the fall. He has that arm wrapped tight. The win by fall for Joseph Keller. Wrestling for third place for the South Border Mustangs on mat 2.
Final 10 seconds. Sand trying to keep him down. Hooley seeing if he can get the escape to try to end it in regulation. Keeping the arm, see if he can do something with it, just running out of time. And that will do it for period number 3. And we're going to go to overtime on mat number 1 for 7th place at 127 pounds.
You're tied up over on mat number 3 between Kazed and Griffin Greenlee in the first period. Tied up at 4 apiece. Final 10 seconds of the first period. Wrestlers on their feet.
Shot attempt by Sand. Single leg Hooley trying to sprawl. Neutral position, first points of this overtime will pick up the victory. Sand holding on to his own wrist, trying to keep it in neutral position. Hooley spinning behind, grabbing at the ankle. Sand now re-grabbing that near leg, trying to hold on to it, trying not to give up any points. 25 seconds, we'll get a stalemate and a restart back to the center with 24 seconds to go.
Your 152-pound 7th place match on mat number 2. Zaid Heyer tries to turn the corner, picks up the 3-point takedown on Xander Dovenmuller of Hillsborough Central Valley. So 3-0 lead for Heyer over on mat number 1 with 1:05 remaining in the first period.
Final 10 seconds of overtime. Collar and elbow tie, they'll stay neutral. As a last second shot attempt here by Hooley, ran out of time. And so we're going to go to our second overtime, alternating 30 seconds. They'll flip the disc. Hooley with the first choice. He'll defer. And so Sand will get choice. He can choose either top or bottom. He'll choose the down position. Both wrestlers will get a chance to make a choice in this alternating 30-second round, of course, unless there is a pinfall in this first 30 seconds. So Sand in the down position will get a caution on Hooley. And we'll get a restart. Off the whistle, Sand with a stand-up attempt. And the escape point, so Riggin Sand take a 7-6 lead. Hooley with a shot attempt, sprawl by Sand. Both wrestlers able to get back up to their feet. It stays neutral.
And Xander Dovenmuller, a nice single leg shot. 3-1's the score at the end of the second period. Wasn't able to elevate that or turn the corner with it. So we go 3-1 score. Zaid Heyer in the lead by 2 points.
So into the first 30 seconds, so now Hooley will have choice. And so he wants the top position and says we'll give the escape point to Sand, so it's now 8-6.
So Heyer with that arm chopped. Works underneath, trying to hit that chicken wing tilt on Xander Dovenmuller. Dovenmuller keeps the hips turned away on Heyer. Doing a little hand fighting underneath. Still a 6-1 lead for Zaid Heyer of Oaks on mat 2. Now stall warning on Dovenmuller.
Hooley looking for a throw, trying to hit something here. Sand trying to defend. Body lock. Both wrestlers trying to hit something. 15 seconds to go in overtime. Shot attempt by Hooley. Single leg sprawl by Sand. Hooley back up to his feet. 5 seconds to try to get the takedown. Shot attempt to Hooley. Sand with a sprawl. Going to try to hold him right there, and that'll do it. And so Regan Sand for Ellendale Edgeley Calm, the 8th grader. He'll finish in 7th place here at the East Region Tournament.
And Zaid Heyer for the Oaks Tornadoes finishes in 7th place. He wins by fall over Xander Dovermuller of Hillsborough Central Valley on mat number 2.
Mat number 139, a 7th place match. It is Jager Sand of Ellendale Edgeley Calm going up against Jace Duffy of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. This year's 7th place match at 139.
Your 160-pound consolation semifinal match between Mason Weigel, Napoleon Gackle-Streeter, and Greg Fuhrer of Ellendale Edgeley Calm. Match just underway here on mat number 2.
Sand was looking for a takedown. Duffy, though, able to defend, stays on his feet. It's still neutral. 30 seconds into our first period.
And Mason Weigel finds his way into this consolation semifinal match. He was upset in the quarterfinals by Henry Lettmeyer of Lemoore. Lettmeyer picked up a fall over Weigel. Now Weigel working on pin on Fuhrer, trying to get his way into the 3rd place match, make up some ground after he was defeated in the quarterfinals. He's the number 3 seed.
Sand with the first points. He gets a takedown. We're a minute gone in period number 1. Jager Sand, the freshman for Ellendale Edgeley Calm, 33-16. He's going up against senior Jace Duffy for the Lobos at 25-12.
He picks up 4 near fall for Mason Weigel. Now 7-0's the lead with 59 seconds remaining in the first period. Fuhrer snaps up the headgear back to the center of the mat for the restart on mat 2.
Escape attempt by Duffy, trying to roll it over. Sand, though, able to hold him. Gets in a front headlock and now going to lock up a cradle. Arms lock, see if he can arch it back. Get some near fall points. 20 seconds to go in the period. Duffy trying not to go over. Sand trying to arch it. Duffy not quite at the angle yet. Officials say not there yet. Final 10 seconds of the period. As Sand will lose the grip, just put in a crossface, try to hold out and ride out the time. So no points during that sequence. Jager Sand with a 3-0 lead going into period number 2.
Yeah, mat number 3 update. Looks like that was a good one between Carson Kazet and Griffin Greenlee. 10-9's the score. Kazet up by 1 point at the end of the period. We'll find out what the final is when it comes across the ticker. But right now, it looks like a good match over there. Mat number 3, 145-pound consolation semi.
Sand will start in the down position, begin the second period. Stand-up attempt, mat return by Duffy. Now Duffy will put in the double leg ride, see what he can do in the top position.
And Weigel takes an 11-0 lead into the second period. He has choice. Looks like he'll choose the top position to start the second over on mat number 2.
Sand up to his feet, give him the escape point. Now 4-0 in on a double leg takedown, trying to suck it in, lift it up. And the takedown, so Jager Sand will up his lead now, make it 7-0. Keeping the leg, seeing if he could maybe get a tilt, but Duffy able to belly himself out. It stays 7-0. A minute and 10 seconds to go in the second period.
And Weigel up 14-0 with the takedown. With the minute 29 remaining in the second period, he's in the top position, works for near fall on Greg Fuhrer. He has 2 coming to him. If he doesn't pick up the fall off of this combination, he will win by technical decision and advance to that 3rd place match at 160 pounds on mat 2.
Set out attempt by Duffy, able to face Sand, reaching at the near leg of Sand. Now Sand will put the head to the mat. Put in a crossface, trying to remain in control, but Duffy up to his feet. Separation, and there's the escape point. Chin whip attempt by Sand. It stays neutral. Final 20 seconds of the period. Sand with a snap down attempt, seeing if he can up his lead, locks in a cradle, edge of the mat, going to try to stay in bounds, and out of bounds they go, no change.
And over here, Matt, number 272-pound consolation semifinal match, Carter Potasic, Brody Michelson. Potasic catches Michelson, has him chin whipped down to the mat on the edge, center edge of the mat. He's going to try to adjust, come over the top. Michelson with the bridge. Somehow Potasic kept the points in bounds, and they're still wrestling over here on that edge of the mat. And Potasic looks for the restart, pushes Michelson out. 7-0 is the lead for Carter Potasic on mat number 2.
So going to the third period, Jaeger Sand with a 7-1 lead. They'll start neutral position to begin the final 2 minutes.
So Michelson off the whistle with the switch for the reversal. Down by 5 points. He went down early in this one, 7-0 with the restart. Now down by 5 with a minute remaining in the first period.
Scramble position. Stays neutral. Edge of the mat, Sand, double leg. Trying to keep the feet in bounds. And there's the takedown, so Jaeger Sand will up his lead. It's now 10-1. Sand keeping that foot in bounds, and then they go out of bounds. We'll get a restart back to the center. Sand with a 10-1 lead, a minute 33 seconds to go.
And Brody Michelson working a pinning combination on Carter Potasic. Still in the first period, as it's now 8-5. At least 4 near fall coming from Michelson. And he scoops ahead, pressure over the shoulders, and win by fall for Brody Michelson into the third place match for the Mustangs on mat number 2.
As I'll reset the clock, as it did not start on time, so they'll take about 10 seconds off. And so 1:23 when they restart. Jaeger Sand a 10-1 lead for the Ellendale Edgeley-Combe Thunder. Sand, single leg, looking for the mat return, bring him back down safely, put in a half, try to arch the head, see if he can get some near fall points. 50 seconds to go in the matchup. Sand trying to run the half once again out to the side, now going to run with it, spin around the head. Got a count of 1. Official holding 2 points for the near fall. Final 30 seconds. Sand going to try to walk it around, see if he can get some near fall points. We'll get a whistle, potentially dangerous called. 2 points for the near fall, so Sand will up his lead, make it 12-1. 29 seconds to go in the matchup.
And Schwab and Symington over here on mat number 2. Scramble out of bounds. Schwab went double unders on Symington. Symington able to hip into Schwab as they scramble out of bounds. Back to the center for a restart over on mat number 2. 189-pound consolation semifinal match with a minute remaining in the first period.
Duffy up to his feet. And a mat return right to the back, so Sand gonna up his lead as a count of 4, so that will be 16-1. So it is a tech fall victory, an extra half bonus point for Ellendale Edgeley-Combe. So Jaeger Sand, the tech fall victory. He will finish in 7th place at 139 pounds.
And we're still scoreless in the first period. Symington on a double leg shot on Schwab. Schwab sprawls out, trying to turn the corner edge of the mat, and he almost got it. Symington kept those hands on the mat. Schwab just not able to cut the corner before they're called out. Still scoreless in the first period with 15 seconds remaining. Symington another shot off the whistle. Schwab sprawls down to 10 seconds in the first period, still scoreless.
Bailey Zachmeyer for the Rugby Panthers. Miles Thiel just for the Kindred Vikings. That is your 152-pound consolation semifinal match right now on mat number 1. Zachmeyer is senior for the Panthers, 37-9 on the season. Miles Thiel just a sophomore for the Vikings at 35-10.
And Matt's number 3 and 4 update, 152-pound Zeke Symington, Pembina County North. Wrestling Maddox Shockman, Lower Litchfield Marion. Shockman up 3-0 on Symington. And Matt number 4, 160-pound For your 7th place match, that's Isaac Maley of Oaks wrestling Aiden Werner of Pembina County North. Werner up 10-0. That's in the 3rd period on mat 4.
Minute 5 seconds remaining. Neutral position. We'll get a stalemate call and then restart back to the center.
Here's Schwab working a 3-quarter Nelson on Symington. Symington able to hit past away the 1-point escape. Now 1-0 lead for Gavin Symington over here on mat number 2.
Shot attempt by Thielgis. Sprawl attempt by Zachmeyer. Thielgis trying to suck that in. Wizard position by Zachmeyer, still neutral position. Thielgis going to try to keep a foot in bounds, and official thought about it. Out of bounds they go, no change, back to neutral.
Here's Symington with the single leg. Return Schwab to the mat, now up 4-0 over on mat number 2. 45 seconds remaining. They wrestle out of bounds. Back to the center for a restart on mat 2.
Coach Justin Lehman wanted the takedown call in that situation. Official said no, had a little discussion about it. It stays scoreless with 15 seconds to go in the 1st period. Final 10 seconds, neutral position.
And Schwab rolls through on Symington, catches him, throws him over to his back. Schwab with the reversal and near fall coming. He locks this up on Symington. This is tight over the top. Symington trying to bridge out of it. Schwab with the pinning combination. 25 seconds remaining in the 2nd period. Schwab trying to get to the consolate, or trying to get in the 3rd place match. Symington trying to roll through. Symington did a good job fighting off Schwab, still in the pinning combination. Trying to tighten it up over here on mat number 2. And Symington survives with the 4 near fall coming to Schwab. Schwab takes the 2-point lead, 6-4.
Zachmeyer with the first points of the matchup. He gets an escape point to start off the period. Thielgis shot attempt, trying to keep the foot in bounds. Out of bounds they go. They'll stay neutral. And so Bailey Zachmeyer with a 1-0 lead. A minute 33 to go in the 2nd period.
Well, Gavin Symington off the choice. Schwab chose the bottom position. Symington decided to let Schwab go, give him the 1-point escape. So it should be 7-4. They don't think they gave Schwab the 1 point. Symington hit Schwab with the throw, the 3-point takedown, and near fall coming to Gavin Symington. So 2 near fall. Now 10-7.
Stalemate on mat number 1. Zachmeyer Thielgis still a 1-0 Zachmeyer lead. Off the whistle, Thielgis with a shot attempt. Zachmeyer with the sprawl. Both wrestlers able to get back up to their feet. It stays neutral. A minute and 5 and ticking to go in period number 2.
So our score 10-7 over here on mat number 2 with a minute 15 remaining in the 3rd period. Schwab in the bottom position, trying to hit the roll again on Symington. See if he can turn the corner. Symington ain't ready for it this time. They're scrambling on the edge of the mat. Schwab's going to hook the legs over the top and try to get the reversal. So Schwab on the top gets the reversal on the edge of the mat. And 10-9 is the score.
Thielgis with the takedown, so he'll take the lead, his first lead of the match, 3-1. Final 30 seconds going in on an ankle, and we'll get a stalling warning call. We'll get a restart. 25 seconds to go. Thielgis now dinged for his first stalling warning. Zachmeyer in the down position here in period number 2 on mat number 1.
And Schwab lets Symington go with 40 seconds remaining, and 11-9 is the lead for Gavin Symington. Schwab will see if he can hit the takedown. Takedown will win it. Takedown for Symington extends the lead. Schwab trying to work a head and arm. Symington deep with the body lock over here on mat 2.
On the restart, Zachmeyer up to his feet. Thielgis with a mat return. Wizard position. They'll go out of bounds. They'll get a restart. 10 seconds to go. Thielgis in the top position, leading by 2 in the 2nd period.
And Symington hits the takedown on Schwab. 14-9. So Gavin Symington survives the attempts by Schwab to reverse the roles and 14-9 decision. So Symington wrestling for third place at 189 pounds. Schwab wrestling for fifth.
End of the period as Thiel just able to remain in top control, so he'll take a 2-point lead into the final period. He's got choice. He'll choose the down position to begin our third period, this 152-pound consolation semifinal.
Oh, mat number 2, 215 pound seventh place match. Lemoore Litchfield Marion. We have Tucker Jones wrestling Brock Lyons of the Lisbon Broncos.
Thiel just with the escape point off of the whistle, so he'll up his lead. It's now a 4-1 lead. 10 seconds into period number 1. Miles Thiel just for the Kindred Vikings looking to finish or advance to the third place matchup. He's now in on a shot attempt, single leg. Head poking through. Sprawl attempt by Zachmeyer, reaching through. Still neutral position. We'll see how long they let them wrestle in this position. 30 seconds gone in the period. They're just still on that near leg. Zachmeyer reaching through and around, and then we'll get the stalemate. Minute 22 to go in period number 3 as Theelgis and Zachmeyer in the neutral position. Should be 4-1, and there's the escape point given on the scoreboard. So 4-1, Theelgis with the lead. Minute 10 seconds to go now in the period. Wizard position, still neutral. Theelgis in on a single leg. Sprawled out is Zachmeyer, posting at the thighs of Theelgis, and then we'll get a whistle and a stalemate with 1:02 to go.
Yeah, updates for mats number 3 and 4, over 172-pound consolation semifinal match. That match just going final. That was Kellen Garber, Carrington over Max Chernlin of Ellendale, Edgeley Culm by fall. And then your consolation semifinal match on mat number 4, 189, Jake Kramer wrestling Luke Walski. Kramer has the 8-3 lead over on mat 4.
Theelgis extends his lead. It's now 7-1. Final 30 seconds of period number 3 as Miles Theelgis just trying to salt this away, see if he can pick up the victory and advance to the third place match. Zachmeyer able to turn and face. Theelgis grabbing at the near leg of Zachmeyer. 20 seconds to go here in period number 3. Zachmeyer looking to spin, and we'll get a stalemate and a restart. No change. So Zachmeyer in the down position with 14 seconds to go in the period.
Yeah, mat 2 were scoreless at the start of the second period on mat number 2 between Lyons and Tucker Jones. Off the whistle, Jones goes down to the ankle on Lyons, runs him to the edge of the mat, back to the center for a restart on mat 2.
Zachmeyer with a front headlock trying to throw something. Said he'll spin behind. He'll get the reversal, but that'll do it. So Miles Theelgis, he'll wrestle for third place at 152 pounds, a 7-3 decision victory over Bailey Zachmeyer of Rugby.
And back to the center of the mat with that restart. Minute 40 on the clock. Lions trying to counter the half Nelson attempt by Tucker Jones. Jones riding up over underneath the arms on Lions here on mat number 2. Still in the center of the mat with a minute 25 remaining in the second period.
Mat 1, it's a 172-pound seventh place matchup. Trey Leducer for the Northern Lights, a senior at 14-10. He's going up against Bryce Kerrigan of Pembina County North, a sophomore at 18-17. This is a seventh place match at 172 pounds.
And potentially dangerous back to the center of the mat for a restart on mat number 2. Still scoreless in the second period with a minute 11 on the clock on mat 2.
Neutral position as they circle the center of the mat. Leducer, Kerrigan, this 172 seventh place match. All consolation round matches are on the board. Looks like they're going to at least momentarily hold before we get our third and fifth place matches called here in Grafton at the East Region Tournament. Final minute of the first period, still scoreless between Leducer and Kerrigan at 172.
I didn't hear, are they going to run championship matches with the third and fifth place? Or
Have not heard that either. We'll keep you updated when we know. We'll pass that information along to you viewers here on YourLiveEvent.com. A stalling warning called on Leducer. That's his first warning. 40 seconds to go in the period.
Yeah, Matt number 2, we're still scoreless in the second period with 35 seconds remaining. Lions still stuck on the bottom with this ride by Tucker Jones. Lions working the arm on the right side, looking for a roll. He's going to try to hip bias, turn the corner. He's in the top position. Little hip whizzer on Jones, takes him down to the mat. Lions not able to turn the corner here on Jones as they got the scramble going between Lions and Tucker Jones. Lions around with the 2-point reversal. He'll take the 2-0 lead with 10 seconds remaining in the second period.
Final couple ticks of the clock. Kerrigan and Leducer, they're going to stay neutral, and we're going to go to period number 2 with the scoreless tie on mat number 1. As the flip goes to Leducer, he'll choose the down position to begin our second period.
So the war attrition over there on mat number 2 between Lions and Jones. Lions with the 2-point reversal. Jones with the choice. Chooses neutral position to start our third period on mat 2.
As Leducer with the escape point, so he'll open up the scoring. He's got a 1-0 lead. 15 seconds in.
Mat number 2, Jones with double unders on Lions. Lions with double overs, trying to squeeze those elbows together and counter as he backs those hips away. Now Jones goes into the front headlock position, down on the leg on Lions. Lions sprawls out on mat 2. He has the 2-0 lead.
$50 seconds gone in the period. Still neutral position.
The Lions picks up the 3-point takedown. He has the screwdriver locked up, trying to screw those shoulders into the mat, but Jones able to counter that. Now he goes armbar here for Lions on mat number 2.
Leducer with the 1-0 lead. He got the escape point to begin period number 1. Underhook here for Kerrigan. Shot attempt, sprawl by Leducer. They'll both pop back up to their feet. They'll stay neutral. They'll circle themselves back to the center mat.
Mat number 4, 215-pound consolation semifinal. Napoleon Gackle Streeter's Andre Dahl has the 1-0 lead over Max Klein in the second period. And mat number 3, Bennett Geisler of Ellendelsley Column up 4-1 over J.J. Haygood of the Oaks Tornadoes. That's for the 7th place match at 189 pounds on mat 3.
Final 10 seconds. It's still neutral position. Leducer and Kerrigan. Feeling out process here. Nothing opens up for either wrestler. We'll go to the third period. Trey Leducer for the Northern Lights, a 1-0 lead. Kerrigan will have choice, and he says right away, let's go in the down position.
Yeah, Brock Lyons trying to put the exclamation point on this win at mat number 2 as he's up 7-0. Works another pinning combination, has the half Nelson. That slips out. Lyons spins back around behind and runs out the clock. He wins 7-0 decision over Tucker Jones on mat 2 for 7th place.
So Kerrigan gets the escape point, so we're all tied up at 1. Get a stalling warning called on Leducer, and so Kerrigan briefly takes a 2-1 lead, but then a takedown for Leducer, so he'll take a 4-2 lead. As we'll get a whistle, and we'll get a penalty point as a little bit too hard on the crossface attempt by Leducer. So now that would make it 4-3.
And here, mat number 2, consolation semifinal matchup between Seth Irie of Ellendelsley Combe and Aiden Hinkle. Hinkle with the inside trip takes Irie down to the mat for the 3-point takedown here at mat 2. With a minute 35 remaining, Hinkle up 3-0. They're working that far center edge of the mat over on mat 2.
So Leducer with 4-3. Following the, so it was a stalling warning, second one, which gave Kerrigan the 2-1 advantage. Then Leducer with a takedown to make it 4-2. Then now Leducer, a technical violation, a penalty point to make it 4-3. As now an official discussion about the score. But with a minute and 31 seconds to go, it shows Trey Leducer of the Northern Lights a 4-3 lead over Bryce Kerrigan of Pembina County North.
And a little slide by here with Aiden Hinkle on the underhook. Picks up another 3-point takedown, and we do have some time here, medical time. A Bank North timeout over here on mat number 2. Hinkle up 6-1. So your Bank North timeout here from banknorth.com. Member FDIC and equal housing lender over here on mat number 2.
So Kerrigan gets the escape point, so it's now tied up 4 apiece. Shot attempt by Leducer. Kerrigan able to sprawl. It stays neutral. 1:15 to go. Front headlock by Leducer. Edge of the mat. Shot attempt by Leducer. Sprawl by Kerrigan. Grabbing at the far ankle. Seeing if he can finish the takedown attempt. Edge of the mat they go. They'll give the reaction time 3 points for the takedown. So Bryce Kerrigan will take a 7-4 lead. Stalling warning on Kerrigan. Then a mat return. But Kerrigan will stay in control. He's got a 3-point lead as they wrestle edge of the mat. And a stalemate back to the center.
And we're still in our Bank North timeout over here on mat number 2. Hinkle with the 6-1 lead. And they'll go for a medical injury on mat number 2 as Ari looks to wrestle another day as he does qualify for the state tournament. Hinkle into the 3rd place match on mat 2.
So final 25 seconds. Bryce Kerrigan of Pembina County North with a 7-4 lead. So looking to salt away this victory. Up to his feet is Leducer. It's 7-5. 10 seconds for Leducer to try to get the takedown. He'll in on a single leg, trying to suck it in. So you can get the double, pops the head out, gets the takedown. Trey Leducer now with an 8-7 lead. Final couple ticks of the clock, and Trey Leducer, the last second takedown, he'll finish in 7th place at 172 pounds.
Yes, I think mat number 2, we're in a temporary pause until they come up with those 5th place matches. Your mat number 4, 7th place match. That's Andrew Hovness of Northern Cass up 3-0 over Charles Jorgensen of Carrington. That's in the first period, under a minute remaining. Those all go final.
So our final match here on the board, it's our 285-pound consolation semifinal match. Denton Karcher of Pembina County North, Benicio Sacita for the Grafton Spoilers. This your 285-pound consolation semifinal. As Karcher with a shot attempt. Sacita rolling through right to the back. So Sacita with the 3-point takedown also gets a 2-point near fall. So Benicio Sacita for the Grafton Spoilers, a 5-0 lead. Karcher for Pembina County North, he's a senior at 27-18. Sacita a junior for the Grafton Spoilers at 10-6. The consolation semifinal winner goes to the 3rd place match. Loser wrestles for 5th. As reversal here, Karcher right to the back. He's going to shoot a half. He's going to try to pick up the pinfall victory. Minute to try to get it. Denton Karcher with a pinfall victory for Pembina County North. And so Denton Karcher, he'll wrestle for 3rd place at 285 pounds. The first period pinfall victory in 1 minute over Benicio Sacita of Grafton. We'll take a break, come back with more. This is the East Region Wrestling Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com.
Inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsboro. You can see the latest inventory online at BloomfieldTrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsboro.
The City of Hillsboro invites you to make Hillsboro your home. If you're looking for a new home or a job, check out the opportunities in Hillsboro the community can offer you and your family. Enjoy a quality family life with community, education, church, entertainment, and more. For all neighbors and those driving through the region, we welcome you to come and shop with the businesses in Hillsboro. If you have questions related to services available in the City of Hillsboro, contact the Hillsboro City office at 701-636-4620.
At Dakota Heritage Bank, we know your schedules can get hectic, and you don't always have time to get to the bank during regular banking hours. We make it easy for you with mobile banking, online banking, and bill pay services that we offer for free. This is Michelle with Dakota Heritage Bank, inviting you to do your banking with us anytime, anywhere. Just go to dhb.bank or download the mobile app for convenient on-the-go banking, serving you with locations across North Dakota and northwestern Minnesota. Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Looking for a place to wind down and make memories, where the vibe is always chill and the fun never stops? Join us at Headlocks, your neighborhood hangout for good times and good company. From live music to karaoke to weekend events and more, there's always something happening. Make sure to check out their awesome picture wall full of local sports memories. Located at 904 Main Street. Visit Headlocks on Facebook for more info. Headlocks of Carrington. Call 307-0432.
Visit with Rocky Nedham at Nedham Seeds, Caledonia.
All right, as action continues. So going through this championship match on mat number 1, Matthias Dahlstrom and Cruiser Burns trading blows now 9-5 in the second period with 35 seconds remaining in that second period. Two more near fall going to Cruiser Burns now 9-7. And then on mat number 2, Ranke and Clifton. Ranke's up 4-0 over on mat number 2, 139-pound for a third place match. And then mat number 3, Grayson Lyons still leads 3-0 in the fifth place match at 121 pounds. And that's in the third period, so Lyons has the 3-0 lead over Jaron Nelson. Nelson, number 10 seed, Lyons, the number 4 seed, wrestling for fifth place. And Dahlstrom now up 11-7. That's in the second period with 11 seconds remaining over on mat number 1. And then mat number 2 still Cruz Ranke up 4-0 over Gabe Clifton.
So going into the third period, Dahlstrom a 11-7 lead here at 133 pounds. As we start our third period.
And we're starting the third period over on mat number 2 for third place at 139 pounds. Ranke trying to hit another go behind takedown. Turned in the corner, has the ankle caught on Clifton. Clifton tries to defend. He has to go belly down. Ranke able to catch that leg as well with it turked on the backside. So it's a 7-0 lead for Cruz Ranke, wrestling for third place at 139 pounds.
Recap of the championship matches so far. Sky Kramlich of the Carrington Cardinals, Sky Kramlich, a 11-5 decision victory over Blake Goebel of South Border at the 107-pound championship match. 114, Dalton Feist of Napoleon Gackles Streeter, a 12-1 major decision victory over Walker Miller. 121 pounds, Bodie Henderson of the Northern Lights, a 1-minute 12-second pinfall victory over Drew Carr. 127 pounds, Noah Anderson of the Lisbon Broncos will pick up the championship as Logan Potts of Lemoore Litchfield Marion will medical forfeit out of the tournament there in the championship, as we're now at 133 pounds.
So Ranke now up 7-0 in the third period, final 45 seconds. Clifton tries to sit out Ranke, holding on, has Spiral on the leg and mat number 2.
So 14-7, Matthias Dahlstrom of the Oaks Tornadoes with the lead here at 133 pounds.
And the 1-point escape to Clifton, 7-1's the score. Ranke in that forklift position. He'll try to pass the legs or throw them off the shoulders. Clifton looking for a stalemate. Final 13 seconds of this third period, and a stalemate called by the official. Ranke with the 6-point lead. Clifton will have to hit the big throw to pull one out here on mat 2.
As a 3-point near fall for Matthias Dahlstrom, ups his lead. A reversal for Cruiser Burns. Final 10 seconds. Dahlstrom will get the escape point, so it's 18-9. Here's we wrestle the final 5 seconds as Oaks is Matthias Dahlstrom. He'll pick up the championship. He is your champion at 133 pounds.
And Lisbon's Cruz Ranke is your third place winner at 139 pounds on mat number 2. He wins by decision 7-1 over Gabriel Clifton of the Carrington Cardinals. And then over on that mat number 3, looks like they're on blood time over there. In that 5th place match, that was Lyons and Nelson. So Grayson Lyons still has the 3-0 lead, but they're on blood time over on mat 3, 121 pounds for 5th place. And now we're at 145 pounds, 3rd place match. Carson Kazed, Hillsborough Central Valley, wrestling Joseph Keller of the Southport Mustangs. Right away, Keller with the 3-point takedown. He's trying to hit another one with the goal behind. 3-1's your score. Kazed with the escape with a minute 25 on the clock in the first period. And Kazed, the number 5 seed. Keller, the number 4 seed. They met up in the quarterfinals. Kazed coming out on top in that match, make it into the semifinals. So Keller looking for a little redemption here against Carson Kazed.
Sawyer Owens for Hillsborough Central Valley, a 6-1 lead. 50 seconds into our championship match at 139 pounds. Out of bounds they go. We get a restart back in the center. Sawyer Owens, a junior for the Burros, last year state champion at 133 pounds. He's 47-1 on the season. His opponent is Zane Allender of the Oaks Tornadoes, a senior at 32-14.
And teammate over here, Carson Kazed, wrestling for 3rd place at 145 pounds. Currently 3-1 lead for Joseph Keller of the Southport Mustangs with 40 seconds remaining in the first period.
A few moments ago, over on mat 2, Cruz Ranke from Lisbon just picked up his 100th career victory. Congratulations to Cruz.
So Ranke with that win for 3rd place picked up his 100th win of his career. He's a freshman for the Broncos. Also giving a shout out to Griffin Greenlee. Greenlee earlier today picked up his 100th win for Lisbon.
Under 30 seconds, Owens still with a 6-1 lead. Final 15 seconds. Owens chicken wing, final 10 seconds of the period. He'll look to run it. Final couple ticks of the clock. There's the pinfall. Sawyer Owens for Hillsborough Central Valley. He is your champion at 139 pounds.
And mat number 2, Carson Kazed, Joseph Keller going into the second period. 3-1's the score. Kazed in that top position off this start in the whistle. Keller tried to stand up. Kazed takes him back down to the mat, keeping that top pressure on mat number 2. In that update over on mat number 4 or mat number 3, that was Grayson Lyons, winner by decision 3-0 over Jaron Nelson at 121 pounds for 5th place. So Lyons takes 5th place at 121 pounds.
145-pound championship match. Nick Garber for the Carrington Cardinals, a sophomore at 41-9. He's going up against Oaks' Case Allender, a senior at 31-12.
And 4-1's that score. Keller with the escape. And a single leg shot by Kazed. Keller and it cracks down on the top. Nice hard sprawl by Joseph Keller. He catches Kazed. Now he's going to try to spin behind him. He has to return him to the mat. Nice sit out by Kazed. And the scramble, he catches Keller with the takedown. And we're tied up at 4 over on mat number 2 here, 145 pounds as Carson Kazed now ties it up in the second period with 35 seconds remaining.
.45 scramble here. Garber in on his shot attempt. Allender sprawled out, reaching through. Still neutral position. Garber poking his head in between. Leg pass attempt by Allender. No change. Still neutral, and we'll get a whistle and potentially dangerous call. Then a restart back to the center. 25 seconds to go in our 145-pound championship match.
And Carson Kazed works a power half as he runs out of time at the end of the period with that power half attempt. They go tied up at 4 into the third period. And looking at choice, so looked like it was a choice over to Kazed. We'll see if that was Keller wanted to go neutral. And we do have a Bank North timeout, so that's a Bank North.bank timeout over here on mat number 2 as we're tied up at 4.
Out of bounds they go on mat number 1, still neutral position. As 3 seconds to go in our first period, Garber and Allender. As we'll go to period number 2 in a scoreless tie here at our championship match at 145 pounds.
And we're done with that Bank North timeout over on mat number 2. Back to action. We're tied up at 4 here between Keller and Kazed, and that was true there as Kazed had choice. He wanted the bottom position. Keller decided to let him go. Now 5-4 lead for Carson Kazed. Kazed already has one win over Joseph Keller in the quarterfinals. Trying to put together that perfect 2-0 record and take third place over here on mat number 2.
Garber in the down position. Allender puts in the double leg right now. Hand to the head, see if he can lock up a half. 25 seconds gone in the period. Garber able to work himself back to a base.
And Kazed catches Keller again, throws him to his back, and has a takedown and 2 near fall. So with the takedown, he has an 8-4 lead, and he will pick up 2 near fall. Over on mat number 2, trying to get a little bit more and build that lead with 1:05 remaining. Keller rolls through. Kazed catches the neck. Now Keller's to his feet. Just not enough as 2 near fall. 10-5 is the score. Joseph Keller down by 5 points with 50 seconds remaining in our third period.
Under a minute. Allender in the top position. Head lever. Also with a leg in. Garber up to his feet, roll attempt, seeing if he can high hip, try to get in his first points of the matchup. Allender stays with it. No change yet, no points awarded. Garber able to get his head back free, in on a base attempt. Final 20 seconds. Allender looking to ride out the entirety of this second period. 15 more seconds to try to do so.
And Kazed with another takedown on Joseph Keller. He builds up his lead now 13-5 with 20 seconds remaining. Keller trying to sit through and counter it. Kazed comes over the top trying to pick up some near fall at the end of this third period. And Keller running out of time. Carson Kazed in control. Looks like he'll take third place here on mat number 2. Just depends on what the final score will be. And that'll do it. Carson Kazed takes third place at 145 pounds on mat number 2.
Mat number 1, we're back on a Bank North blood time. There's 15 seconds to go in period number 2. Allender and Garber scoreless here at 145 pounds in your championship matchup.
Yeah, I like that 145-pound weight class. Just one of those weight classes to watch in this East region. Back and forth battle, anybody's match here at 145 from that number 1 seed all the way down to the number 6 seed. And here at 152 pounds, wrestling for third place, it's Miles Steele just for the Kindred Vikings. And he's wrestling Maddox Shockman, Lemoore Litchfield Marion. So Shockman, the number 8 seed, finds himself wrestling for third place against Miles Steele, just the number 3 seed. So wrestlers in that forklift kind of waterfall position out down the back. Here was Maddox Shockman Thiel just goes back to it here on mat 2.
Cut blood time, final 5 seconds. Allender just looking to ride it out as he'll ride out the entire 2 minutes as we'll go to period number 3 in a scoreless tie. Allender with choice. He'll choose the down position. Again, we thank you for joining us here on our 2025 Class B East Region Boys Individual Tournament. As the escape for Allender that'll give him the lead at 1-0 here at 1:45.
Yeah, mat number 3 update, 127 pounds for 5th place. They're tied up at 2 between Weston Baumgartner and Oscar Martinez. That's sudden victory overtime. They're tied up at 2 apiece, wrestling for 5th place over on mat number 3 at 127 pounds. And score update, mat number 2, 3-1's the score. Thiel just with the takedown. Schockman had the escape. Schockman's in on a single leg shot here on Thiel just with the shin whizzer, potentially dangerous call. They'll go back for the restart in the center of the mat on mat 2.
Minute and 10 seconds. Garber needs a takedown here for the Carrington Cardinals. He trails 1-0. Clock still ticking. Shot attempt. Allender. Single leg, poking the head out, scrambled. Allender puts in a crossface, heavy hip, put in a leg, and the takedown. So Case Allender with the first points of the matchup. As once again, we'll go back to a Bank North blood time. As it looks like the nose stopper came out for Nick Garber. They'll just put it back in. They'll continue wrestling here with 52 seconds to go in the third period.
So start of the second period, 3-1 lead for Miles Sealgis in the top position. Schockman had choice, he chose bottom. So wrestling for third place, 3-1 lead for Miles Sealgis in the top position at the start of the second period on mat 2.
So Allender now with a 4-point lead, putting in a body scissor, trying to get some near fall points here. Garber, though, able to come back in through the back door, and it's a 4-2 after the reversal. Garber will give up the escape point to make it 5-2. Garber needs a takedown in the final 10 seconds. Shot attempt. Sprawl attempt by Allender. Final couple of ticks of the clock. Out of bounds they go. 4 seconds. Last chance here for Nick Garber to try to get the takedown and force overtime.
Yeah, mat number 2, 3-2 is your score. Schockman with the escape now, 3-2 on mat 2.
So Case Allender will pick up the victory. He is your champion at 145 pounds, defeating Carrington's Nick Garber by a 5-2 score.
And mat number 3 update, 127 pounds there in that third overtime period. Martinez has the 3-2 lead going into that third overtime with 30 seconds on the clock. Baumgartner in the bottom position, 3-2 lead for Oscar Martinez. Pembina County North wrestling for 5th place over on mat number 3.
So our champion at 152 pounds for the Carrington Cardinals, Corbin Clifton. He'll go up against South Borders Cole Stock.
And Schockman with the takedown. Now he's in the lead 5-3 with 36 seconds remaining in our second period. Thiel just on the restart in the bottom position over on mat number 2. So Maddox Schockman now up 5-3 on mat 2.
Clifton is a senior for the Carrington Cardinals at 11-1. Stock a senior as well for the Mustangs at 34-7. This your 152-pound championship matchup.
And Thiel just with the stand-up. Schockman trying to defend it. Thiel just went to the whizzer right away. Schockman down on the single leg. Trying to get Thiel just back down to the mat here on mat number 2. Still 5-3 lead for Maddox Schockman with 10 seconds remaining. No change of position in that scramble on mat 2.
Halfway gone in the first period. Neutral position between Clifton and Stock. Stock with a victory over the 6th seed Zeke Simonton in his semifinal. Clifton, the top seed, a victory over Bailey Zachmeyer of Rugby in his semifinal matchup.
And we are into the third period. That 5-3 lead for Maddox Schockman. Thiel just with the double leg shot. He goes into that forklift position. Now has Schockman down on his hip. Goes back to the forklift. Tries to pass the leg. Schockman does a good block job in the waterfall across the back. Ties up Miles Steele just for the restart. With a minute 35 remaining, it's still a 5-3 lead for Maddox Shockman of Lemoore.
Clifton will get the first points of the matchup. He'll take a 3-0 lead. Final 30 seconds. Stock seeing if he can get some points here before the end of the period. Sit-out position. Clifton putting in a leg. Reaching through for a half Nelson position. Final 10 seconds. Stock trying to work back up to a base. Sit-out attempt once again. Final couple ticks of the clock. Clifton will hold them there, and Corbin Clifton will take a 3-0 lead into period number 2.
And a stall warning issued against Maddox Shockman gives Miles Steele just one more point. Now 5-4. 1 point lead for Maddox Shockman there in the third period on mat number 2 with under a minute remaining. Now 55 seconds. Here, Steele just slide by attempt. Shockman steps back around. He's been warned for stalling and gave up the point already on mat number 2.
Stock will choose the down position, and Clifton says let's go ahead and start neutral position. So the 1 point to Cole Stock. It's 3-1 here in period number 2.
So Maddox Shockman, the number 8 seed, has the 1 point lead, wrestling for third place. Here with Miles Theoges, he's up over the top, has the front headlock position on Theoges. Theoges still pushing in on Shockman. Shockman backs around on the mat and the restart on mat 2.
Shot attempt, Stock sprawl by Clifton. It stays neutral. Reshot by Clifton. Stock able to defend as they wrestle edge of the mat. Stock trying to stay inbounds. They'll break apart. They'll circle themselves back to the center. A minute and 10 seconds to go in period number 2.
So the elbow pass and the shot by Theoges. Shockman still backing in the official back with this stalemate in the restart back to the center of the mat. 2 seconds here for Miles Theoges against Shockman. Shockman up by 1 point.
Now under a minute. Clifton with a 3-1 lead as they'll stay neutral in the center of the mat.
And time expires. Maddox Shockman takes third place, coming from the number 8 seed in the tournament. He finishes in third place for Lemoore.
Final 30 seconds of the period. Still a 3-1 lead for Corbin Clifton. Collar and elbow ties. They'll circle around, try to stay inbounds in the center. Circle themselves back to the center of the mat with 20 seconds. Hand fighting, collar and elbow ties. Shot attempt, Stock, sprawl by Clifton, front headlock. Stock able to pop back up to his feet, get his head back free with 10 seconds to go in the period. Shot attempt, sprawl by Stock, out of bounds they go. They'll get a restart with 5 seconds to go.
Here on mat number 2, Mason Waggle, Napoleon Gackle Streeter takes on Max Chibutranu of Carrington. That's a 3-0 lead for Waggle. Goes into a crossface right away on Chibutranu. Here on mat 2, that's in the first period with a minute 15.
So Clifton will start in the down position to begin the third period. Stock will give up the escape point, so it's now 4-1 as Cole Stock needs a takedown here in the final minute and 50 seconds. He's in on a single leg attempt. Sprawl by Clifton. Stock grab it onto that near leg. Clifton and our leg pass, and out of bounds they go, and a restart back to the center.
And Mason Waggle locks up the cradle on Max Chibutranu and works for the fall. In the first period, Mason Waggle takes third place at 160 pounds.
.90 seconds to go here in our championship match at 152 pounds. Clifton with the 4-1 lead. Stock needs to try to get a takedown. Here's they wrestle center of the mat. No warnings for either wrestler. No stalling warnings called. Shot attempt by Clifton. Edge of the mat, out of bounds they go, and a restart back to the center. A minute and 5 seconds to go here in the championship matchup.
Our matchup over on mat number 3. That's a 4-1 lead for Brock Johnson, wrestling for 5th place at 139 pounds. Johnson and Vetter had met up in the quarterfinals. Johnson won that match, but they're here wrestling for 5th place once again today over on mat number 3. 4-1 lead for Brock Johnson on mat number 3 for 5th place in the third period.
Final 40 seconds. Corbin Clifton holding on to that 4-1 lead. Just needs to try to stay in the center of the mat here. No warnings. Try to defend any shot attempt stock. And have to try to get going here, trailing by 3.
And mat number 272 pounds for third place, Callan Garber and Brody Michelson. Garber catches Michelson, throws him to his back, has the pinning combination locked up on Brody Michelson here on mat number 2, wrestling for third place. Now Michelson rolls through, and with the reversal, the 4 near fall, we're looking at a 7-2 score on mat 2.
Stock last attempt, trying to get the takedown, runs out of time, and no change. And so Corbin Clifton of the Carrington Cardinals, he is your champion at 152 pounds.
And Clifton's teammate, Callan Garber, is up 8-2 on Brody Michelson. He gets the 1-point escape. That's in the first period with 36 seconds remaining. Garber going back in. Cow catcher has Michelson on his hip and running it over as that arm caught with the underhook and working for a fall. And the pin for Callan Garber as he keeps pace with his teammate, Corbin Clifton, and he'll take third place on mat 2.
160-pound championship match from South Border, a senior at 9-0. It's Brody Hoffman. His opponent, a sophomore from Lemoore Litchfield, Marion, Henry Lettenmeyer at 11-7 on the season. As we got a scramble right to start out with, and out of bounds they go. No change. 23 seconds gone here in the 160-pound championship matchup.
Yeah, the mat 3 matchup here, 145 pounds, wrestling for 5th place at 145. So a rematch here between Griffin Greenlee and Bryce Schneider. Schneider up 3-0 on Greenlee in that first period over on mat number 3.
Shot attempt. Lettenmeyer sprawl by Hoffman. Reshot. Whizzer position, still neutral. Hoffman will pick up a leg of Lettenmeyer. See if we can get some first points of the matchup. Lettenmeyer, though, able to kick it free and will stay neutral. Double unders here for Hoffman. See if he can lock something up. Under a minute now, clock ticking here at 160 pounds for the championship matchup.
You're here 189 pounds on mat number 2 for third place. Gavin Symington for Pembina County North. Wrestling Lemoore Litchfield Marion's Jake Kramer for third place. That's Kramer on a double leg shot. He's trying to run this down. Symington to the edge of the mat. The back to the center for restart on mat 2.
Neutral position. Collar and elbow ties for the title at 160 pounds. Shuck attempt by Hoffman. Lettenmeyer, though, able to stay back. It stays neutral. Shot attempt, single leg, Hoffman. Now into a double leg. Lettenmeyer reaching through, grabbing at the far leg. Trying to stay neutral. Final 10 seconds. Out of bounds they go, and we'll get a restart with 9 seconds to go in period number 1.
Mat number 2, we have 33 seconds remaining in the first period. Still scoreless between Gavin Symington, Pembina County North, Jake Kramer, Lemoore Litchfield Marion for third place on mat 2.
End of the period. No scores. We'll go to period number 2. Brody Hoffman and Henry Lettenmeyer for the title at 160.
And Gavin Symington steps up the lat drop on the edge of the mat and will score the takedown and 3 near fall as they go back to the center for a restart. Now he's up by a score of 6-0 over Jake Kramer with 9 seconds remaining in the first period.
So Lettenmeyer will start in the down position off of the whistle, sit out into a stand-up, and the escape point. So Henry Lettenmeyer will open up the score, and he'll take a 1-0 lead. Out of bounds they go back to the center, 8 seconds into period number 2.
And at the end of the first period, Gavin Symington takes that 6-0 lead into the second over Jake Kramer for third place. Mat 3 update, 145 pounds. Bryce Schneider up 3-1 at the beginning of the second period over Griffin Greenlee for fifth place at 145 pounds.
Shot attempt here, Hoffman. Looking to get the takedown, but they'll go out of bounds, and we'll go back to the center. No change, still neutral. Henry Lettenmeyer, the 1-0 lead there for Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Collar and elbow ties fill up here between Hoffman and Lettenmeyer. Hoffman chuck attempt, now double unders, bear hug, trying to lock it up. Able to break the grip is Lettenmeyer. Whizzer position, edge of the mat. Both wrestlers trying to stay in bounds. Hoffman able to keep one foot in, then keep wrestling here. And out of bounds they go back to the center. No change. 1:05 to go in our championship match.
And we're still 6-0 with a minute 10 remaining in the second period for Gavin Symington, up 6-0 in their third place match over Jake Kramer of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. That's Symington in on a double leg shot, runs it out, tries to blast into Jake Kramer as they go out back to the center for a restart on mat 2.
Under a minute, double unders here for Hoffman. Shot attempt, single leg, trying to run through, able to get the takedown. So Brody Hoffman, knee pick attempt and a takedown. So Hoffman will get his first points of the matchup. He'll take a 3-1 lead. Crossface, hooks an ankle. Trying to ride tough here in the top position. Final 25 to go in the second period at 160.
And mat number 345-pound for the fifth place match. It's Bryce Schneider up 5-4 on Griffin Greenlee. They got another barn burner going over there on mat 3 between Greenlee and Schneider. That's for fifth place in the second period.
Final 5 seconds. Lenmeyer able to get the escape point. Trims his deficit to 1 as that will do it for period number 2. We'll go to the third period. Hoffman with choice. He'll say, let's go down position. He leads by a point with 2 minutes to go at 160.
So mat number 2 back to the center for a restart with 3 seconds remaining. And Kramer on a couple double leg shots. Not able to secure it. And we go 6-0 into the third period. Gavin Symington from Pembina County North up 6-0 on mat number 2.
Hoffman able to get up to his feet, but Lenmeyer able to ride him out of bounds, and we'll get a restart. 1:45 to go here in the third period. As back off of the whistle, Hoffman the escape point, so give him a 2-point lead. It's 4-2 with 1:35 to go. Lenmeyer needs a takedown. Shot attempt by Hoffman. Sprawl by Lenmeyer. Hoffman, though, sucking in single leg with a trip. Whizzer position, still neutral. Hoffman trying to stay inbound, still neutral. Lenmeyer able to turn. Trying to face him. 1:15 to go. Edge of the mat. Neutral position, and out of bounds they go. We'll get a restart back in the center.
And Kramer tried to turn the corner on a single leg. He was caught by Gavin Symington. Symington throws him down to the mat for that 3-point takedown, up 9-0 with 1:05 remaining in the third period. He's in that top position. Now throws a half Nelson on Kramer over on mat number 2.
Hoffman able to extend his lead with a takedown, 7-2. He'll give the escape to Lenmeyer. It's 7-3, a 4-point lead for the South Borders senior. Under a minute to go at 160 pounds in our championship matchup.
Yeah, mat number 352-pound action for fifth place. Bailey Zachmeyer Rugby wrestling Zeke Symington of Pembina County North. That's scoreless in the first period. That's for fifth place on mat 3.
Final 30 seconds. Brody Hoffman with a 4-point lead. No warnings have been issued. Throw attempt here by Lenmeyer. Out of bounds they go, and they'll get a restart. 22 seconds to go. Neutral position. Back to the center of mat number 1.
And a caution over here on Symington. 9-1's the score with 20 seconds remaining in the third period. Gavin Symington up by 8 points. 9-1 lead over on mat 2.
Shot attempt by Hoffman. Single leg into a double. Back up is Lenmeyer. Final couple ticks of the clock. That'll do it in South Borders. Brody Hoffman, he is your champion at 160 pounds. The 7-3 decision victory over Lemoore Litchfield Marion's Henry Lenmeyer.
And your third place winner at 189 pounds on mat number 2 is Gavin Symington. He wins by major decision 9-1 over Jake Kramer of Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
172-pound championship match. It's Cale Hebel for the Lemoore Litchfield Marion Lobos. He's a senior at 17-2. His opponent, the freshman for the Kindred Vikings, Tanner Mangy at 39-8.
So mat number 2, 215-pound third place match. Here's Max Klein for the Oaks Tornadoes wrestling Brody Geston of Northern Cass. So Klein, a senior, 29-17, making the commitment here at 215 pounds. Geston, a senior for Northern Cass at 23-14. Both of these wrestlers making a return trip to the state tournament, trying to take this third place match at 215 pounds on mat 2.
This is a matchup of the top 2 seeds at 172 pounds. Hebel front headlock. 80 seconds to go in the first period. No score. Neutral position. And we'll go out of bounds. We'll get a restart back in the center with 1:14 to go.
So we're still scoreless in the first period with 1:12 to go over on mat number 2 between Klein and Geston. Klein, the number 6 seed, Brody Geston, the number 8 seed. So both these wrestlers having a good day here in the East Region Wrestling Tournament, wrestling well above their seeds over here on mat 2.
Hebel with the takedown, so he'll take the early lead. Here for the Lobos, under a minute to go, 50 seconds to go in period number 1. Hebel now trying to ride tough, puts in a crossface. Now going to reach through, see what he can do in the top position, puts in a leg ride. Mangi trying to work himself back to a base, able to do so. Clock ticking now, 30 seconds to go in the first period.
And final 30 seconds over on mat number 1. We're still scoreless in the first period between Klein and Geston for 215-pound, your third place match. And then an update on mat number 3, 152. Zach Meyer for rugby is up 3-1 over Zeke Symington of Pembina County North for 5th place at 152 pounds.
Mangi knee slide into a stand-up. Edge of the mat they go, out of bounds. No change. 8 seconds to go in period number 1. We'll get a restart back to the center. Here, this our 172-pound championship matchup. Bottom set. Top wrestler on. Off of the whistle. Hebel to an ankle. Looking to drive him down. Right out the final couple ticks, and that will do it for period number 1. Cale Hebel for Lemoore Litchfield Marion, a 3-0 lead after 2 minutes of wrestling, our championship at 172.
And the start of the second period, the 1-point escape. So 1-0 lead for Max Klein right off the whistle. Took him less than 2 seconds for that escape. So he has the 1-0 lead at 215 pounds for third place over on mat number 2.
So Hebel will start in the down position to begin our second period. He's got a 3-0 lead. Mangi looking to ride on top. Hooks an ankle. Reaching through, 2-on-1. Trying to get some wrist control, see if he can get some points on the scoreboard. 30 seconds gone in period number 1. Head in the shoulder. Hebel trying to work his way back up to his feet. Mangi grabs a leg. And out of bounds they go. No change, back to the center. Minute 16 to go in the second period here at 172.
And wrestlers out back to the center for a restart with 50 seconds remaining on mat number 2. Still 1-0 lead for Max Klein, the senior for the Oaks Tornadoes. And off the restart, wrestlers just push into each other. Klein trying to pass the arm into the Russian tie, not able to do it. Little head tap by Geston as they're back to the center of the mat on mat number 2.
Under a minute now. Mangi still in top control. Puts in a crossface. Edge of the mat. He'll hook, grab an ankle and ride out of bounds. No change. 44 seconds to go. Still a 3-0 Cale Hebel lead for Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
And mat number 3, they're all tied up between Bailey Zachmeyer Rugby and Zeke Symington of Pembina County North. That's for third place. Under a minute 15 remaining on mat number 3. They're tied up at 4 at 152 pounds.
Stalling warning on Hebel. That's his first warning. 30 seconds to go in the second period. See if that plays into anything in the latter stages of this matchup. Mangi still in top control. Has rid out the entire period. Still hooking at the ankle. Trying to put in a crossface. Short time, final 10 seconds of period number 2. Able to grab a wrist. Reaching through, and Mangi will ride it out. He'll trail 3-0 to Cale Hebel as we go to our final 2 minutes.
And mat number 2, 215-pound, that third place match. We're tied up at 1 apiece between Brody Geston of Northern Cass and Max Klein. Geston with the 1-point escape to start our third period. Wrestlers locked back up in the center of the mat. Collar ties by Klein Gueston trying to pummel and work inside on mat 2.
So Mengi chooses the down position to start our final 2 minutes. He trails by 3. Ebel, the lone point of the matchup, he leads 3-0. He got a takedown early on in period number 1. That's our only scoring in this 172-pound championship matchup.
And mat number 2, update over there for 5th place. Bailey Zachmeyer takes back control in the lead. He has the 6-4 lead over Zeke Symington of Pembina County North at the end of the 3rd period. So Zachmeyer up by 2 points on mat 3 for 5th place at 152 pounds.
45 seconds gone. Hebel riding tough in the top position, has a leg hooked, also grabbing at the far ankle. Looking to break Mengi down here. Final minute of the matchup. Hebel still with that leg hook. Just trying to ride it out here. He leads by 3. Grabbing at the near arm, see if he can do something with it. Now 45 seconds to go in our matchup.
And we do have a Bank North timeout here, a Bank North.Bank timeout over on mat number 2 as Brody Gueston down with some injury time. They're tied up at 1 apiece at 215 pounds wrestling for 3rd place. That's in the 3rd period.
Ebel still riding tough in the top position. Knee slide attempt by Mengi, able to get his leg back free. Hebel, though, will hook an ankle. Final 15 seconds. Cross face. Ebel just trying to ride out these 2 minutes and pick up a region championship victory. Final 5 seconds, a breakdown, that should do it. As Cale Hebel from Moore Litchfield Marion, he is your champion at 172 pounds, a 3-0 decision victory over Kindred's Tanner Mengi.
And a stall warning issued against Max Klein as Brody Gueston comes out of that Bank North timeout. He's on fire here and aggressive on mat number 2, still tied up at 1 apiece.
189-pound championship matchup. Top 2 seeds, it's Cole Henderson for the Northern Lights. He's a senior at 35-1. His opponent from Hillsborough Central Valley, a junior, Braden Chenault, at 31-7 on the season.
And mat number 389 pounds for 5th place. Matt Schwab of Lisbon takes on Luke Walski. That's another rematch there as Walski with the upset in the, I believe it was the first round over Madden Schwab, or maybe in the quarterfinals there against Schwab. That was in the quarterfinals. So a rematch here on mat number 3 for 5th place. And Klein with the takedown takes the 4-1 lead over Brody Gueston. Klein in the hunt to take 3rd. And he does at 215 pounds. So Max Klein, your 3rd place winner at 215 for the Oaks Tornadoes.
Still neutral position, 50 seconds into our 189-pound championship matchup. Henderson for Northern Lights, Chenault for Hillsborough Central Valley. Shot attempt, Henderson, Chenault, able to sprawl, able to get back, it stays neutral. Shot attempt by Chenault, reshot by Henderson, Chenault able to sprawl, it stays neutral, 45 seconds to go. Chenault with an underhook, 2-on-1. Russian tie for Henderson. They'll break apart. Underhook for Henderson, overhook for Chenault. Edge of the mat, shot attempt. Henderson. Chenault able to get back, it stays neutral. Final 25 seconds of the period. 2-on-1 now for Chenault. Henderson, though, able to get his arm back free. Shot attempt. Henderson. Henderson able to get the takedown, bring Chenault to his back. 3 points for the takedown and a 2-point for the near fall. So Cole Henderson for the Northern Lights, a 5-0 lead, as that will do it for period number 1. Cole Henderson, the flurry in the final 10 seconds to take a 5-0 lead into our 2nd period.
In our matchup at heavyweight, 285-pound here for 3rd place, Aiden Hinkle has a 3-0 lead over Denton Karcher, Pembina County North. Hinkle, the number 2 seed, as he was defeated in the semifinals by Brett Tostad of Northern Lights. And then Denton Karcher with the upset in the quarterfinals over the number 4 seed Seth Irie. He was defeated in the semifinals by Cole Nitschke. So they're wrestling it out for third place between Karcher and Aiden Hinkle over here on mat number 2. And Hinkle has the cradle locked up on Karcher. Works for the pin, chin in the shoulder. Sags those hips out behind in the win by fall for Aiden Hinkle. And he'll take third place on mat number 2.
Henderson extends his lead now 9-0. Here's we wrestle in period number 2. Cole Henderson for the Northern Lights. Leading Hillsborough Central Valley's Braden Chenault as we wrestle edge of the mat. Henderson trying to stay inbounds. Has a chicken wing, looking to run with it. See if he can stay inbounds as well. Near fall points upcoming. Cole Henderson looking for the fall. There it is. Cole Henderson for the Northern Lights. He is your champion. 3-minute, 10-second the pinfall victory over Hillsborough Central Valley's Braden Chenault.
And mat number 389 pounds for 5th place, Matt Schwab. Up 4-1 over Luke Walski. This is that rematch from the quarterfinals where Walski was able to get by Schwab. Now Schwab up 7-1 at the end of the second period over on mat number 3.
215-pound championship matchup. Shane Nitschke for South Border. He'll go up against Pembina County North's Caden Rose. A battle of seniors. Nitschke 28-3 on the season. Rose 39-7. This your championship, mat number 1 at 215 pounds. Neutral position here. Rose was the 3 seed. Nitschke the 1 seed there at 215 pounds as we wrestle. Championship matchup. Again, we'll get you the full rundown of state qualifiers here in our post-tournament show at the conclusion of our 285-pound championship match. One minute gone. Battle in the neutral position. Shot attempt here by Rose. Nitschke with the sprawl. Single leg into a double by Nitschke, looking to finish the takedown attempt. Rose, though, a chin whip. Scramble position. Still neutral. As Nitschke now able to pop the head, runs a half. 3 points for the takedown. Now he's going to look for some near fall points. Shane Nitschke with the takedown. Rose able to get himself back to the belly. Nitschke, though, is going to keep that half Nelson, grab the far wrist, look to roll him out and see if he can get some near fall points here. Final 25 seconds of the first period. Nitschke still running that half Nelson. Rose briefly up to his feet. Nitschke with a mat return. Rose, though, able to peel. Final 15 seconds of the period. Rose with a roll attempt. Nitschke able to follow, sit out. Nitschke will put in a leg. Try to put in a half, see if he can get some near fall points before the end of the period. Now the count going as we'll get a count of 2 and 2 near fall points. So Shane Nitschke will take a 5-0 lead into period number 2.
And mat number 3 update there for 5th place at 189 pounds, Matt Schwab. Yeah, midway through this third period has the 10-1 lead over Luke Walski on mat number 3.
So we'll get so at the end of the period, we'll get start in the neutral position. Nitschke shot attempt, Rose with the shot attempt, Nitschke with the sprawl, and that will up his lead now at 8-0. 25 seconds into period number 1. Nitschke puts in a leg, seeing if he can remain in top control, little high. Rose trying to come out through the back door. Grabbing at the near arm. Rose now able to face, front headlock for Nitschke. Nitschke now just going to try to bowl him back over. Locks in, grips the hands, cradle attempt. Official counting, near fall points upcoming. Nitschke looking for some near fall. Now going to try to readjust the grip, see if he can get the fall. Has Rose split out, still holding on to that cradle. Now going to go to the other side, try to whip him down. 40 seconds to go in the period. There's the pinfall victory. Shane Nitschke for South Border. He is your champion at 215 pounds. The 3-minute, 33-second pinfall victory against Pembina County North's Caden Rose.
And that update from mat number 3, that was Madden Schwab, winner by major decision over Luke Walski of Northern Cass at 189 for 5th place.
So our final matchup here, it's our championship at 285 pounds. It's Cole Nitschke for the South Border Mustangs. He'll go up against the Northern Lights' Brett Tastad. Nitschke, a junior for the Mustangs, 28-10. He is your top seed. Brett Tastad of the Northern Lights, he is your 3 seed. Nitschke, a victory over Denton Karcher of Pembina County North in his semifinal. Brett Tastad defeating Lisbon's Aiden Hinkle in his semifinal match. So this is your final match here in our East Region tournament. Front headlock here for Tastad. Looking to stay inbounds. 90 seconds to go in the first period. So neutral position. Edge of the mat, still inbounds. Still neutral position. We'll get a stalling warning called on Nitschke. Out of bounds they go. We'll get a restart back to the center. So Nitschke for South Border gets dinged for stalling here in the first period. 1 minute and 11 seconds to go in period number 1. Shot attempt. Tastad front headlock. Looking to lock up the cow catcher. Bowls Nitschke over and the takedown. So Brett Tastad for the Northern Lights, he'll pick up the first points of the matchup. He'll take a 3-0 lead. Under 1 minute to go, 45 seconds and ticking in period number 1. Out of bounds they go, and we'll get a restart back to the center. Bottom set. Top wrestler on. And off the whistle. Stand-up attempt from Nitschke. See if we can turn the corner, try to get the escape point. Edge of the mat they go. Out of bounds they go. They'll get the stalling warning on Tastad. So both wrestlers have been dinged for stalling here in the first period. Tastad still stays in the top control. 30 seconds to go in period number 1. Off the whistle, Nitschke with the stand-up, and Tastad will just give up the escape. 3-1 with 20 seconds to go in period number 1. Back to the collar and elbow ties. No change, still neutral, final 10 seconds. Arm pass attempt by Nitschke, no avail. Final couple ticks of the clock, and Brett Tastad will take a 3-1 lead into period number 2 here at our championship match at 285 pounds. Nitschke wins the flip. He'll defer. Tastad says, let's go neutral. You got to take down in the first, see if you can try to get another one. Throw by attempt here by Nitschke. Tastad, though, able to defend. Able to turn and face, and will go out of bounds and a restart back to the center. 19 seconds gone in period number 2. Shot attempt, Nitschke, single leg. Sprawl by Tastad. Going to put in the crossface, see if he can get tack onto his lead. Edge of the mat. Tastad able to keep a foot in bounds, and he'll get the takedown. He'll take a 6-1 lead. And we'll get a whistle. And we'll go back to the center. 6-1 is the lead for the Northern Lights is Brett Tastad. Nitschke up to his feet, stand-up attempt. Tastad looking for the mat return, bring him down. He'll stay in top control, minute gone in the second period. Nitschke back up to his feet, reaching at the head, see if he can lock up the cradle. It's a 2-point reversal right to the back. Official counting, near fall points upcoming as Cole Nitschke with a throw trying to get the pinfall victory. Tastad able to get back to his belly, but it is some near fall points, a 4-point near fall. And so Cole Nitschke now with a 7-6 lead, 30 seconds to go in period number 2. Wrist control out to the side is Nitschke. He's now got the lead, first lead that he's had this matchup. Tastad up to his feet, seeing if he can get some points before the end of the period, and Nitschke will ride him out of bounds. 7 seconds to go in period number 2. Nitschke still in top control. Tastad, bottom wrestler set, top wrestler on. Off of the whistle. Tastad seeing if he can get some points before the end of the period. Trying to get the stand-up, walk himself up to his feet, out of time, and so Cole Nitschke will take a 7-6 lead into the third period here at 285 pounds in our championship matchup. So Nitschke with choice, he selects the down position. Tastad says, let's start in the neutral position, gives up the 1 point. 8-6, a 2-point matchup here as we begin period number 3. Collar and elbow tie. Nitschke seeing if, Tastad seeing if he can get another takedown. Shot attempt by Nitschke. And the takedown, so Cole Nitschke extends his lead. He's now got a 5-point lead at 11-6. Out of bounds. And restart back in the center. 11-6, Cole Nitschke with the lead. 1:24 to go in the championship matchup. As Nitschke in the down, Tastad in the down position. Bottom wrestler set. Nitschke on and off of the whistle. Deep waist by Nitschke. Final 80 seconds. 2-on-1, wrist control, looking for a breakdown. Nitschke out to the side, trying to keep working here. Looking for a breakdown. Five-point lead, final minute here at 285 pounds. Nitschke still in top control, looking for wrist control. He'll now put in a half Nelson on the far side. Keep that near wrist. Just try to keep working. He leads by 5. Tastad trying to work himself back to a stand-up position. He'll put in a half Nelson. We'll get a whistle as Nitschke will get warned for stalling. That's his second warning, so Tastad will get a penalty point. 11-7. Final 35 seconds of the match. Bottom set, top on. Off the whistle, stand-up attempt once again for Tastad, just trying to work his way back up. Nitschke able to bring him back down to all fours. Nitschke out to the side, final 20 seconds, looking to run with something. Now going to the other side, just got to continue to keep on working. Can't give up another penalty point, but final 10 seconds, he'll hook up an ankle and just try to ride it out here. Tastad up to 1 foot, but the final couple ticks of the clock. And Cole Nitschke for the South Border Mustangs. He is your champion at 285 pounds. The 11-7 victory over the Northern Lights is Brett Tastad.
Champion at 285 from South
That will do it for our matches here. We'll take a break, come back, our post-tournament show when we return on yourliveevent.com.
Visit with Rocky Caledonia for LCS wheat seed varieties, Trigger Cannon, and 2 new varieties named Buster and Dual. Call Rocky Nedham Seeds Caledonia. They also have proven wheat seed SY Velda from AgriPro. Your local Pioneer dealer, Rocky Nedham Seeds Caledonia, with corn, soybean, sunflower, and alfalfa seed for your farm and Seedex sugar beet seeds. Call Rocky 701-430-1149, Nedham Seeds Caledonia. Here's a message from Tim Cassette, Golden Harvest Seed Sales in the Hillsboro area. When it comes to your operations needs, they want to hear from you, which is why they're committed to listening first. From farmer-focused R&D teams to their Gold Series soybeans and game-changing corn products to the insights shared through the Illuminate digital platform, everything offered is an answer to what they learned from you. For Golden Harvest corn and soybean seed, visit with Tim Cassette Seed Sales Hillsboro, 701-430-0877.
In a world of chaos, you need superhero-level protection.
I keep telling everyone they need to get the right protection for their lifestyle. Some do. We do.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Get the right protection for your lifestyle. Go to IRIinsurance.com to get a free quote and consultation.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsboro. You can see the latest inventory online at BloomfieldTrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsboro.
Meet Blake, the messiest 4-year-old on the planet. He's no ordinary durability tester. Meet SmartStrand, no ordinary carpet. With all pet protection, it's the softest, most durable, easiest to clean carpet on the planet. When Blake's barn got a comfy makeover, SmartStrand came clean, even went up against a 2-ton rhino. Made to withstand all walks of life. Ask for SmartStrand, rhino tested, rhino approved.
Available at Carpet World, carpetworldfargo.com.
You can buy beef by the quarter, half Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro. You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to
So back here on yourliveevent.com, we'll run down here our champion or our final results here on YLE. Our results here for the championship round here, 107 pounds. As your champion at 107 pounds is Sky Kramlik of the Carrington Cardinals. Blake Goebel of South Porter is your second place finisher. Trig Dahlstrom of Oaks third. John Logarine of Lemoore Litchfield Marion fourth. Bristol Swanson of Kindred fifth. Nash Nitschke of Ellendale Edgeley Colm sixth. Bodie Love of Northwood seventh. And Braden Brossart of Rugby will finish in eighth place. 114 pounds, Dalton Feist of Napoleon Gackel Streeter is your champion. Walker Miller is your runner-up from Ellendale Edgeley Calm. Third place, Gavin Rude of Kindred. Fourth place, Jared Schilling of South Border. Fifth place, Ben Wagner of Oaks. Sixth place is Joey Hyde of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Seventh place is Keenan Gores of the Northern Lights. And eighth place is Kipton Am from Mayport CG. 121 pounds, Bodie Henderson of the Northern Lights is your champion. Drew Carr of Carrington will finish in second. Justin Terrell for Hillsborough Central Valley is third. Gavin Swenson for the Kindred Vikings fourth. Grayson Lyons for Lisbon fifth. Jared Nelson of Oaks is sixth. Gabriel Dumas of Grafton seventh, and eighth place goes to Bo Grunfelder of Napoleon Gackle Streeter. 127 pounds, Noah Anderson for the Lisbon Broncos is your champion. Logan Potts of Lemoore Litchfield Marion will finish in third place. Logan Potts of Lawrence Marion is your runner-up. Rylan Vetter of South Border, third place. Fourth place goes to Brogan Erickson of Mayport CG. Fifth place to Oscar Martinez from Pembina County North. Sixth place, Weston Baumgartner of Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Seventh place is Riggin Sand for Ellendale Edgeley Calm. Eighth place, Caden Hooley of the Northern Lights. Those are your results at 127 pounds. 133 pounds. Matthias Dahlstrom for the Oaks Tornadoes is your champion. Cruiser Burns of Grafton will finish in second place. Brooke Grunfeller from Napoleon Gackle Streeter, third place. Ethan Tazarak of Ellendale Edgeley Calm, fourth. Fifth place goes to Logan Werner of Pembina County North. Sixth place, Gavin Robertson for Lisbon. Seventh place, Logan Nielsen of Mayport CG. And eighth place is Cameron Kittleson of the Kindred Vikings. 139 pounds, Sawyer Owens for Hillsborough Central Valley is your champion. Zane Allender of the Oaks Tornadoes is your runner-up. Third place goes to Cruz Renke of Lisbon. Fourth place, Gabriel Clifton from the Carrington Cardinals. Fifth place is Brock Johnson of the Kindred Vikings. Riker Vetter of South Border will finish in sixth. Jager Sands, seventh place from EEK, and Lemoore Litchfield Marion's Jay Stuffy will finish in eighth. 145, Case Allender is your champion for Oaks. Nick Garber of Carrington will finish runner-up. Third place goes to Hillsborough Central Valley's Carson Kazette. Fourth place goes to South Border's Joseph Keller. Fifth place to Bryce Schneider of Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Sixth place, Griffin Greenlee of the Lisbon Broncos. Seventh place is Brayley and Herman of the Northern Lights. And eighth place goes to Laramore's Levi Todd. 152, Corbin Clifton from Carrington is your champion. Cole Stock of South Border will finish runner-up. Maddox Schockman of Lemoore Litchfield Marion in third. Miles Thielges from Kindred will finish in fourth. Bailey Zockmeyer for the Rugby Panthers in fifth. Zeke Simonton of Pembina County North sixth. Seventh place goes to Zaid Heyer of the Oaks Tornadoes, and Xander Dovemiller from Hillsborough Central Valley will finish in eighth. 160 pounds, Brody Hoffman for South Border is your champion. Henry Ledenmeyer of Lemoore Litchfield Marion will finish in runner-up. Mason Weigel of Napoleon Gackle Streeter third. Max Sibataranu of Carrington fourth. Greg Fuhrer of Ellendale Edgeley Calm will finish in fifth. Eli Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos in sixth. And Aiden Werner of Pembina County North will be finished in seventh. Isaac Malley of the Oaks Tornadoes will finish in eighth. 172 pounds, Cale Hebel for Lemoore Litchfield Marion is your champion. Tanner Mengi of the Kindred Vikings will finish runner-up. Third place, Callan Garber of Carrington. Fourth place, Brody Michelson of South Border. Fifth place to Carter Potasek from Oaks. Max Jernlin of Ellendale Edgeley Calm sixth. Trey Leducer of the Northern Lights seventh. And Bryce Kerrigan of Pembina County North will finish in eighth. 189, Cole Henderson for the Northern Lights is your champion. Braden Chenault for Hillsborough Central Valley is runner-up. Gavin Symington of Pembina County North will finish in third. Jake Kramer for Lemoore Litchfield Marion will finish in fourth place. Madden Schwab for the Lisbon Broncos fifth. Lou Walski of Northern Cast sixth. Bennett Geisler of Ellendale Edgeley Calm seventh. And J.J. Haygood for the Oaks Tornadoes will finish in eighth place. 215 pounds, Shane Nitschke of South Border is your champion. He defeats runner-up Caden Rose of Pembina County North. Max Klein of Oaks is your third place. Brody Geston of Northern Cass will finish in fourth. Andre Dole of Napoleon Gackle Streeter fifth. Ivan Caruth from Ellendale Edgeley Calm will finish in sixth. Seventh place will go to Brock Lyons of Lisbon. And eighth place will go to Tucker Jones of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. And at 285 pounds, Brett Tastad from the Cole Nitschke for South Border is your champion. He defeats Brett Tastad of the Northern Lights. Aiden Hinkle will finish in third for the Lisbon Broncos. Fourth place goes to Denton Karcher of Pembina County North. Benecito Sacita of Grafton will finish in fifth. Seth Irie from Ellendale Edgeley Calm sixth. Anders Hovness from Northern Cass 7th, and Charles Jorgensen will finish in 8th. That is your results and your state qualifiers at 285 pounds. Taking a look at the team score, South Border is your champion at 215 pounds. Oaks will finish in runner-up at 184.5. Then it's the Carrington Cardinals at 167.5. Lemoore Litchfield Marion 4th place at 145.5. And Ellendale Edgeley Calm will round out Lisbon will round out the top 5 at 139.5. Then Ellendale Edgeley Calm 6th place at 117.5. Kindred 7th, Northern Lights 8th, Napoleon Gackel Streeter 9th, and Pembina County North rounds out the top 10. 11th goes to Hillsborough Central Valley. Grafton will finish in 12th. Mayport CG 13th, into the Northern Cass Jaguars in 14th. Rugby will finish in 15th, then Larimore 16th, Northwood in 17th, and Thompson will finish in 18th place. That's a look at your team scores. Take a break. Be back with more on our post-tournament show when we return on yourliveevent.com.
Phone company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neelsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
At Dakota Heritage Bank, we know your schedules can get hectic, and you don't always have time to get to the bank during regular banking hours. We make it easy for you with mobile banking, online banking, and bill pay services that we offer for free. This is Michelle with Dakota Heritage Bank, inviting you to do your banking with us anytime, anywhere. Just go to dhb.bank or download the mobile app for convenient on-the-go banking, serving you with locations across North Dakota and northwestern Minnesota. Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
What's going on today? I've got a planter in the shop, and I had the guys from Agassi Precision Ag come over and do an inspection. You upgrading systems or working on maintenance? Both, actually. We walked some fields last summer and found areas where moved. So we are installing Delta Force and some new opening discs. I bet we're in the same boat. I should give them a call. Yep, they'll come out and look over the planter with you and put a plan together. They are the guys I go to for answers.
Agassi Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Call 701-636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Hey Lisbon, it's time to rally behind our favorite team. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are sending all our best wishes to the Bronco court and field this season. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are proud to support our teams and community. Let's show our Broncos that we're with them every step of the way. Go Broncos! Your dedication and spirit makes us all proud. From all of us at the Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters, we're cheering for you.
Let's face it, moving is a pain. And if you decide to do it yourself, take the hassle out with All About Moving in Grand Forks. While national conglomerates tend to overcharge and take longer, All About Moving is locally owned and wants to make your next move an efficient and stress-free experience. Take the stress out of moving with All About Moving in Grand Forks, so you can focus on the things that really matter.
Treat yourself to a great career at American Crystal Sugar Company. Team up with quality people making quality products. Full-time year-round in a stable business. With great pay and benefits, including time off available from day one, American Crystal Sugar Company invests in you to promote your continued growth and career advancement. Grow your career, doing your best work within the world's best beet sugar company. Apply online today at AmericanCrystalCareers.com.
The Outlaws are coming back. The World of Outlaws Case Construction Late Model Series is coming back to Ada, the Norman County Raceway. Saturday, June 28th, the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series will have 2 shows at Red River Valley Speedway Saturday, May 31st and August 23rd. For tickets and more information, visit ncraceway.com, redrivervalleyspeedway.com, or follow on Facebook.
Back here, yourliveevent.com, as we wrap up our tournament here. It's time for our post-tournament show, as we'll run down our name some awards. We'll start with our Halstead Telephone Company post-tournament connection here from Halstead Telephone Company. They're how to connect online at halsteadtel.com. Carson Gazette for Hillsborough Central Valley, the 145-pounder, coming off of a injury as well, injured for much of the month of January. Coming in here today, 3 seed, ends up placing third in that one as well. A tough semifinal loss, but then comes back with a victory over Griffin Greenlee in the consolation semifinal, and then a major decision victory, 13-5 over Joseph Keller of Southport in his third place matchup. So Carson Gazette, he is your Halstead Telephone Company post-tournament connection online at halsteadtel.com.
All right, that'll move us into our Agassiz Egg Precision Move of the Match here from Hillsborough and Drayton. This is your Agassiz Egg Precision Move of the Match. Call 701-636-2119 or visit plannerdoc.com for your Agassiz Egg Precision Move of the Match. Just going to go out to Matt Schwab of the Lisbon Broncos. Schwab seated third in the tournament at 189 pounds. He was upset by Wolski from Northern Cass in the quarterfinals, and Schwab ended up coming back through the wrestlebacks and defeated Wolski for 5th place by a score of 10-2. So both wrestlers making it into the state tournament, but Schwab with a little bit of redemption here is your Agassiz Egg Precision Move of the Match as he makes his way back to 5th place with that 10-2 victory over Wolski.
Agassiz Precision Egg online at planterdoc.com. Well, one more award. The Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Tournament, 152-pound. The champion is Corbin Clifton. Struggled with health throughout his season as well, but he is your champion as well. A decision victory in that championship against Southporter's Cole Stock by a 4-1 victory. So Corbin Clifton, he is your Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Tournament. Life takes energy. Energy for life. Enbridge.com for career opportunities. As we'll wrap it up here, as Brent, exciting tournament here. South Border is your individual champion, and hey, the regular season is done, and there's only 3 more days left in the state of North Dakota wrestling calendar.
Yeah, and I'm just going back to this famous Denny Green quote: "Is they are who we thought they were." Here for the South Border Mustangs, winning in dominant fashion and taking the team championship here. For the individual East Region Wrestling Tournament, so South Border Mustangs your champion. And also got to go back to that 145-pound weight class. Is that thing in the East Region, as far as I can see, nobody really dominated in that weight class. You know, we did crown a champion, but I still think they're at 145, the number 1 through number 6 place there. Any given day, one of those wrestlers could come out with the championship here in the East Region. It'll be fun to see how that plays out at the state tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds like that is definitely a weight class that could be wide open moving forward Thursday and Friday at the state tournament here. Well, Brent, thanks so much for joining us along here. Reminder, hey, we've got 3 more days of wrestling, like we said, on yourliveevent.com. Thursday and Friday is the state individual tournament. We'll have coverage for you, audio only, on yourliveevent.com, following all of the YLE area schools, such as Hillsborough Central Valley, Northern Cass, Kindred, as well as Lisbon, Carrington, all of those teams as well, boys and girls individual tournament. And then Saturday we'll have the dual tournament coverage as well. You'll be following the Lisbon Bronco girls. I'll be following the Carrington Cardinal boys, as well as we'll have coverage for the Central Cass Squirrel girls terms as well. And it should be a fun 3 days of wrestling at the Fargo Dome, as it is each and every single year.
Yeah, just kind of go back to that old moniker, Class B wrestling, the names stay the same. The faces might change, but the names stay the same. And it's also kind of like a big reunion there at the North Dakota Class B wrestling tournament, as a lot of those old acquaintances, those old rivalries, the friendships that were formed throughout years of wrestling. You kind of renew that as, you go back 2 or 3 generations there at the state Class B wrestling tournament.
Glad you mentioned that. That's one of the fun things that I do is, too, now I know a lot of people that I used to wrestle with are now coaches in and around throughout the state, so definitely that is a great opportunity to kind of reconnect with them, chat with them, say hi, and like you mentioned here, that's one of the great things about wrestling, especially in the state of North Dakota. There's kind of that bond that each and every single one of us share when we start going, that kind of continues on through us throughout the years, and a lot of us try to stay somehow connected to the sport, whether that's officiating, coaching, or like you and I in the broadcasting circles.
Yep, and looking forward to the 3 days there with you, Brady, and excited for our state Class B wrestling tournament. I guess if we're at the 50-meter sprint on Friday, we're now down to about 25-meter sprint here as we head into the state tournament.
Yeah, again, we'll have coverage for you. Stay tuned, yourliveevent.com. Visit our website, as well as give us a follow on X for our daily schedule updates, as well as subscribe to us on yourliveevent.com, because tournament time has begun in the state of North Dakota. Minnesota will continue as well. We have district boys and girls basketball. We have region boys and girls basketball all throughout the states of North Dakota and Minnesota. All that coming your way free right here on yourliveevent.com. Brent, thanks so much for joining us here. For Brent Dick, I'm Brady Siebel saying thank you so much for tuning in. The broadcast of this tournament has been authorized by special arrangement with the Board of Directors of the North Dakota High School Activities Association. Thanks so much for tuning in, and have a great rest of your weekend, everybody.